In the 11th year of Zhengguan, the air in Anzhou was filled with a festive atmosphere. Although the Wuwang mansion was not big, it was decorated with lights and colors, and it was a prosperous scene. I wore a bright red groom's robe and a groom's crown, and stood quietly at the door of the mansion, waiting for the bride to arrive. As the third son of Li Shimin, I should have had a bright future. However, because my mother was the daughter of Emperor Yang of the previous dynasty, I was not taken seriously in the court. The hunting incident at the beginning of the year made me lose my official position, leaving me with only the empty title of King of Wu. Today, I am able to marry the young lady of the Choi family in Qinghe. This marriage is one of my few good fortunes. Look, the sedan is coming. The people's discussion brought me back to my senses. I looked up and saw a red sedan being slowly carried into the mansion, but the scene was a little too small. The Qinghe Choi family only sent a few people to escort the bride. Although I was a little confused, I still hurried to greet it. When the curtain of the sedan chair was lifted, a petite bride appeared in front of me. She was thin, only reaching my shoulders, and her figure covered with a red veil looked particularly frail. The bride is out. The crowd was talking, but I just smiled and reached out my hand, gently holding her hand. Her hands were cold and her body was trembling slightly. My heart softened and I whispered to comfort her, "Don't be nervous, my lady. I will help you cross the fire pot." She obeyed obediently and stopped trembling. I led her across the brazier, my heart full of anticipation. However, a vague sense of uneasiness began to spread in my heart. After the wedding ceremony, I led the bride into the bridal chamber. The maid Chu Yue in the room smiled mischievously and said, "Your Highness, you must drink the wedding wine first before you can enter the bridal chamber." I waved my hand and asked her to leave. The moment the door was closed, the room suddenly became quiet and silent. I walked towards the bride and reached out to lift her red veil, but the moment my hand touched the veil, I noticed that her body began to tremble slightly again. "Isn't this Miss Choi too timid?" I laughed in my heart, but my doubts grew stronger. "Let's drink first, you won't be nervous after drinking." I poured 2 glasses of wine and handed them to her. Just as I was holding her hand and walking to the table, I suddenly realized something was wrong. Her wrist was so thin, almost all bone. I was startled and suddenly lifted her red veil. The scene in front of me shocked me. How could this frail, panic-stricken girl be the lady I imagined? I couldn't help but sneer out loud, "Is the Choi family deceiving me? They sent a fake to marry me." The bride was so frightened that she trembled and dared not look me in the eye. She almost huddled into a ball. "Who are you? How much money did the Choi family give you to pretend to be Miss Choi?" I said with obvious displeasure in my tone. I am really the daughter of the Choi family. My name is Choi Yingying." Her voice was weak, but with a hint of firmness. "Choi Yingying." I frowned. A concubine sent by the Choi family to replace her. I was furious, but seeing her pitiful appearance, I softened my heart. Perhaps, she was just a poor person who was forced to get involved in this marriage. "Tell me who you are and why you married me." I put aside my anger and decided to find out the truth. Choi Yingying lowered her eyes and slowly told her life story with a wrong tone. It turned out that she was the child of the head of the Choi family and the maid after drinking. She was not recognized since she was a child and could only do servant-like work with her mother. After her mother died of overwork, her fate became even more difficult. Until a few days ago, the Choi family suddenly decided to marry her to me, a poor prince. After listening to her story, I sneered, "So that's how it is, this is just a trick played by the Choi family." I shook my head and sighed, "Go back, I don't want to marry you." Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, Choi Yingying burst into tears. She fell to her knees in front of me and choked up, I won't go back." Her words shocked me. It turned out that she didn't want to go back because if she couldn't complete this marriage, the Choi family would not only continue to torture her, but also her mother's body could not be buried in the Choi family's ancestral tomb. She knelt on the ground, crying and begging, "Prince, please don't send me back. I can help you, I can save you a lot of money." I looked at her tearful face, and I felt complicated. Although Choi Yingying was thin, she had such a strong heart for her mother. I sighed and rubbed my temples, "It's really difficult. If I send her back like this, she will undoubtedly return to a life of hell." And if I keep her, I will have to accept this marriage. I sat on the edge of the bed, feeling mixed emotions. This matter is more difficult than I thought. Rubbing his temple, Lika's brows gradually furrowed. If you drive him away, he may die. If he didn't drive her away, he would have to acknowledge this little girl as his princess. It's a dilemma. Choi Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, didn't hear any sound for a long time. She couldn't help but look up and saw Liko frowning. No way, does His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu really want to drive me away? Judging from the unhappy look on his face, this is probably the case. No, if she goes back, not to mention relocating her mother's grave, it's hard to say whether the Choi family will let her go. For this matter, I still need His Royal Highness the King of Wu to agree to keep me. Perhaps, only by demonstrating my importance can the King of Wu keep me. Choi Ying, who grew up in the lower class, rolled her eyes and immediately saw the 2 glasses of wine on the table. Your Highness, we should drink the wedding wine. She pointed tentatively at the table. Lika's thoughts were interrupted. He glanced at Choi Ying, who was kneeling on the ground, and almost laughed out of anger. You are not the one I want to marry. Do you think I will drink the wedding wine with you? Lika glared at her unhappily. If he drank the wedding wine, it would be tantamount to acknowledging that the other party was his princess. He was not a fool, so how could he be confused at this time? Choi Ying was so frightened by his fierce words that her body trembled and tears of grievance fell down. A pair of big eyes were filled with water droplets, and the traces of tears on the little face were clearly visible, which made people feel pity. You. Lika's gradually stern expression softened a lot at this moment. He really had no way to deal with a crying girl. Forget it, you get up first and wipe your tears. Lika felt that he should have a good talk with the other party. Choi Ying was simple-minded and thought that Liko asked her to stand up because he forgave her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes and she stood up immediately. Your Highness, please have a drink of wine to moisten your throat first. Choi Ying handed over the wine glass in a flattering manner. Since we can't drink the wedding wine, it's okay to drink alone, right? Liko looked at the girl in front of him, who seemed to have a changing face, and for a moment he even doubted whether she was crying just to gain his sympathy. This face-changing skill is so amazing. Looking at the clarity in Choi Ying's eyes, Liko took the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. The cold wine made him feel better and his thoughts became clearer. Choi Ying, right? I'm telling you, you and the Choi family have already deceived me. I can't let the Choi family off like this. He tried to exaggerate the Choi family's behavior, perhaps only in this way could he scare Choi Ying away. Choi Ying's face was full of confusion, but I am the daughter of the Choi family. The Choi family didn't lie to you, Your Majesty. If it weren't for her big, twinkling eyes that were so clear, Liko would have really thought she was arguing with him. You, Miss Choi, are different from the Miss Choi I want to marry. The young lady from the Choi family whom I am going to marry is well-educated, well-mannered, and a lady from a noble family. Do you understand? Liko tried to explain. I don't understand. Choi Ying gave 2 words with innocent eyes. Liko. Well, although he had expected this result, Liko really felt powerless at this moment. What can he do when faced with such a pitiful little girl? Actually, I'm quite capable. Choi Ying seemed to have noticed that her husband was having some difficulties, so she took the initiative to say, I'm good at washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, and weaving. Can I stay? My 2 maids can also do these things. Liko gave her a cold look. Do you think you will let him stay if he can do some housework? How naive he is. It makes me feel sad. I can also warm the bed. Liko paused. Choi Ying thought for a long time and finally came up with a reason to stay. The prince and I have been married before, and I am the only one who can warm his bed, not his 2 maids. As if she felt that her reason was sufficient, Choi Ying became more and more confident as she spoke, with a bit of the demeanor of a princess. As long as she could stay, she no longer cared about face. Besides, she and Liko have already been married, so what's wrong with them talking about such things in their new home? Compared with the 2 maids, her biggest advantage is that she can get married and warm the bed for her husband. No matter how capable those 2 maids were, could they really do such a thing? Liko was almost mad at her words. Is he concerned about whether the bed is warm or not? This little girl really doesn't know what the problem is. Wouldn't it be better for him to let the real eldest daughter of the Choi family do something like warming the bed? This is not a matter of warming the bed or not, my king. Lee Ke tried to explain the issue to the other party. I can also give birth to a child for you, your majesty. Choi Ying thought of another reason which she thought was good. It's not about having children. Lee Ke felt he needed to clarify. If one is not enough, you can give birth to 3 or 5. Choi Ying believes that more numbers will lead to victory. Lee Ke. Well, at this moment Lee Ke deeply felt what it meant. When a scholar meets a soldier, he cannot explain his reason clearly. The two people are not on the same channel at all. Looking at Choi Ying, who was still counting on her fingers as if calculating the number of children she would have, Lee Ke held his forehead and sighed. The little girl in front of me has no bad intentions and is also one of the victims. If I really drive her back, I'm afraid I'll only see a corpse when we meet next time. If he were the real Lee Ke, he would certainly send the other person back without hesitation. But he is a time traveler, and his conscience and cognition will not allow him to send the little girl in front of him back to die. Looking at the dark night outside the window, Lee Ke shook his head helplessly. Forget it, let's talk about this matter after I find a solution. Choi Ying's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, you won't chase me away. Lee Ke didn't say anything and walked straight to the couch to rest. Let Ying help the prince go to bed. Choi Ying rushed to the couch and spread the quilt. The nimble hands moved quickly and the quilt was ready in a moment. Stop, stop, stop. Lee Ke looked at her warily. What are you going to do? Of course, I'm here to warm your bed, your Majesty. Choi Ying looked at Lee Ke in a strange way. Your Highness promised me to stay and you want to rest, isn't it just because you want me to warm the bed and serve you in the bridal chamber? Although Choi Ying's face flushed when she said this, it seemed that she was ready to spend her wedding night with Lee Ke. Lee Ke's eyes widened when he heard this and he was speechless for a moment. Take your hands off me. This king does not need your service. Lee Ke's lips twitched and he turned around quickly. Choi Ying was stunned. What happened to your lord? Didn't you agree to have a baby? Why does the prince seem to keep people at a distance? Could it be that the prince despises his own background? Her face turned pale, Choi Ying bit her lips, and tears like golden threads flowed down quickly. A pair of bright big eyes were filled with mist, and the long eyelashes fluttered up and down, covered with water droplets. She looks so pitiful, which makes people feel distressed. After all, she is a poor girl. Lee Ke felt a headache. If he was really Lee Ke, he would probably kick the other person out without hesitation. But he is not. The memories from the 21st century made it impossible for him to sit by and watch the girl crying, nor could he bear to drive her away. Stop. You want to stop? Lee Ke raised his eyebrows. I just don't want you to serve me now. Your family almost deceived me and sent you here in such a substitution. Can't I have some emotions? Choi Ying's face turned pale. The prince is in a mood. Could it be that he wants to settle the score with himself? Since the prince is angry, then take it out on me. Choi Ying wiped her tears and said carefully, I will apologize to the prince on behalf of the Choi family for what happened. Why don't we have our wedding night now? If the prince is dissatisfied, he can take it out on me. As long as the prince can calm down and let me stay and not send me back, that will be fine. I added silently in my heart. She stood aside timidly, her eyes quietly looking at her husband not far away. Lee Ke was furious. Lee Ke opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. Lee Ke glared and said, I didn't send you back because I was afraid that you would be tortured after you return. Keeping you here doesn't mean that I acknowledge you as my princess. Forget it, it's late at night, you can rest here, I will go to another room. After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. Choi Ying's face turned pale. The prince really still dislikes me. Plop. She suddenly knelt on the ground, hugging Lee Ke's feet and said, My lord, if you leave the room tonight, how can I live my life if this gets out? Lee Ke paused. There are many rules in this world. If the groom leaves the room on the wedding night, the bride will definitely be gossiped about if the news gets out. If a woman were criticized for this matter, she would probably never be able to hold her head up in her life. Looking at the weak, sobbing woman in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Forget it, you get up first, I won't leave. He helped Choi Ying up and pointed to the bed. You've been on a bumpy journey, go and rest first. What about you, Your Majesty? Choi Ying asked with her eyes blinking and watery. This king. Li Ke looked around the room. Apart from the couch, there were only a table and chairs. I will sit here. Don't worry. I will not go out tonight. Anyway, after tonight, he would go to sleep in another room. After settling the accounts with the Choi family and sorting out this matter, we will send this little girl back. No, Your Majesty, how can you sit down? You should come with me to the couch. Anyway, the couch is big enough for both of us. As long as we can coax the prince up, we will be able to spend the bridal chamber with him, as the old man from the Choi mansion said. Li Ke glanced at the big couch. After a busy day, he felt a little tired. Okay, take a rest first, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Li Ke sighed, walked to the couch and lay down. With such a little girl as his wife, I'm afraid his life will be difficult in the future. We still have to find a way to send him back. But we have to think of a way to have the best of both worlds, which may not be easy. With Choi Ying's identity and status, if the prince breaks off the engagement with her, she will probably die. If he really did that, he would become an executioner. While I was deep in thought, I suddenly felt a soft little hand on my body. Li Ke frowned and reached out to hold him down. Didn't we agree to just rest? But when I left the mansion, the people there told me to spend the wedding night with the prince. Choi Ying blushed and murmured in a low voice, and I just promised the prince that I would have 3 or 5 children. If you do this again, I will send you back. He turned sideways, not looking at the other person's face, and tried hard to look angry. He didn't want to have too much contact with the little girl, let alone anything happening between them. The other party is also a victim and is not very old. It is impossible for him to take advantage of the situation, let alone continue to make a mistake. Wait until you come up with a suitable solution before sending the other party back. If something happens now, it will be difficult to send the other person back in the future. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, you still have to keep people at a distance. Choi Ying was confused. I never thought that my husband, the prince, is actually such a gentleman. For a moment, her face changed drastically. I lay in bed thinking about all sorts of things, and finally fell asleep in a daze due to fatigue from the journey. The next morning, Li Ke woke up first. After being busy yesterday, he was exhausted. After lying down, he noticed that Choi Ying had fallen asleep, and he fell asleep quickly too. When I turned around and prepared to get up, I saw Choi Ying curled up. Although the picture was full of childishness, it also had a few minutes of smartness and grace in it. He didn't look closely yesterday, but now that he looked closely, he realized that the woman next to him was actually a beauty. She has a standard oval face, a straight nose, and a cherry mouth, which is the finishing touch and looks very attractive. Perhaps she dreamed about something in her sleep, as a crystal-clear line of water appeared at the corner of Choi Ying's mouth. Li Ke smiled slightly. For the first time, he felt that this little girl was quite cute. He got up quietly and left the room without disturbing Choi Ying. The early sun shines on my body, and a feeling of warmth comes over me. Li Ke squinted his eyes and looked up at the empty sun, but his brows furrowed. If he agreed to let Choi Ying stay, he might not have enough food in his house. All the monthly interest given by the court this month has been used for this wedding, and now the palace is barely making ends meet. Originally, he and his 2 maids lived frugally and could barely make ends meet with the monthly income. But if you add 1 person, the expenses will be huge. Before he figured out how to deal with Choi Ying, he still had to support her. You have to bear the consequences of the decision you make. Your Majesty. While he was lost in thought, the 2 maids, Chuanhua and Chuyue, came to his side and greeted him. No need to be so polite. Li Ke waved his hand and said, she will wake up soon. You can help her get familiar with the environment. I will go out for a while. Your Majesty. What's up? Chuanhua looked tangled and embarrassed. The rice in the mansion is only enough for 4 people for 3 days. Chu Yue also had a bitter look on her face. Your Majesty, there is no more food in the house. I need some money to buy food today. Li Ke frowned and reached out his hand to touch it. My goodness, I don't have a penny left. Today, I am going out hunting, so I will give you a snack. After finding an excuse, he picked up his bow and sword, ran straight to the palace stable, and left on a white horse. The two maids looked at each other, knowing that their prince might not be able to afford the money to buy groceries. A prince was oppressed to this extent. If they had not been saved by Li Ke, they would have left like the other servants long ago. This is not a solution. Why is the prince unwilling to explain the situation to his Majesty? Alas, you don't understand the prince's temper. The prince doesn't want to have too much to do with the royal family, so he has been enduring even if he was suppressed. The two maids were whispering outside the house, and Choi Yingying inside the house was soon awakened. Seeing the sunlight shining in, she was startled. Oh no, I overslept. I don't know why, but I can't help but feel at ease sleeping next to my husband, the prince. When she was at Chui's house before, she had never slept so late. The prince's husband is no longer around. Could he have gone out? Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I got up late on the first day of the wedding night. No, I have to go and see if there is anything I can do to help. She got up hurriedly, opened the door, and saw Chuanhua and Chu Yue standing at the door. Chuanhua, Chu Yue, greets the princess. The maid bowed and saluted. No, no, no. I'm not a princess. Choi Yingying waved her hands quickly. The prince and his husband have not acknowledged me yet. If I rashly accept this title, he will probably be unhappy. If the prince is unhappy, he will send me back. Going back is a dead end. Princess, there is no need to do this. The prince has just instructed me to take good care of you. Please come with me, princess, to wash the mess. Leave the bloodshot in the room to Chuanhua to clean up. Chuanhua Chu Yue thought that her princess was shy and couldn't adapt to her new identity and title for a while, so she didn't mind it too much. As for cleaning up spilled blood, this is a rule passed down from generation to generation. After a woman gets married and enters the bridal chamber, her in-laws will send a maid to clean the room and take out the white sheet with bloodstains on it to dry in the sun. It was said to be drying in the sun, but in fact it was just to prove to everyone that the bride was innocent. To put it bluntly, it's just showing off. Li Ke's family is now in the Changan palace. When they left just now, they asked Chuanhua and Chu Yue to take good care of the princess. They both naturally thought that they were the ones who should take care of Luohong. Clean up the room. No, 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 I'll clean it myself. Choi Yingying was stunned for a moment, then she reacted, turned around and went to clean up. When she was at Chui's house, she did these housework chores countless times. After marrying Li Ke, she didn't dare to call herself a princess, and she had to handle these matters by herself. Chuanhua Chu Yue looked at each other and then followed in. Princess, how can I trouble you to do such a small thing yourself? Yes, you were tired last night, so you should rest first. While the two were talking, they had already arrived at the couch. Just as I was about to tidy up, I realized that the white sheets on the couch were spotless. No redness. The two women looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. What's going on? Is their princess body unclean? No wonder the prince went out early in the morning and didn't get up with the princess. So that's what happened. The two of them thought about it, and even began to sympathize with their own prince. When Choi Yingying saw the two women's bodies trembling, and by Dan's surprised expression on the couch, she also reacted. No. It's not what you think. She explained anxiously, the prince said I was too young and didn't touch me at all last night. Too small. Chuanhua Chu Yue looked at Choi Yingying's body at the same time. Well, this scale is indeed a bit small, at least not as large as the two of them. It turns out that the prince has this hobby. Princess, you don't have to explain to me. It's just that according to the rules, this white sheet should be taken out to dry in the sun. Well, since we didn't have a wedding night last night, there's no need to take out this white invitation, right? Choi Yingying hesitated for a moment and said in a pleading tone, if I take it out to dry and someone sees it, I'm afraid they will say something bad. It was already difficult for her to stay. If she caused trouble for the prince and his husband again, he might drive her back in anger. Chuanhua and Chuyue looked at each other, hesitated for a while, and then nodded reluctantly. Okay, let's talk about this matter after the prince comes back. Princess, please come with us to wash up first. We will take you around the palace later. Choi Yingying's eyes lit up. Okay, I also want to get familiar with this place as soon as possible. The sooner she gets familiar with it, the sooner she can do something for her husband, the prince. Perhaps when the prince sees that I am capable of working, he will not send me back. As they were talking, the three women walked out. But when she reached the door, Choi Yingying remembered what happened last night, and she had a question that she had to ask. You two have been with the prince and husband for quite some time. Do you know if the prince and husband is in poor health? The prince husband didn't touch me last night. Apart from other reasons, it might be due to physical reasons. If the prince is not in good health, she can get some medicine for him to try. After all, when she was in Chui's house, she had seen some people use those recipes to liven up their mood. While the three women in the mansion were discussing whether their prince was capable, Li Ke had already ridden his horse out of the city and arrived at the woods outside the city. The purpose of this trip is to hunt game and collect some medicinal herbs if possible. After all, this era is different from later generations. Sometimes a small cold can take a person's life. For safety reasons, he would collect any herbs he recognized and bring them home. Inside the woods, the sky was dark and blocked out the sunlight, and the ground was covered with pine branches, indicating that few people came here. If it weren't for the purpose of supporting himself and the women in his mansion, Li Ke would not be willing to take the risk. After a tiger killed a person here last year, no one came here to hunt anymore. But because of this, the prey here has become somewhat overcrowded after a year of reproduction. I hope I'll be luckier this time and not run into that tiger. I can just kill a wild boar or an elk and take it back. If all else fails, it would be nice to be able to catch a rabbit. Li Ke rode his horse into the woods, took off the longbow from his waist, strung the sharp arrow, and was ready to respond to any emergency at any time. There are tall trees and lush branches, and the whole forest is very quiet. The warhorse under his crotch moved forward slowly as he drove it, and the horse's hooves made a squeaking sound as they stepped on the branches on the ground. This was deliberately used by Li Ke to attract prey. Some wild animals would think there was prey and appear when they heard the noise. Little do people know that hunters often appear as prey. Sure enough, after a moment, there was movement not far ahead. Princess, princess. A wild boar that was completely black, nearly 2 meters tall, and had mane on its body appeared not far from Li Ke. The wild boar had fierce eyes and exposed fangs. When it saw someone appear, it let out an angry roar and rushed over. His strong limbs seemed to be equipped with electric motors. He jumped to start, and in a few breaths he was within Li Ke's range. Li Ke's face changed slightly, and he shot the arrow at the wild boar's front feet. Whoosh! The arrow was like a meteor, rushing past with a whistling sound. Puff! Lolololol. The sharp arrow hit the wild boar's front leg. It roared in pain and staggered to the ground. When he remembered it again, Li Ke snorted coldly and shot another arrow. This arrow hit the wild boar's eye, causing blood to spurt out. The eyes are the most vulnerable part of the wild boar. Without the protection of mane, they are hit by sharp arrows, causing them to lose some of their combat effectiveness on the spot. Li Ke took advantage of the situation and shot another arrow, blinding the other eye of the angry wild boar. He usually doesn't want to fight with such huge beasts. After all, he is not always lucky enough to shoot the opponent's feet and make the opponent lose the ability to react. Fortunately, this wild boar may have not seen humans for a long time and did not even know how to dodge his sharp arrows. Since he didn't damage the fur of this wild boar, he should be able to sell it for a good price. At least for the next month, he won't have to worry about food. The wild boar's eyes were shot blind, and it struggled frantically for a long time. In the end, due to excessive blood loss and the arrows shot by Li Ke from time to immobilize its limbs, it lost the ability to move. Looking at the motionless wild boar not far away, Li Ke stepped forward, tied up its body with a rope, and pulled it back to the city with a horse. Take it back and ask Butcher Zhang to skin it. The remaining meat can be used as a snack. Li Ke smiled, jumped on his horse and headed towards the city. With this wild boar, not to mention one more person in the mansion, there would be no worries even if there was one more. However, this is not a solution. He didn't want to have any contact with the court or politics. Even if his monthly interest was withheld, he did not write a letter to the emperor. It seems that we still have to think of a permanent solution to the problem of food and clothing. Otherwise, if we encounter this situation every time, it will be impossible to go out hunting to solve the problem. As for the little girl at home, the Choi family probably cannot send her back, so she can only keep her for now. As for the Choi family's replacement of the bride, now even food and clothing have become problems for him, and he can only step back to solve the problem. But if he really wanted to make a fuss with the Choi family, it would seem that the loss would outweigh the gain if his identity as a time traveler was exposed. While he was deep in thought, Liku had already ridden his horse and pulled the wild boar back into the city. It was almost noon and there were many people on the streets. Liku pulled a wild boar into the city, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Hey, isn't that His Royal Highness the King of Wu? His Royal Highness the King of Wu is really brave. He actually went to the woods outside the city to hunt. You said that the King of Wu went hunting to nourish the bride. Shoo, keep your voice down. The bride didn't have her period last night, so her body must have been violated long ago. It's really strange. His Highness the King of Wu can even tolerate this. I can't tolerate it if it were me. The grandfather of His Royal Highness Prince Wu was the emperor of the previous dynasty. The ministers in the court are very afraid of him. Even His Majesty ignores His Royal Highness Prince Wu. Li Ku rode his horse forward. These people spoke in a low voice, thinking that he could not hear them, but they did not know that he heard everything. Falling blood. Are these people talking about Choi Yingying? But since he did not spend the wedding night with Choi Yingying, where did the blood come from? Are these people bored? Wait, that's not right. Choi Yingying didn't have her period last night. How did these people know that? His face changed, and Li Ku urged his warhorse to rush straight to the palace. Drive. The warhorse dragged the wild boar at a rapid gallop, scaring the people who were gossiping on the street ahead so much that they screamed and dodged away. The warhorse was moving very fast and soon arrived at the gate of the palace. As soon as he reached the door, Li Ku heard bursts of sobbing and lots of laughter. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that the dignified King Wu would marry a money loser. It's really hard for His Royal Highness the King of Wu. The princess he married didn't even have her period. Don't cry. Even if you cry, the King of Wu won't feel bad. How could the King of Wu want a princess who hasn't had her period? If this matter gets out, not only will His Royal Highness the King of Wu lose face, but even the royal family will lose face. It's useless to pretend to be pitiful. We all climbed up the wall to see this. There was no blood at the palace today. It turned out that some curious person was curious about the situation in the princess' bridal chamber and actually came to the palace this morning to inquire about the situation. The Prince of Wu's palace was much more shabby than other palaces, so it was easy to climb over the wall. Look, this group of people climbed up the wall and didn't see the red bloodshot from the sun, so they started laughing and frolicking at the gate of the palace. Even Choi Yingying, who had come out to argue with them, felt aggrieved at the moment, and her big eyes were already filled with tears. No, things are not what you think. I. Choi Yingying wanted to explain, but when the words came to her lips she didn't know what to say. She couldn't say that she was a bride who was replaced and that the prince didn't spend the bridal chamber with her. Just when she was in a dilemma, she suddenly heard a cold voice coming from outside the crowd. You guys are so bold. At the gate of the palace, everyone gathered, wanting to laugh at the joke on His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu and to ridicule the Princess of Wu who had not yet had her bloodshot. Unexpectedly, Li Ku had just returned, and as soon as he finished speaking, he rode his horse and rushed in without hesitation. Drive. Hiss. The warhorse neighed loudly and rushed towards the crowd from behind in a charging posture. Oh no, it's His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Get out of the way. The warhorse is coming. I know I was wrong, and I won't do it again. His Royal Highness Prince Wu is back, hurry up. These people are bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. When they saw that there were only 3 women in the mansion, they thought they were easy to bully and said all kinds of nasty words to them. Now seeing Li Ke rushing in on horseback, everyone was so scared that they dared not stay where they were. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu is not like the three women in the mansion. Even if he is not favored, he is still a real prince. It would be fine if they gossiped behind Li Ke's back, but they didn't have the guts to say such things in front of Li Ke. What's more, the Princess of Wu is crying at the door now, and it's obvious from the look on the face of the King of Wu that he wants to vent his anger for her. If I don't leave now, will I stay and be beaten and scolded by the King of Wu? People who like to do good things are not fools. They dispersed in an instant, like the tide receding. Seeing this, Chuanhua Chuyue was so angry that her body trembled. Your Majesty, these people are going too far. Yes, especially those few people. They were the ones who leaned over the wall to check the situation in the palace. Chuyue was so angry that she pointed at several strong men who were running away not far away and said. Li Ke's eyes turned cold. He turned his head to look at the people who were running, reached out to pull out the sharp arrow in the quiver and was about to shoot. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Choi Yingying, who was supposed to be sobbing, suddenly stood up and said, "My lord, don't. Although these people are rude, their crimes are not punishable by death. Your Majesty does not need to make a big mistake for them." In the morning, she learned from her chat with Chuanhua Chuyue that her husband, the prince, was not in a good situation. If I accidentally kill a few people at this moment, the court will definitely know about it, and then I will be in big trouble. A prince who is unpopular and disliked by all officials, others don't mind completely destroying him. She didn't want to put her husband, the prince, in the spotlight just because people were gossiping about her. Moreover, these people are just ordinary people who were just gossiping. Their crime does not deserve the death penalty. Li Ke glanced at the little girl who was crying like a cat but still pleading for those people, and a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. This girl, after being talked about like this and having her reputation ruined, is still begging for mercy for the other party. I'm afraid only a naive person can do such a thing. If I don't punish him severely for what happened today, the other party will really think that I, the King of Wu, am just a decoration. Although he has not yet acknowledged that the little girl is his princess, since the other party dared to cause trouble at the gate of the palace, he would teach the other party a lesson even if it means exposing his strength. This matter, the king knows how to handle it. Even such a naive little girl could be bullied by the other party. These people must pay the price. He raised his bow and 3 sharp arrows shot out instantly, rushing out in the shape of a Chinese character. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ah. 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 Accompanied by 3 screams, the right feet of the 3 strong men were all hit by sharp arrows. Blood gushed out along the sharp arrow. The pungent smell of blood frightened the people around and made them scream. The scene suddenly became chaotic. In the panic, the 3 strong men with injured feet were knocked down, and before they could get up, others stepped on them. The 3 people who were already injured screamed in pain, but it was of no use. No one cared about them at all. Now everyone has only one thought in mind: stay away from Prince Wu's palace. The King of Wu was furious and shot sharp arrows to injure people. Who would dare to stay here for long? In just a moment, all the people at the scene retreated, leaving only the 3 people who were shot and wounded lying on the ground crying in pain. Choi Yingying stared at the scene in disbelief with her eyes wide open. Tears were even flowing from the corners of her eyes, making her look very funny. She couldn't imagine that her prince husband's archery skills were so amazing. Moreover, the prince's husband shot and injured these 3 people to vent his anger. I just said not to kill these people, so my husband the prince really only injured them but did not take their lives. Could it be that the prince husband also likes me? Otherwise, why would the prince husband listen to me? When she thought that the prince also liked her, a silly smile appeared on her face. Her long eyelashes, still holding tears, fluttered, and her big eyes showed a look of surprise. My prince husband still likes me. There was no bridal chamber last night, probably because they still couldn't accept the Choi family's decision to swap brides. As long as I dress up beautifully tonight, the prince will definitely like me and spend the bridal chamber with me. Yes, take action tonight. While Choi Yingying was lost in her thoughts, Li Ke rode his horse up to the 3 men. Riding on his horse, Li Ke looked down at the 3 people coldly and said, "Tell me, who ordered you to spy on my palace?" He doesn't believe that ordinary people can do such a thing. Even though Li Ke was an unpowerful prince with Northwest say in the court and the emperor didn't care about him, he still had the title of prince. How dare ordinary people spy on the palace? Your Highness, King Wu, I really don't know what you are talking about. It was just my momentary curiosity. Please forgive me, Your Highness King Wu. We are just common people in Anzhou City. We heard that His Royal Highness King Wu was getting married, so we came to spy on him. If we have offended you, please forgive us, Your Royal Highness King Wu. The three men knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously, letting the blood flow from their foreheads. Mixed with the blood on their feet, it looks incredibly miserable. Choi Yingying, who was standing behind Li Ke, could not stand this kind of scene. It reminded her of how she was treated in the Choi family. My lord, they are so pitiful. You should let them go back. Choi Yingying pointed at the injured foot and said timidly, they have received the punishment they deserve. They will never do it again. The three were smart. When they saw Choi Yingying speaking, they kowtowed to her and said, Thank you, princess. Thank you, princess. Li Ke frowned. This little girl really thinks she is a princess. I didn't admit it. However, it seems that there is nothing more to be learned from these three people. There is no point in keeping them around, and it is even more impossible to kill them directly. Moreover, he couldn't figure out who these three people belonged to, and maybe he could get some clues by letting them go. Just give the little girl a favor and let her go back and trace the person who spied on the palace. This is just the first time. It won't happen again. Get out of here. Thank you, Your Highness King Wu. Thank you, Princess. The three men felt relieved and kowtowed 3 more times before dragging their crippled feet and supporting each other and leaving. Chuanhua, come over and take a look. Chu Yue, take the wild boar I brought back to Butcher Zhang to skin it, and the rest will be a snack for dinner. As for you. Li Ke turned to look at Choi Yingying, frowned and said, You and I come in, I have something to say to you. After the bustle, Prince Wu's palace seemed a little quiet. Choi Yingying followed Li Ke into the mansion with a worried look on her face, feeling uneasy inside. My husband the prince sent Chuanhua and Chu Yue away and left me alone. Could it be that he wanted to drive me back? It must be like this. My husband, the prince, must be disgusted with me for causing him trouble, so he wants me to go back. But, we have already been married, and I am the prince's husband's woman. In this life, she can only have the prince as her husband. While they were lost in thought, the two of them had already entered the living room. Li Ke turned his head and was about to speak. Choi Yingying, however, had a determined look on her face and fell to her knees with a thud. She looked at Li Ke with timid eyes and said weakly, My lord, I know I was wrong, please don't send me back. Prince husband. What kind of name did you give yourself? Li Ke touched his head with a headache. He felt that even if he had to face the wild boar, he would not want to face a woman who was about to cry. Especially since this woman had been married to him. Get up and talk first. Li Ke reached out and helped her up. So, my husband the prince won't chase me away. A hint of surprise flashed across Choi Yingying's big eyes. My husband, the prince, is of such a noble status that he personally helped me up. He definitely didn't intend to send me back. Li Ke raised his eyebrows and quickly let go, Don't think too much, I just can't stand your kneeling ceremony. As for your question, I've thought about it carefully today, and I can only compromise temporarily. Choi Yingying's face lit up, So, the prince and husband are planning to keep me. Please rest assured, my lord and husband, I will do any work and will not cause any trouble to the mansion. As long as I can stay, it doesn't matter whether I become a princess or not. Li Ke looked at the little girl in front of him with a happy face, and suddenly he didn't know how to say the words that were about to come out of his mouth. But this problem must be solved, he can't really let the other party stay here forever. Firstly, the two of them were not suitable for each other, and secondly, Li Ke's palace was not safe, and he didn't want a little girl from the other side to be involved. With a long sigh, he sorted out his thoughts and then said solemnly. You can only stay temporarily. After I think of a way to send you back and save your life, you still have to go back to the Choi family. These words froze the joy on Choi Yingying's face. She didn't expect that the result she had been looking forward to for a long time would be like this. As expected. Does my husband, the prince, still despise his own background? I am not worthy of the prince, I am trying to marry someone above my station. Perhaps in the eyes of the prince's husband, she wanted to stay just to become a phoenix and become the high and mighty princess. Well, whatever the prince says is what it is. As long as it is the prince's words, I will obey him. After marrying the prince, she will belong to him for the rest of her life. In a moment, she fell from heaven to hell. The inner feelings turned into a hint of bitterness on the face, and finally became a look of determination. I will listen to what my husband, the prince, says. She trembled slightly as she said this, tears as big as beans streaming down her face. Her big eyes flickered open and closed, and the hot tears blurred her vision. Although she tried her best to control her emotions, the sour feeling lingered in her heart when she thought that she would have to leave her husband the prince in the future. Liku hated to see women cry. The little girl in front of me was crying so hard that she couldn't even make a sound. This situation will only occur when one is extremely sad. Don't cry if you want to. I didn't say I would send you away now, and I have already thought of a way out for you. Liku had no choice but to find ways to appease the little lowly. It's not that he is heartless, it's just that as the king of Wu, he has no power, no influence, and no money, so he really can't afford to support her. Looking at the situation today, even his magnificent Prince Wu's palace could be spied on, which meant that he was not safe here either. He didn't want to drag down this little girl. If the other party was really the daughter of the Choi family, relying on her status as a noble family, she would definitely not want to be in this situation now. Even Liku could live a better life because of the Choi family. But the little girl happened to be an illegitimate child. With this identity, when Liku encountered trouble in the future, she would become a breakthrough point for him to target. To be fair, if he really kept the little girl, he would have a way to support her. But he was worried about the future. His identity as King of Wu meant that his life was doomed to be restless. Letting the little girl go is also for her safety. Choi Yingying looked at her husband, the prince, with a serious face, and felt cared for the first time. Separate. After crying for a while, she wiped away her tears and said, staying is the best way out for me. My husband, please don't chase me away. Okay. She reached out and pulled Liku's sleeve, a look of reluctance on her face. Alas. Liku sighed, you have seen the situation today. It is not safe in this palace. The solution I have thought of for you is actually very safe. You can stay in my house for the time being. I will report the matter of the Choi family exchanging brides to my father. Once the emperor receives the news, he will definitely investigate the matter thoroughly and ask the Choi family to take you back. When the time comes, I will announce to the public that I did not have a wedding night with you, and you don't have to worry about your reputation being damaged. And the Choi family didn't dare to do anything to you because you were brought back by order of the emperor. For the sake of this little girl, he made an exception and wrote a letter to the emperor, whom he had never met, for the first time. He had been thinking about this matter for the whole morning and finally made a decision just now. The only way to prevent the little girl from being involved in Liku's identity is to send her away. Now that he had no power or influence, he could only write a letter to Li Shimin, asking Li Shimin to issue an imperial decree to protect the little girl. But when Choi Yingying heard that her affairs would alarm His Majesty, she turned pale with fright. My lord, is this really okay? If His Majesty is angry, will he punish the Choi family and me together? And you, my husband, you are of such a noble status. If this matter were to get out, you would definitely be laughed at and your reputation would be damaged. Please, my dear husband, think twice. My husband, the prince, actually wants to write a letter to His Majesty for his own sake. Although doing so can save herself, but the sacrifice of the prince's husband is too great. For myself, it's not worth it. I would rather not go back and be a maid in the palace than let my husband, the prince, do this. No need. I have already thought this through. You don't understand the affairs of the royal family. I am doing this for your own good. Liku waved his hand and said, it may take more than a month for Anzhou to submit a petition to Changan City. During this time, you can stay in the palace first. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the study. Choi Yingying, who stayed where she was, had her eyes lit up. There is still more than a month left. If the prince can change his mind during this time, then does he not have to go back to the Choi family? For the sake of the life of the little girl Choi Yingying, Li Ke decided to write a letter to Li Shimin. He could have his monthly interest deducted, be sent to a place like Anzhou, or have a palace that is not too big. He can even give up his own face. But, he couldn't let an innocent life be implicated because of himself. In the past, he showed weakness and even deliberately stayed away from the palace because he didn't want to have too much contact with people in the court. He was afraid that he would accidentally expose his identity as a time traveler. But it's different now, Choi Yingying is innocent. If he was not a prince, let alone a prince with the blood of 2 dynasties, raising a little girl would not be a problem. But his identity is too special, taking him in would only bring him endless troubles, or even endanger his life. Finding a way to send Choi Yingying away is also for her own good. With Li Shimin's imperial edict, the Choi family would probably not dare to do anything to Choi Yingying. I picked up the pen and quickly wrote down the whole story on paper. It was already noon. A fragrance wafts in from outside the house. This fragrance is the fragrance of meat. Li Ke, who hadn't had a snack for a long time, suddenly brightened up his eyes. He put away the letter he had written and casually stuffed it into his sleeve, then rushed out of the room. Chuyue, I didn't expect your cooking skills to improve. It seems you want to eat meat too. Chuyue was usually in charge of the meals in the palace, so he naturally thought that the other party had put the wild boar into the pot. But when he pushed open the door of the kitchen, he saw Chuyue standing by the stove with a shocked look on her face, and Choi Yingying was frying meat. The aroma that came towards him made Li Ke, who hadn't eaten meat for many days, swallow his saliva. He tasted meat when he went hunting at the beginning of the year, and was stripped of his position as Grand Commander because of hunting. He has not tasted meat since then. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chuyue hurriedly bowed when she saw her own prince. Even fearing Li Ke's punishment, she hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it was the princess who insisted on cooking for you personally. Choi Yingying, who was cooking, turned around and met Li Ke's smart and puzzled eyes. She smiled sweetly, no matter what, the prince is the only man in my life. Even if you want to send me back, there is still a month left. What if you change your mind during this time? As long as I work hard to make the prince dependent on me, I still have a chance to stay. If you want to stay, you have to show how useful you are. Li Ke was stunned by her words. Then I reacted. This little girl is showing off. Cooking for yourself, is this an attempt to capture your own stomach? Does this little girl also understand that to capture a man's heart, she must first capture his stomach? Li Ke couldn't help but laugh. Am I someone who is so easily persuaded? Are you trying to buy me off with just a meal? Come, my lord, try this braised pork first. While Choi Yingying was speaking, she had already picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it to his mouth. To be honest, Li Ke wanted to refuse in his heart. But looking at the hurriedly fragrant meat in front of him, and the fact that he hadn't tasted meat for half a year, although he refused in his heart, his mouth opened honestly. Choi Yingying's eyes became charming with smile, like crescent moons. She happily put the meat into Li Ke's mouth. Li Ke laughed secretly while chewing the meat in his mouth. This little girl really made things difficult for her. She actually came up with this method to please herself. If a meal could make him change his mind, could he still be called Li Ke? But, the meat in my mouth is so delicious. Why can't Chuyue make this kind of taste? My lord, how is it? Is it delicious? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Choi Yingying could not help but hold the chopsticks with both hands, looking embarrassed and waiting for his answer with some anticipation. Li Ke, who was immersed in the law of true fragrance, came back to his senses after hearing this. Looking at the little girl in front of him who was full of anticipation, as if waiting for praise, he couldn't say the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth. He really wanted to say it wasn't tasty to discourage the little girl. But the meat in my mouth is so delicious. Well, not bad. After holding it in for a long time, he finally couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Chuyue, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She pursed her lips and said quietly, Your Highness, you are saying one thing and thinking another. It's obviously delicious. Although Chuyue didn't eat it, as she has been cooking for many years, she could tell from the aroma alone. Li Ke glared at Chuyue fiercely, and Chu Yue shrank her neck in fear. I'll go get the rice. Chu Yue found an excuse to slip away, leaving only Li Ke and Cui Yingying at the scene. Cui Yingying giggled, since the prince husband thinks it's okay, then I will be responsible for the meals in the mansion from now on. If I could please the prince, maybe I could stay. Anyway, I did this kind of thing a lot when I was in Cui mansion. This skill was learned in Cui's house. Judging from the prince's husband's expression just now, he should be able to let me be responsible for the meals in the palace, right? Li Ke opened his mouth and was about to refuse. He didn't want to be too involved with Cui Yingying. But the sight of the pot of fragrant meat in front of him made him swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It's just cooking a few meals. Can't I even handle this? You can even let Chu Yue learn to cook with this little girl. After the little girl leaves, Chu Yue's cooking skills may improve. Since you want to cook, then do it. He pretended to be indifferent. But his eyes would occasionally look at the fragrant meat in the pot. It's not that Li Ke is a loser, but he hasn't eaten meat for half a year. No one can resist the temptation of the aroma of meat. When Cui Yingying saw that he agreed, her eyes brightened instantly, as if the whole world was filled with hope. Finally, there is something that proves that I can stay. She is no longer a burden who can do nothing. Thank you, my lord and husband. I will bring the meat over right away. Please go to the hall first. After Cui Yingying finished speaking, she turned around and started to get busy. The small figure appeared in Li Ke's eyes, which made him slightly stunned. The little girl looked no more than 14 or 15 years old. Her body was growing rapidly, but because of too much physical work, she looked a little thin. At such a young age, he has to endure so much. Now in order to stay, he is trying so hard to please me. But he had to find a way to send the other party back to the Cui family. For some reason, a feeling of guilt suddenly came over me. Even if he really got Li Shimon's order to send Cui Yingying back, even if the Cui family would not do anything to Cui Yingying, endless physical work would still be waiting for Cui Yingying. Thinking of this, Li Ke suddenly felt the letter in his sleeve was heavy. At this moment, he was actually a little hesitant. This letter, should I really send it out? My dear husband, the food is ready. Please go to the living room and wait. I will bring it over. Cui Yingying didn't know that Li Ke was thinking about the letter. Seeing that he was still standing there, she couldn't help but urge him. After saying that, she walked past Li Ke with 2 plates of food in her right hand. Li Ke shook his head, reached out to pick up the other 2 dishes, and followed Cui Yingying into the hall. Cui Yingying, who had just put down the plate and turned around to serve more dishes, almost fell on Li Ke. How could my husband do such a thing? Her face changed and she immediately reached out to take it. Li Ke smiled slightly, turned away, and placed the plate in his hand steadily on the table. Chu Yue, who came out with the meal, saw this scene and explained to Cui Yingying, who was full of surprise, our prince is usually like this, princess, don't be surprised. In Li Ke's heart, he still believes that everyone is equal, and if there is something he can help with, he will not let the 2 maids do it alone. Cui Yingying's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Li Ke with admiration. I really didn't expect that my husband, the prince, would be so approachable. Li Ke rolled his eyes. Just serving dishes makes you approachable. This girl is so easy to fool. All right, stop saying nice things. I will not give up on what I should do just because of your compliments. Li Ke sat on a stool, picked up his chopsticks and pointed at the 2 of them. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat. Chu Yue was already used to having meals with Li Ke, but Cui Yingying was shocked. No matter what, my husband is the king of Wu. How can he eat with servants? Didn't the princess just say that the prince is approachable? The prince usually treats Chuanhua and me like this. Chu Yue explained with a smile as she sat down. So that's how it is. No wonder all the servants in the prince's mansion have left, but Chuanhua and Chu Yue are still here. They must be enjoying being with the prince. With a bit of envy, Cui Yingying sat down to eat. In this era, people were not allowed to talk while eating. The 3 of them ate their own food in silence. But soon, this tranquility was broken by the spring flowers outside the hall. Your Highness. Chuanhua, looking heroic, came in from outside the hall. Li Ke raised his eyebrows and put down his chopsticks. did you find anything while following those 3 people? After these words were spoken, Choi Ying beside her remembered that Chuanhua had just followed the 3 people who were spying on the palace. I never expected that Chuanhua, who looks so delicate, actually knows martial arts. Just as Choi Ying was lost in thought, Chuanhua looked at her deeply. Of course Li Ke knew what this look meant. He was worried that Choi Ying would know the next news. Anyway, he had no intention of keeping Choi Ying. Letting her know about this might make the little girl feel a sense of crisis and be willing to leave. It's okay, go ahead. He gestured to Chuanhua. I followed those 3 people to the Anzhou governor's mansion. Chuanhua said with a serious face. It's indeed him. Li Ke narrowed his eyes and looked as if he had expected it. The governor of Anzhou is a disciple of the current powerful official Zhang Xuanwuji, and the other party follows Zhang Xuanwuji's lead. The current crown prince Li Qingqian is actually the nephew of Zhang Xuanwuji. In order to ensure that he could maintain his position as crown prince, Zhang Xuanwuji kept a close eye on him. The governor of Anzhou was deliberately placed here by the other party to monitor him. Since you know it's him, my husband, why don't you explain it to him? Only after hearing this did Choi Ying realize that there was a mastermind behind today's incident. But her husband is the prince of the Tang dynasty. How could a governor of a lower state dare to be so presumptuous? Li Ke raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and turned to look at her. Now you know my situation. I have already told you that if you stay, it will only bring trouble. It will be better for both you and me if you leave early. Chuanhua, sit down and eat. You have worked hard today. After you finish eating, you will deliver this letter to the post station. Originally he was still hesitating whether he really had the heart to send Choi Ying away. But since today's event was arranged by the Anzhou governor, it would be a big trouble if Choi Ying stayed. He didn't want to drag the other party down because of his own affairs, and leaving here early was the best arrangement for Choi Ying. My lord and husband, are you still going to chase me away? Choi Ying's face turned pale and her expression suddenly fell. The prince asked Chuanhua to deliver a letter to the post station. This letter must be written to His Majesty. But I really don't want to go back to the Choi family. I have already married the prince and his wife. How can I go back? Even if the palace is in danger, I am not afraid. I'm not chasing you away. Li Ke frowned and explained solemnly, it's for your own good. You're a liar. Choi Ying twisted her lips and looked like she didn't believe you. This scene made Chuanhua and Chu Yue on the side laugh secretly. My own prince is a man of his word, and I don't know why he becomes so timid when meeting the princess. If this happened under normal circumstances, the prince would probably scold anyone who dared to question like this. I have no intention of lying to you. The Choi family is your best home. Li Ke showed an attitude that said, I have arranged everything for you. But Choi Ying said confidently, if it's really for my own good, you wouldn't chase me away. I have already married you, my husband. Even if I stay, there will be trouble. I am willing to bear it together with you. They sent me back alone, saying it was for my own good, but they left all the trouble to my husband, the prince. I feel uneasy. She did not mention the damage to her reputation after being sent back, nor did she mention how she would be treated when she returned to the Choi family. Instead, she was worried about the situation of her husband, the prince. She knew that her husband, the prince, must have been writing a letter to the emperor to plead for her. However, she didn't want to make her husband, the prince, lose face because of her own affairs. The prince's husband did not go to the emperor for so many things, but went to the emperor for herself. She felt that she was causing trouble for the prince's husband. This kind little girl is still thinking about Li Ke until now. Li Ke paused after hearing this, and looked at her with a hint of tenderness. In this world, apart from the 2 slaves he had rescued, it was the first time he felt the feeling of being cared for. Although the little girl looked young and had no other thoughts, it was this purest care that made him more determined to protect her. No need to say more, you will only stay in this palace for more than a month. Li Ke deliberately put on a stern face, wait for the emperor's reply, then I will send someone to send you back to the Choi family. After saying this, to show his determination, he took out a letter and handed it to Chuanhua. After dinner, send it to the post station immediately. Choi Ying looked at Li Ke's departing back, and the grievance in her heart suddenly surged up in her heart. I'm trying so hard to stay, but why can't my husband, the prince, feel it? Could it be that my final fate is to be separated from my husband, the prince? As she was thinking about it, she had no appetite to eat the food in front of her. When Chuanhua and Chuyue saw their princess's appearance, they couldn't help but look at each other and nodded. Chuyue said softly, "Princess, don't feel bad. The prince made this decision for your own good." After putting away the letter, Chuanhua also advised, "In fact, the princess is not without a chance. As long as you can make the prince change his mind within a month. I still have to see you off to the post station, so I'll take my leave first." After saying this, Chuanhua bowed to Cui Yingying and went to deliver the letter without even finishing her meal. When Cui Yingying, who was feeling sad, heard this, her expression immediately improved a lot. "Yes, it's not that I don't have a chance. As long as I can make the prince change his mind within this month, everything will be fine. I still have a chance to stay. Sister Chuyue, do you know what hobbies the prince and his husband usually have?" She turned to Chuyue for advice as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Chuyue smiled slightly. "Speaking of the prince's hobbies, there are two. Tell me about it." Cui Yingying's eyes lit up and she asked hurriedly. "Your Highness has a hobby of practicing martial arts and keeping fit, and another hobby is studying some strange things. Even I can't explain what those things are used for." Chuyue became more and more excited as she spoke. "I remember that the prince was recently developing something to apply on the face, but it looked sticky and a bit scary. The prince asked Chuanhua and I to try it last time, saying it would make our skin smoother. So what was the result?" It was the first time that Cui Yingying heard of such a strange thing, and she couldn't help but ask. "The results?" Chuyue's thoughts returned to the results of the last experiment, and a smile appeared on her face. "After Chuanhua and I applied the stuff for a quarter of an hour, our skin didn't become smooth at all, except for a slight itchy feeling. For a period of time afterwards, the prince still did it frequently, but he did not ask Chuanhua and me to test the effect." Chuyue and Chuanhua kept this matter to themselves and didn't dare tell anyone. But Cui Yingying was not an outsider, she was their princess. Since the other party had asked, of course she had to answer. When Cui Yingying heard this, her eyes suddenly brightened up and a smile appeared on her lips. It seemed that the prince was refining something, but after the first failure, he never looked for Chuanhua and Chuyue to experiment again. "If I go to help the prince and succeed, perhaps he will not drive me away. At least this way, she is worth staying in the palace. I understand. I'll go find my husband the prince right now." Cui Yingying was overjoyed. She stood up and rushed to the door. But when she reached the door, she stopped again, turned around and looked at Chuyue embarrassedly. Chuyue smiled slightly and pointed towards the backyard of the mansion. "Thank you, Sister Chuyue." Cui Yingying ran to the backyard. Chuyue stared at her departing figure, put away the smile on her face, shook her head and sighed, "Your Highness is really a fool, leaving such a beautiful woman behind. But having said that, the princess's cooking skills are really good. If I can stay, I will have a good time in the future." As Lika's maid, she certainly hoped that her prince would get married and start a family as soon as possible. Perhaps after he gets married, has a family and has children, the almighty emperor of Changan City will allow the prince to return to Changan City for the sake of his grandson. Their princess is so kind and is the perfect princess in their hearts. If there is a chance to promote the relationship between the princess and the prince, why not do it? I just hope the princess can be smart and not let the prince notice anything. While Chuyue was lost in thought, Cui Yingying had already arrived at the room in the backyard. Knock knock knock, she knocked on the door gently, holding a cup of tea. "My lord, may I come in?" "What are you doing here?" Liko, who was making a facial mask in the house, frowned. "I'm here to bring tea to the prince and his husband." Cui Yingying smiled sweetly. "Come in." Crack. With permission, Cui Yingying opened the door, but what she saw was a room full of various herbs and a smell of the school hunk. "Is this the thing that Sister Chuyue said can make the skin smooth?" She put down the teacup in her hand like a curious baby and stood aside to watch her prince husband. Liko was seen adding some crushed herbs into a bottle and quickly crushing them into a fine powder. As more and more different varieties of grass were put into the bottle, what was originally just a light green, powdery state quickly turned into a green liquid. It's done. Li Ke's eyes lit up, and he picked up the spelling and smelled it. A fragrance from his memory suddenly flooded into his heart, making him feel refreshed. Yes, this time after adding several kinds of herbal essences, it has finally been turned into liquid and can be applied directly on the face. I don't know how many times this project has failed, but this time it finally succeeded. Li Ke was delighted and reached out to get some and smear it on his face. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Choi Yingying, who had not yet left, suddenly spoke up, "My lord, you are a body worth a lot of money, how can you use it for experiments?" Li Ke was stunned and realized that Choi Yingying had not left yet. "It's okay, it's just a mask made from some herbal essences, it won't be harmful." Seeing the worried look on the little girl's face, he couldn't help but retract the tough words that were about to come out of his mouth and replaced them with an explanation. "I don't care." Choi Yingying grabbed Li Ke's hand angrily. "This item has not been verified yet, my husband the prince cannot use it casually. Even if it really has to be used, I should use it on behalf of my husband, the prince." After saying that, she imitated Li Ke, stretched out a finger, applied some facial mask and put it on her face. "You." Li Ke's mouth twitched and he almost said something harsh. "You are a girl, aren't you afraid that this thing will disfigure you? After Chuanhua and Chuyue tried it last time and it didn't work, and even caused an itchy feeling, he never let any woman try it again. Although this thing has been developed, its effectiveness has not been verified. You, Choi Yingying, are really brave." However, when he was about to say something harsh, he saw Choi Yingying's determined yet somewhat innocent eyes, and he swallowed the words back. He knew that Choi Yingying wanted to try the effects of the mask on herself first. How could he have the heart to scold a girl like this? "My dear husband, don't hesitate, just rub it on my face." Inside the side room, Choi Yingying saw that her prince husband was still hesitating, and she couldn't help but reach out to grab those facial masks. "As long as I can do things for my husband, the prince, and demonstrate my value, I will have a chance to stay. Since what the prince husband is going to do is somewhat dangerous, I should be the one to test it for the prince husband. I am a concubine's daughter and my life is worthless. Moreover, the prince husband would rather write a letter to His Majesty the Emperor for her own sake, which is already the greatest gift to her. No matter how dangerous the things that the prince husband refines are, the worst that can happen is that I will just return my life to the prince husband." Since the marriage was discovered, the prince husband could have handed himself over and let the Choi family continue to torture him. But the prince and his wife did not do so. In fact, they thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Even if she didn't want to stay here for herself, she would stand up at this moment and test it for her husband, the prince. Li Ke saw the little girl in front of him with a determined look on her face and reached out to grab the facial mask. He frowned and immediately put the bottle in his left hand, avoiding the hand that Choi Yingying extended. This little girl is really stubborn. Forget it. Anyway, this mask has been refined by myself several times, so there shouldn't be any big problems. This little girl has been working as a servant in the Choi family for many years, and her skin is a little rough, so it would be nice to let her give it a try. Putting aside other things, just based on the little girl's kindness, he couldn't bear to refuse. However, before the experiment, some things need to be made clear. The effectiveness of this mask is still uncertain. If it disfigures you, will you blame me? Li Ke's face suddenly turned serious, he stared at her coldly and said. Choi Yingying was stunned, but then she giggled, "My husband, the prince, will never harm me." Just a simple sentence, but it showed her trust in Li Ke. Although the two had only known each other for less than a day, she was already willing to give her life to Li Ke. This may be the sadness of women in this era, but most of the reason is because she believes in Li Ke. This kind of trust is blind, pure, and purposeless. Even though Li Ke had lived 2 lives, he was still shocked by these words. Trust is an easy word to say. But how many people can really do it? The little girl in front of me clearly knew that I was going to send her away, but she still trusted me so much. At this moment, the cold expression on his face could no longer be maintained and melted instantly. Even his tone became much gentler. "You trust others too easily. Forget it, just sit down and I will apply it on you myself." His gentle tone made Choi Yingying's eyes light up, and her whole body seemed to regain its energy and spirit. Even Li Ke, who was about to put a facial mask on her, was surprised by her smile. Although she is not very old, she has grown into a pretty figure, and her 2 dimples are exposed when she smiles. Li Ke couldn't describe this innocent smile. He just felt that at this moment he was actually enjoying being alone with Choi Yingying. "My lord, why don't you start yet?" When Choi Yingying saw that her husband, the prince, was staring at her, she couldn't help but blush and felt a little embarrassed. After all, she is still a girl, how can she bear Li Ke's fiery gaze? Li Ke came back to his senses and immediately put on a serious expression. "You keep your eyes open, how can I apply the mask for you?" Choi Yingying giggled. She actually liked the hypocrisy of her husband, the prince. He was clearly staring at me, yet he was still making excuses in a serious manner. Gently closing her eyes, she tilted her head back and smiled. "I'm ready, my lord and husband, you can start now." Li Ke smiled slightly, reached out his hand, touched the facial mask and applied it on her face. Their skin touched each other, and Li Ke carefully and evenly applied the slightly moist mask. The occasional touch of fingertips and cheeks made Choi Yingying's face turn red all the way to her neck. If the smear had not been applied to her face now, she would definitely feel herself getting hot. The cool mask made her body wake up, and a refreshing feeling quickly came over her. At the same time, she was intoxicated by the fragrance of the plant essence mask. She couldn't help humming with pleasure. Chu Yue, who was serving tea outside the house and preparing to knock on the door, was stunned when she heard the words and stopped. Just as Chu Yue was about to raise her foot to knock on the door again, Li Ke's voice came from inside again. "How are you feeling?" Chu Yue's face changed, her eyes rolled, but in the end she didn't dare to go up and knock on the door. Then, Choi Yingying's voice came. It was a little bit uncomfortable at first, and I even felt a little numb and itchy. But after a while, your technique, my lord and my husband, made me gradually feel comfortable, and a refreshing feeling swept through my body, making me feel refreshed. Chu Yue left the backyard with Misunderstanding, while the 2 people in the house were still communicating. Li Ke looked at Choi Yingying with satisfaction after she applied the mask on her face, and said with a smile, "Your skin is still a little dry, so it was a little numb and itchy when you first applied it on. But don't worry, this is normal. The mask is improving your capillaries so that they can better absorb the essence in the mask." When Choi Yingying was at the Choi family, she did too much work. Although her skin was still that of a young girl, it was drier than that of her peers. The mask will have to be used several times to completely improve her condition. But Choi Yingying was confused by his words. "My lord, what are capillaries?" This somewhat naive question stumped Li Ke. He really doesn't know how to explain this thing. You don't have to worry about that. Just know that it takes a quarter of an hour to apply the mask before you can wash it off. Of course Li Ke would not really explain. What he cared most about now was whether the mask could improve Choi Yingying's dry skin. "You sit here first. I will ask Chu Yue to fetch a basin of water." After giving Choi Yingying a warning, he pushed open the door and shouted outside, "Chu Yue, go get a basin of water." "Chiu Yu." In the backyard of the palace, Li Ke called out several times but there was no sign of Chu Yue. Strange, where did this girl go? Li Ke was a little confused. Chu Yue was usually in the mansion at this time, and the backyard was not far from the front yard, so she would be able to hear him if he shouted. "Forget it, I'll go get a basin of water myself." With nothing else to do, Li Ke went to fetch water from the navy not far away. At this time, Chu Yue, who was sitting at the gate of the palace, held her chin with both hands, looking bored. The prince and princess are doing something important in the backyard. I can't eavesdrop in the yard, so I'd better wait at the gate of the palace. As newlyweds, I'm afraid it will take more than an afternoon to get it done. When Chuanhua comes back, I will go with her to clean up the backyard house. As a maid, you must act like a maid and never disturb the prince when he is doing his work. Chu Yue had no idea that she had misunderstood her own prince and princess, and let her own prince go to fetch water by himself. Li Ke drew a bucket of water from the well, poured it into the basin, and then carried the copper basin back to the room. Looking at Choi Yingying who was sitting upright, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You don't have to be so still, you can relax a little. This mask is just for you to absorb moisture, keep your skin smooth, and improve your skin. You look like a sculpture when you don't move." My lord, what is a sculpture? Ah, it's a stone statue. Li Ke twitched his lips and found an adjective. When he was with the little girl Choi Yingying, his inner vigilance was reduced to the lowest level, and many words that should not appear popped up. He didn't know why, but as long as Choi Yingying was around, he felt he could do whatever he wanted. If it were someone else, even if it was Chuanhua and Chuyue, he would not say such words in front of them. Even if it's a stone statue, I'm willing to let my husband, the prince, admire it alone. Choi Yingying smiled sweetly. But now with her face covered with mask, she looked a little scary, and that smile seemed even more weird. But Li Ke knew that the girl in front of him was harmless and just wanted to express her inner joy. It was clearly Choi Yingying's smile from the bottom of her heart when she saw that she could do something for herself. Looking at the innocent little girl in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. But soon, he thought of his own situation and realized that for the little girl's safety, they were destined to separate. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. He knew that he couldn't give Choi Yingying too much hope, nor could he let her rely too much on him. Otherwise, the happier you are now, the more painful you will be when you separate in the future. While the little girl hasn't gotten too deeply involved yet, he can only pretend to be cool. You look like this now. I dare not even look at you, let alone admire you. As Li Ke spoke, he took out a bronze mirror and placed it in front of her. Choi Yingying was also shocked when she looked at herself in the bronze mirror, her face covered with green mucus. But when she saw her husband, the prince, was right behind her, she hurriedly grabbed the corner of Li Ke's clothes and hugged his legs with both hands. Li Ke was stunned. My goodness, this is just a trap for yourself. He wanted to scare the little girl, but she just hugged his legs. I am a prince, you are, so disrespectful, let me go. If he hadn't been holding the bronze mirror in his hand, he would have really wanted to reach out and pry her apart. If you don't let me go, I will hug you, my husband. Who asked you to use a bronze mirror to show me my face? It's so ugly. When the little girl starts to act like a spoiled brat, who can stop her? Li Ke's face twitched, feeling that his plan had completely failed. She said she would be aloof and deliberately distant, but after being hugged by the little girl, all of that was gone. It's true that a blind punch can kill a master. Just at this moment, Chuyue came outside with Chuanhua who had returned. Chuyue tiptoed and pointed to the room. The prince and princess are in there, I really didn't lie to you. Humph, I don't believe it. Chuanhua snorted lightly. She would never believe Chuyue's words. Our prince is a rare talent, he has all the women he wants, how could he be so eager to do that kind of thing in the broad daylight? However, just as Chuanhua finished her words, Li Ke's voice came from inside the room. It's too tight, can you loosen it up a bit? Chuanhua's face changed and her pupils contracted rapidly. This voice belongs to the prince, there is no doubt about it. Just these words. Could it be that the prince is really in the room with the princess? Thinking of this, Chuanhua turned to look at Chuyue beside her. Chuyue spread her hands and shrugged her shoulders, as if to say, see, I was right. I don't believe the prince is that kind of person. Chuanhua snorted coldly, still unwilling to believe it. But at this time, Choi Yingying's voice came from the room again. I finally got to be close to my husband, the prince, for a while, I don't want to let go. It's too tight, I can't move. Li Ke's helpless voice came out. Chuanhua, who originally didn't believe it, now had a dazed look on her face, as if she was petrified. Chuyue next to her giggled, reached out and grabbed Chuanhua's hand and went to the front yard. I told you, the prince and the princess are in love, but you still don't believe it and you insist on coming here. Now that you can hear the noise, let's go and prepare some things to clean the sheets in the house. The two maids left, ready to clean up the house. Li Ke in the room had no idea that in the eyes of the maids, he had become an impatient prince. He looked at Choi Yingying who was hugging his legs tightly, with a helpless look on his face. Although he is good at martial arts, she is just a little girl. If he really wants to kick her, Choi Yingying will be kicked away, but he can't do it. The time is almost up. Don't you want to see if the mask I made has any effect on you? Violence cannot solve the problem. Li Ke rolled his eyes and thought of other solutions. Sure enough, when Choi Yingying heard that she wanted to test the effectiveness of the facial mask made by her husband, the prince, she immediately loosened her hands. Whatever the prince and his husband refines will surely succeed. But how can we test the effectiveness of the facial mask? Choi Ying tilted her head, looking like a curious baby. Li Ke pointed to the basin beside him and said, "Wash your face clean. As long as your skin shows obvious changes, it will be considered a success." When Choi Ying heard it was so simple, she turned around and put her whole face into the copper basin without saying a word. She rubbed her hands quickly, and pieces of mask were rubbed off her face. Soon, Choi Ying rubbed off all the masks on her face, revealing her own lineup. Turning to look at Li Ke, she asked with a smile, "My lord, do you think it has any effect?" The first time Li Ke saw her, his eyes widened. In the backyard room of the palace, Choi Ying, after washing off the facial mask, appeared in front of Li Ke. She had delicate features, clear eyes, and delicate skin, which made her look radiant. She is already a beauty, and after using the facial mask, she looks even more eye-catching. Even someone like Li Ke, who had seen the world, couldn't help but be shocked when he suddenly saw her appearance. The little girl who was originally not good-looking turned out to be a great beauty. Before, the little girl didn't know how to dress up, and her face always looked dirty. At most, she just looked tall. But after using the facial mask, she finally revealed her true self. In the Choi family, she is nothing more than a pearl covered in dust. "My lord and husband, my lord and husband." Choi Ying looked at her husband, the prince, timidly and whispered, "Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something wrong with me?" She thought there was something wrong with her face. Li Ke's thoughts were interrupted by her words. He came back to his senses and shook his head. "I really didn't expect that you, a little girl, are actually a beauty. Look at yourself in the mirror. It seems that my facial mask was very successful. It restored your skin to its original state in one go. This is a good thing. Maybe if the little girl becomes prettier, she can be sent back after a month, and the Choi family won't make things difficult for her. You will feel better mentally." He found an acceptable reason for himself. When Choi Ying heard this, her face turned pale and she rushed to the bronze mirror beside her. Looking at her smooth skin in the bronze mirror, Choi Ying touched the skin on her face in disbelief. Is this really me?" The delicate feel of the tentacles made her a little unsure. When she was a servant in Choi's house, the skin on her face was very dry, and others didn't even want to see her dry face. And now, the prince's husband just used the mask as a test on himself once, and his face became so smooth. Could it be that the prince's husband was sent by God to save me? Thinking of this, she turned around and knelt down towards her husband, the prince. "Thank you, my lord, for your gift. Thank you, my lord, for your gift." She didn't know how to express her feelings, so she could only express her gratitude in this most primitive way of kneeling. "What are you doing? Get up." Li Ke frowned and took a step forward to help her up. "This is what I use for experiments. I should thank you for applying the mask on your face regardless of the danger. How about this, from now on, you should use this mask once in the morning and once in the evening, and try to make your skin smoother and more delicate as soon as possible. This is to thank the little girl for her dedication and trust, and also to ensure that the little girl has a place to settle down after being sent back. Since she is pretty, the Choi family should not make things difficult for a pretty little girl." "Ah, such an expensive mask, do you really want to let me use it, my prince husband?" Choi Ying looked at her prince husband with disbelief, feeling that happiness came too suddenly. According to what the prince husband said, this mask has been tried several times without success. It must be very expensive. "I am just a concubine's daughter, but my husband, the prince, is willing to use me." The prince's husband must have himself in his heart, otherwise how could he be willing to give himself such a valuable thing? Yes, that must be it. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on her face. Such a surprising smile flashed across the smooth face of the beautiful woman, and even Li Ke, who was about to speak, was startled. This little girl is so young, yet she is so stunningly beautiful. If after a while my body were to be completely exposed, I wonder how many men would stare at me. Wait, other men can peek if they want, what does it have to do with him, Li Ke? He and she were just acquaintances after a marriage fraud. Choi Ying will return to the Choi mansion sooner or later. These masks are made from plant essences. They are not rare. I made them just to prevent dry skin. You performed a test for me today, so consider it as my payment to you. The little girl is too honest. If I don't give a suitable reason, the other party will probably refuse. Choi Yingying's eyes lit up, 2 dimples appeared on her face, and she smiled sweetly. Thank you, my husband. This is something that my husband the prince has given me time and again. I can no longer refuse it. Moreover, this thing is so magical that it can make the skin smooth. If I really become beautiful in the future, perhaps my husband the prince will not be willing to let me go. My mother once said that if you want to capture a man's heart, the first thing you need to do is to impress him with your appearance. When I was in Choi Mansion before, I didn't know how to dress up and had no access to such magical things. But it's different now. My prince husband is so capable and is willing to let me apply a facial mask on him. I will definitely not let him down. If I really become beautiful in the future, this appearance will belong only to my husband, the prince. Well, it's getting late. Chuanhua should be back. I need to go ask about the letter. Li Ke regained his normal composure, turned around and walked out. Choi Yingying brought the basin of water and followed him out. Unexpectedly, as soon as the 2 of them went out, they saw Chuanhua Chuyue standing in the backyard, but not outside the door, but at the entrance of the yard. Li Ke raised his eyebrows and said, "Why are you 2 running to the entrance of the yard instead of waiting outside for instructions?" Chuanhua and Chuyue were stunned when they heard this. They stared at each other with wide eyes, and the same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. Isn't the prince being prudish? Just now, Your Majesty, you and the princess were having sex in broad daylight in there. If they were standing at the door, wouldn't they be able to hear everything? Could it be that the prince is deliberately testing whether I heard the noise in the house just now? Chuyue's lips twitched, and she said somewhat embarrassedly, "My lord, you and the princess are in there, how dare we get close to you?" That. Li Ke was stunned and a little confused. Choi Yingying and I were just doing an experiment in there. Why couldn't we get close? Wait, why is Chuyue blushing? Chuanhua beside him also looks shy. No, what they were holding was trays. Thinking back to the conversation he had with Choi Yingying in the house just now, Li Ke felt a headache. If I said that I was just doing a mask experiment with her in there, would you believe it? He felt that he could still try to explain something. But Chuanhua and Chuyue looked at him seriously and shook their heads. You said that and you told me that you were just testing the effects of the mask in there. Only a fool would believe that. Sisters Chuanhua and Chuyue, my husband, and I are really doing a facial mask experiment in here, you misunderstood. Choi Yingying saw the 2 women carrying trays in their hands. At this time, the prince and his husband certainly could not come out to explain, so she had to speak up. As soon as Choi Yingying opened her mouth, Chuanhua and Chuyue's gazes turned to her. Hey, the princess' skin has become much smoother. Could it be that the prince's facial mask experiment was successful? Could it be that the prince and princess are really doing a facial mask experiment in there? They had seen Choi Yingying's dry skin before, and now when they saw Choi Yingying become like this, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Li Ke smiled, "Do you believe what I said now? These 2 girls are really something." It was the maid who misunderstood the prince. I will go make tea for him right now. I will also help and make dinner. Chuanhua Chuyue blushed and quickly found an excuse to slip away. When Choi Yingying heard that she was going to prepare dinner, her eyes lit up and she volunteered, "My lord, I will help too." After saying that, without waiting for Li Ke to refuse, he followed Chuyue to the kitchen. Li Ke shook his head, finding it a little funny. In order to please me, this little girl Choi Yingying seems to be planning to take charge of all the cooking in the house. But it's good this way, it gives her something to do and maybe she can forget her worries. While he was lost in thought, he came to the living room and Chuanhua came in with a cup of tea. Your Majesty, the letter has been delivered to the post station. Knowing it was from Your Majesty, they dared not neglect it and immediately sent someone to deliver it. Did you see someone delivering the letter and leaving? My lord, yes. Li Ke breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the letter was delivered to Li Shimin, this matter would probably be resolved. Although Li Shimin did not favor him, he was the other party's son after all, and this matter was the Choi family's fault. Li Shimin could not just ignore it, right? As long as we take care of the little girl Choi Ying for about another month and a half, this problem can be completely solved. But with one more person, the expenses in the house would increase. It would be impossible for me to go hunting every day, right? This problem still needs to be solved as soon as possible. As he thought of this, there was a knock on the door of the palace. Dong dong dong. Your Highness, there is someone knocking on the door. I'll go and check. Chuanhua said as she bowed. Li Ke picked up the teacup, took a sip, and hummed. Chuanhua went down to open the door, and soon she came in hurriedly. Your Majesty, it's the governor of Anzhou. Oh. He actually came to my house on his own initiative. Li Ke narrowed his eyes, a little surprised. Let him in. No matter what the other party's purpose is, this meeting must be made. Soon, Chuanhua brought in a middle-aged man who was wearing a third-rank official uniform, an official hat, had a big belly, and looked harmless. The person who came was none other than the current Anzhou governor, Wang Haoren. This man was fat, with a pair of small eyes on his huge head, which made him look a bit funny. Your humble servant greets His Majesty the King of Wu. Wang Haoren entered the living room and saluted Li Ke with a smile. Lord Wang, there's no need to be so polite. Chuanhua, serve tea. Li Ke looked indifferent and casually pointed to the position below. Thank you, Your Highness, for the seat. Wang Haoren still had a smiling face, bowed and sat down. Chuanhua immediately brought him a cup of hot tea. Sir, you never come to my place without a reason. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit today? Li Ke was too lazy to play around with the other party. Dinner was about to start, and he didn't want to keep the other party for dinner. After all, the food in the house was only enough for the four of them. Wang Haoren was stunned. He didn't expect Li Ke to be so straightforward. But after all, this man had been in officialdom for many years. He quickly came to his senses and a serious look flashed across his face. Your Highness, someone spied on the palace today and caused trouble for it. I am guilty of my dereliction of duty. Please forgive me, Your Highness. In order to make up for my mistake, I have specially sent you 100 dan of grain. Please accept it. After hearing this, Li Ke finally understood the purpose of this person's visit. Presumably, the other party discovered that Chuanhua was following the three people. Instead of waiting for him, the King of Wu, to make trouble, it would be better for him to come and apologize with gifts as soon as possible. This man is indeed a veteran in officialdom, and he uses this method of apologizing in advance with pure passion. As long as Li Ke accepted the 100 loads of grain, it would be tantamount to agreeing to write off the matter with the other party. 100 dan of grain is enough to feed the entire palace for a long time. Wang Haoren chose to send food at this time, probably because he knew that there was not much food in Prince Wu's mansion. But he was very curious, why did Wang Haoren do this? You have to know that although Li Ke is the King of Wu, the Anzhou area belongs to Wang Haoren, and as a prince he really can't do anything to the other party. Logically speaking, the other party would not be afraid of me. Unless, he did something to make the other party wary. Thinking of this, Li Ke glanced at Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren, who was standing in the hall, bowed and lowered his head, looking like he was sincerely admitting his guilt, and it didn't seem like he was faking it. He didn't apologize earlier or later, but at this moment. It must be that something he did today made the other party wary. Wait, didn't I ask Chuanhua to deliver a letter to Changan City today? Did Wang Haoren think that the letter was an accusation against him? If that were the case, then everything would make sense. Although Li Ke had no power or influence, if he really wrote a letter to Li Shimin, who knows whether Li Shimin would blame the Anzhou governor. To be on the safe side, the other party of course wanted to plead with Li Ke. After all, if we ride fast now, we can still get the letter back. No wonder Wang Haoren was so generous and gave me 100 loads of grain at a time. It turned out that he was worried that I would deal with him. Thinking of this, an unnoticeable smile appeared at the corner of Li Ke's mouth. If I don't make good use of such a good opportunity, how can I justify the current good situation? Wang Haoren came to him to blackmail him. How could he miss it? I have never seen such a good thing in my life. Why? Lord Wang, do you think that after I receive these 100 loads of grain, I will be able to completely forget what happened today? Li Ke snorted coldly and deliberately put on a stern face, looking angry. Wang Haoren's heart skipped a beat. It's over, it's over. Looking at the King of Wu's expression, he is probably really angry. It seems that the letter was indeed intended to implicate me. This is over. If His Majesty receives the letter, I'm afraid my career as an official will be over. No, it seems I still have to find a way to convince the prince. In the living room of the palace, Anzhou Governor Wang Haoren was sweating profusely and was feeling extremely terrified. He knew that Li Ke would not let go of what happened today. But he never expected that Li Ke would actually write a letter to the emperor to report him. He has gone to such lengths with me just for a woman. Could it be that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu really loves beauty more than the throne? Oh, forget it, since I'm here today, I should be prepared to bleed heavily. Judging from the King of Wu's behavior, he would probably want to slaughter me severely before letting this matter go. It is better to agree to it first, otherwise if you delay it, there will be no way to get the messenger back. I wonder how Your Highness can uncover this matter. Wang Haoren wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was mentally prepared to make concessions. Li Ke, who was sitting at the main seat, did not answer. Instead, he picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip. It seems that Lord Wang is really anxious. It's good to be anxious. When you are anxious, you will ask for a huge amount of money. It just so happens that I have successfully made the facial mask today, and the next step is to find a way to cash in on it. Lord Wang has arrived at the right time. Putting down the teacup, he slowly said under Wang Haoren's expectant gaze, "This king does not ask for much, only two. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. If I can do it, I will do my best. I only have 2 requests, which are better than losing my job. As long as I can keep my job, everything else is fine." Seeing that he agreed, Li Ke smiled and said, "My first request is a shop. I believe this is not a big request for you, Lord Wang, right? A shop. This is indeed not excessive. No problem, I will have someone deliver the land deed later." Wang Haoren agreed without thinking. I wonder what the prince's second request is. As for the second request, Li Ke suddenly pointed at Wang Haoren and said with a smile, "Lord Wang needs to bring your wife to cut the ribbon when I open my business." Cutting the ribbon. Wang Haoren was confused. "May I ask Your Majesty, what does cutting the ribbon mean?" "Just show up and let others know that this shop is under the protection of you, the governor." Li Ke changed his way of expression. "Of course, when we open the business, we need to make a big splash and invite all the officials and noble families in Anzhou City to come." Asking Wang Haoren to cut the ribbon was of course to push him to the forefront. He didn't want others to know that he was the owner of this shop. With Li Ke's reputation and prestige, most of the things he launched would not be bought by anyone. But Wang Haoren is different. As the official of Anzhou, he is in charge of all affairs of Anzhou. When this man's shop opened, all those noble families and officials rushed to curry his favor. At that time, no matter what is sold in the shop or how expensive it is, those people will buy it. By then, Li Ke would just sit behind the scenes and collect the money, and let Wang Haoren handle the previous matters. To put it bluntly, Wang Haoren did the work and Li Ke collected the money. This. When Wang Haoren heard this request, he broke out in a sweat. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu is really powerful. It is obvious that he wants to put himself in the spotlight while the other party is the one behind the scenes. But in this case, the shop would belong to him, Wang Haoren, on the surface, but in fact all the money earned would belong to King Wu. Not only that, the officials and noble families in Anzhou would also take care of this shop for his sake. Although this did not cause any loss to Wang Haoren, he could not explain to his teacher Changsu and Wuji. To put it simply, he is aiding the enemy. What? Lord Wang doesn't want to agree. Li Ke raised his eyebrows, showing impatience and pretending to be angry. Wang Haoren's face changed, his huge face and lips twitched, and he waved his hands quickly. No, I agree. How can I not agree? If I say no now, I'm afraid this official position will be over. The King of Wu is not scary, what is scary is the King of Wu's father, the Emperor. Since you have agreed, then this matter is settled. If there is nothing else, Lord Wang can leave. Li Ke waved his men to order him to leave. Your Majesty, please allow me to ask a few more questions. Wang Haoren smiled bitterly. If you want me to cut the ribbon, then you have to tell me what your shop sells, right? We need to invite all the officials of Anzhou, as well as the noble families of all sizes, to come and watch. If there is no suitable reason, it will be difficult to do so. In order to keep his official position, Wang Haoren had no choice but to agree. But he is not a fool. If he wants to invite so many people, he must have something to attract them, right? If the king of Wu can come up with it, then Wang Haoren will have nothing to say and can only do as he is told. But if you, King Wu, can't come up with anything good, then you can't blame Wang Haoren. He was certain that the king of Wu could not produce anything good. How could a royal palace that even has difficulty getting food come up with anything attractive? But Li Ke laughed when he heard this. Wang Haoren's words make sense, but unfortunately, I do have a new thing here. After saying that, he reached into his sleeve and pulled out the bottle. This thing is called a facial mask. Apply it on your face for a quarter of an hour every morning and evening. It can make your skin smooth and improve dry skin. After 1 month of use, it can make the user look radiant and beautiful. Li Ke said as he opened the bottle cork. When Wang Haoren heard that it had this effect, he was shocked and hurriedly took 2 steps forward. The fragrance from the bottle made him feel refreshed, and he wanted to pour out the contents of the bottle immediately to take a look. Your Highness, is this thing really so magical? Wang Haoren was a little unconvinced. Hey, is it really that magical? When we sell it, let everyone try it and see the effect, right? Li Ke put the cork back in the bottle and put the bottle away. Wang Haoren stared at the disappearing bottle, feeling itchy inside. Who wouldn't want to try such a magical thing? Even if Wang Haoren himself doesn't care, he also wants his wife and daughter to try it. This. I wonder if your Highness could sell a bottle to me first to try out the effect. Wang Haoren looked excited. There is only 1 bottle for now. I will keep it for future use. When we open the store in 3 days, I will sell 10 bottles. Li Ke said calmly, this sale will be in the form of bidding. The highest bidder wins. The starting price is 100 taels of silver, and each bid must be no less than 10 taels. Master Wang, you will be in charge of arranging the shop's housekeeper and waiter. I will pay them, but don't let them know that I am the owner of the shop. This matter must be kept secret. If others knew that I was the one behind this, your position would be over, Your Excellency. This is to completely expose Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren's face turned bitter. Well, since the prince has said so, I will do as you say. But shouldn't we send someone to retrieve the letter that the prince wrote to your Majesty right away? After going around in circles for a long time, Wang Haoren still didn't forget the purpose of his coming here. Unexpectedly, Li Ke laughed and said, Don't worry, Lord Wang. The letter did not mention what happened today. But if Lord Wang doesn't cooperate next time, I will secretly write a letter to my father. This is a naked threat. Wang Haoren felt like crying but had no tears. He never expected that by coming here on his own initiative, he would actually give His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu the opportunity to control him. You said that your letter to the Emperor was not about today's incident. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you had told me earlier, would you still come here with such eager eyes? Your Highness the King of Wu is really good at this. Wang Haoren smiled bitterly and said, I will go back and arrange the opening of the business in 3 days. Although he was helpless, Wang Haoren really didn't dare to do anything weird at this time. After all, there was a reason for this incident. Li Ke had a hold on him, so he could only do what Li Ke said. Fortunately, this matter is not excessive. Who would be willing to spend 100 taels of silver to buy a bottle of something that can improve the skin? Even if those noble families and officials would participate in the opening ceremony for his sake, others would not be fools and would not buy such an expensive item. He just needs to be responsible for the opening of the business. If the products cannot be sold, it will have nothing to do with him, Wang Haoren. When that shop can no longer be run, His Royal Highness the King of Wu will return to his previous state. With this in mind, he bowed to Li Ke and prepared to leave. Etc. Li Ke suddenly spoke, scaring Wang Haoren so much that he paused. I wonder if the prince has any other instructions. You don't need to send me your 100 dan of grain. Although my palace is shabby, it is not so poor that I cannot support myself. Well, okay, I'll ask them to send it back. Although Wang Haoren was puzzled, he still nodded in agreement. Li Ke looked at Wang Haoren, who turned and left, a smile appearing on his lips. The business will surely be packed with people when it opens in 3 days, and he will be able to earn his first pot of gold then. As for the food sent by Wang Haoren, he didn't want it. A gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. He will have silver in 3 days and there is no need to accept food from the other party. Collecting the grain would mean that he had exposed what happened today. If he doesn't collect the grain, he can use this matter to control Wang Haoren at any time and make him his open agent. Wang Haoren is a smart man. He will not do anything about this matter, let alone ruin his own future. Although Prince Li Ke had no power or influence, he still had the title of prince. Just for this reason, the other party did not dare to make any moves. What's more, he has something on the other party. According to the time, dinner should be ready. After dealing with this matter, Li Ke was in a good mood and walked towards the side hall. Before he entered the side hall, he smelled a fragrance. It seemed that the wild boar had bought a lot of food. Meet the prince. Chuanhua and Chu Yue, who came in with the dishes, saw their own prince coming and hurriedly saluted. You two are serving the dishes. Could it be that Choi Yingying is cooking? As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Yingying came in with a plate of food. Hee, my dear husband, come and try the food I cooked. Choi Yingying put the dishes away, reached out and dragged Li Ke's arm to the table. There were 4 dishes on the table, all of which looked delicious and appetizing, making Li Ke salivate with anticipation. He sat down, picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the braised pork. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, which was very much to his taste. Well, that's good. Chu Yue, you should learn more from Yingying. Li Ke rarely praised Choi Yingying. Choi Yingying's eyes lit up, her big eyes were like the bright moon, and her face showed joy. My mother is right. If you want to catch a man, you must attract him first. This is the first time that my husband, the prince, has praised me. If I can make my husband, the prince, dependent on my craft, perhaps I will have a greater chance of staying. Since my husband the prince likes it, please eat more. She couldn't wait to pick up some meat for Li Ke. Li Ke smiled slightly and was about to say something. But then he thought that he would eventually separate from the other party. If he made the relationship too good, wouldn't it be more painful when they parted? Yes, I shouldn't give this little girl too much hope. His face turned serious. Didn't your Choi family teach you not to talk casually while eating, and not to pick up food for others casually? I just... You dare to talk back? Choi Yingying was frightened by his sudden attitude, and her face fell. The whole face is filled with grievance. The pair of big eyes opened and closed, and mist suddenly filled the eyes, as if they might cry at any time. Li Ke was simply feeling a little guilty. She is just a little girl. Am I being too harsh on her? After all, she is also a victim in this matter. How can I impose all the injustice on her? Thinking of this, he turned to look at Chu Yue, signaling with his eyes to speak to ease the atmosphere. Chu Yue noticed the look in her prince's eyes and immediately understood what he meant. She quickly said, Princess, the prince doesn't mean to blame you. I think it may be that the prince has been under a lot of pressure recently. After all, the food in the mansion is only enough for us to eat for 3 days. I think the prince must be worried about this matter. My own prince is really something. He has such a good princess, but he is so mean to her. It's just that the princess has a good temper. If it were the real eldest daughter of the Choi family, she probably wouldn't suffer such humiliation. When Choi Yingying heard that the food in the mansion could only be eaten for 3 days, her face changed and she hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I was wrong. I didn't know the family was in such a difficult situation. My lord and husband, please rest assured. I will find a job to do in the next few days. She looked confident and felt that as the hostess, she should share the worries with her husband. Looking for a job? With your small body, you'd better support yourself first. Li Ke glared at her unhappily when he heard that. You are a princess, and you still go out to look for work. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Wait, when did I admit that she was the princess? Don't worry, I have already made arrangements. A large amount of money will be deposited in 3 days. In order to discourage the little girl from going out to find a job, he told her his plan. Ah, such a large sum of money. Could it be that my husband is asking His Majesty to borrow some money? Choi Ying asked in disbelief. Even Chuanhua and Chuyue looked at each other and said in unison, could it be that His Highness was asking Lord Wang to borrow money just now? They thought that their prince had just met with Wang Haoran to borrow money. Otherwise, Lord Wang had just left and the prince said there was silver. If there was no connection between the two, they would not believe it. What do you mean by borrowing money? Can't you have a little confidence in me? Li Ke's eyes widened. Today's facial mask test was successful. I will auction 10 bottles in 3 days. By then, I will earn at least 1,000 taels of silver. With 1,000 taels of silver, the palace doesn't have to worry about the expenses for the whole year. The 3 girls were all petrified when they heard this. They had been used to living a poor life and had never seen such a large sum of money as 1,000 taels of silver. Eat, eat. Whether it's true or not, we'll know in 3 days. Seeing the 3 people looking incredulous, Li Ke was too lazy to explain. After dinner, Li Ke went to the yard to practice martial arts. As his fists and feet moved, there was a constant whistling sound, and there was even a faint sense of wind and thunder. Choi Ying, who was cleaning up the dishes with Chuanhua Chuyue, couldn't help but open her eyes wide in disbelief. My husband, the prince, knows martial arts, she couldn't help but blurt out. Chuanhua smiled slightly. Princess, don't forget that His Highness is a prince and has received good training since childhood. Even my martial arts were taught by the prince. Choi Ying then realized that although her prince husband was not favored, the prince had to be exposed to the 4 books and 5 classics and practice martial arts since he was a child. They are exposed to more things than ordinary people. Looking at her husband, the prince, who was looking so majestic in the yard, she couldn't help but stare in amazement. With his tall figure, handsome face, and mighty martial arts, which woman would not love him? In the yard, after Li Ke performed a set of boxing techniques, he was sweating all over and felt very refreshed. Well, that's good. After all these years of practice, my boxing skills have reached a high level. Li Ke put away his fist and a look of relief appeared on his face. After archery and spearmanship, boxing has finally reached its peak. From now on, no matter it is a long-range attack, a battlefield confrontation, or a close combat, he will not be afraid of anyone. Although the Tang dynasty was a prosperous era and it was unlikely that he would take action, improving his martial arts would increase his chances of survival. Looking at his wet clothes, Li Ke shook his head and shouted into the house, Chuyue, I want to take a bath. I will go get some water for the prince right away. Chuyue responded from inside the house. Li Ke didn't think much about it. He entered the bathroom, took off his shirt, revealing his bronze skin. Soon, footsteps were heard at the door. He didn't think much about it and thought it was Chuyue who came. Splash, 2 buckets of water poured into the wooden barrel. Li Ke went straight into the wooden barrel without saying a word. The cold water made him feel comfortable all over. A moment later, footsteps were heard at the door again, followed by 2 more buckets of water being poured into the wooden barrel. But this time Li Ke heard obvious panting sounds. Chuyue, you just ate meat today, why do you not have enough strength? Li Ke turned around and looked at him with a teasing mood. What caught my eye was a timid little face. Who else could it be but Choi Ying? Li Ke couldn't help but frown when he saw the small figure carrying 2 buckets of water. Just let Chuyue and the others do this kind of thing. Why do you have to do this? Don't you know that doing too much heavy work will affect your development? In order to make her realize the seriousness of the matter, Li Ke felt that he needed to speak more seriously. As a little girl, she will definitely be scared when she hears such harsh words from me. Once she is scared, she will not do such things in the future. But Choi Ying doesn't think so. Looking at the prince husband with a serious face in front of her, she felt that she was being cared for by the prince husband. It must be that the prince husband feels that he is too young and doesn't want to let himself do heavy work that will affect his development. Humph, the prince husband said before that he likes big ones. It seems that the prince husband actually cares about his health. Thinking of this, her face turned red, and she said shyly, My lord, Sister Chuyue has to clean up the dishes, so I took the initiative to get you some water. Forget it, forget it. I don't need you to fetch water next time. Just get out first. Li Ke looked at her delicate face, then looked at himself bathing naked in the tub, and felt that something was not right between the two of them. My lord, do you really not need me to give you a bath? Choi Ying tried to give herself extra points by saying that she had done the job. Although I have never given anyone a bath, I still know what it is like. No need, I have my own hands. Li Ke refused coldly. Well, okay. Choi Ying turned around and left the bathroom with a disappointed look on her face. But she didn't notice that after she left, Li Ke's originally cold face suddenly showed a look of relief. Call. Li Ke breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the situation in the bucket, and said to himself, that was a close call. He almost made a fool of himself. Having said that, after traveling back to the Tang dynasty, he has never been close to any woman. I don't know what's going on with this little girl Choi Ying, but she always makes me feel desireful. Forget it, why think so much? The little girl will be sent back to the Choi family after a while anyway. It would be best if there were no more interactions between the two of them right now. Since he has little emotional attachment, he will not have any psychological burden when he sends the other person away in the future. Having made up his mind, he took a good cold shower in the tub, then changed into a set of thinner clothes and left the bathroom. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened and torches were lit in the palace. With the dim light of the fire, he pushed open the door of his room. In ancient times, there was not much leisure and entertainment at night, and there was nothing else to do except sleeping. The room was quiet. Li Ke walked to the couch and prepared to fall down to sleep. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly heard breathing sounds coming from the couch. He jumped up, his eyes like an eagle, staring at the person on the couch. Could it be that Wang Haoren was dissatisfied today and sent someone to assassinate him? Suddenly, a weak voice came from the person on the couch, "My lord, my husband." Li Ke rolled his eyes. It turned out to be the little girl Choi Ying. Why are you in my room? Li Ke frowned, thinking that he should explain to her the relationship between them. Men and women should not touch each other, don't you know? As he spoke, he lit the oil lamp in the house. In the firelight, Choi Ying's charming yet somewhat aggrieved face was revealed. Before I went back, I was still the wife of the prince and husband. It was my duty to serve the prince and husband in the bridal chamber. Anyway, as long as I stay in the palace, I will be the wife of the prince husband, and the prince husband can never get rid of me. Li Ke was furious. He was looking for reasons to refute, but he didn't know how to say it. There's no point in reasoning with a little girl like this. How many times have I told you that I don't need your service, and there is no relationship between us? We are both victims. Do you understand? Starting tonight, you don't have to come to my room. He took a tough stance and decided to teach the little girl a lesson, even refusing to let her into the room. Then, where should I sleep? Choi Ying's face changed and she was about to cry. Li Ke was stunned, and then he remembered that there was no extra room in this palace. There were only a few rooms together. He lived in one, Chuanhua Chuyu lived in one, there was a bathroom, and a room in the backyard was converted into a laboratory by him. This shabby palace can't even accommodate one more person. Li Ke raised his eyebrows. This was indeed a problem. If he didn't let Choi Ying live with him, where else could she live? Under the dim firelight, Choi Ying's aggrieved little face appeared in front of Li Ke. Faced with the little girl's question, Li Ke couldn't help but feel a little troubled. The palace was too small, with only a few rooms, and the extra one was converted into a laboratory. The remaining bathroom and kitchen are not habitable. Chuanhua and Chuyue are already crowded in one room, so his is the only room that can be lived in. It seems that the first thing to do after earning the first pot of gold is to expand a room immediately. Wait, I'm going to send Choi Ying away in more than a month, so there's no point in expanding the room. Forget it, you can rest in my room. I will go out to practice tonight. After much thought, Li Ke had no choice but to give up the room. After all, she was just a little girl, and it would be inappropriate for him, a grown man, to compete with her for the room. But Choi Ying pursed her lips when she heard this and muttered softly, even if the prince and his husband go out to practice tonight, what about the next few days? According to what you said, you will send me back in more than a month. Do you want to live in the yard for more than a month? So, the prince's husband should change his mind, right? As long as the prince and his husband stay in the room, she will have the opportunity to get close to him. Perhaps if I get close to my husband, the prince, I won't have to be sent back to the Choi family. My mother once said that men have special feelings for their first woman. I must be the first woman of my husband, the prince. Li Ke raised his eyebrows when he heard this and became a little annoyed. Yes, I can't go to the yard to practice every night, I have to take a break. How could he possibly endure for more than a month? It seems that I still have to live in the room. But this little girl looks like she wants to seduce me, so I have to make 3 rules with her. What you said makes sense, but it is impossible for me to spend the whole time in the yard. He said with a serious face, anyway, my couch is big enough to accommodate 2 people. You and I can both rest on it. As soon as these words were spoken, Choi Yingying's eyes lit up and she smiled like a little fox. The dimples on her face, coupled with her delicate face, actually shocked Li Ke's heart. He felt that the woman in front of him was like a banished fairy, so beautiful. This touch of surprise actually made Li Ke lose his mind for a moment. My dear husband, you allowed me to rest on your couch, Choi Yingying said with a smile. As long as she stays, she will have the chance to become the prince's husband's first woman. Li Ke's thoughts were interrupted by her. He came to his senses and said hurriedly, although I allow you to stay, I still have to make 3 rules with you. 3 rules. What does this mean? Choi Yingying was stunned, a puzzled look on her face. Ah, there are 3 requests. If you agree to these 3 requests, I will allow you to live in my room. Hee hee. As long as my husband, the prince, allows me to stay, I would be willing to accept 30 requests, not to mention 3. Such a good opportunity, of course I have to accept it. As for the prince's husband's request, a kind person like the prince would definitely not make any excessive demands. She was very happy that she was one step closer to becoming the prince and her husband. Li Ke looked at the happy little girl and couldn't help curling his lips. Don't be too happy too soon. When I finish my request, you may not be happy anymore. My first request is that although we live in the same room and sleep on the same couch, I will not have any dealings with you, and you are not allowed to act beyond the bounds of etiquette. Ah. The smile on Choi Yingying's face froze. Although she had guessed it in her heart, she still felt uncomfortable when she heard her husband, the prince, actually say it. This request directly killed her previous idea. The idea of relying on intimacy to become the prince's husband's first woman and thus keeping him was completely shattered. Can you change your request? Choi Yingying hugged Li Ke's arm timidly, trying to plead for herself. No. Li Ke waved his hand, shook her hand away, and refused firmly. Okay then, what about the other 2 requests? Choi Yingying made a bitter face, looking lost. My second request is that you are not allowed to do any heavy work in this palace. You are still growing and doing heavy work will affect your development. Li Ke said seriously, leave the work like fetching water just now to Chuanhua and Chuyue. He had no intention of abusing the little girl. She was fine when she came to his house, but became skinny when she was sent back. But when Choi Yingying heard what he said, it didn't make sense. My husband, the prince, actually cares about my own development. It seems that the prince's husband is not as heartless as he seems. He probably wants to take care of me secretly. Heavy work affects my development. My husband, the prince, wants to send me away, so why is he still concerned about my development at this time? It must be that the prince's husband also likes me, but is not able to express it. Yes, that must be it. Choi Yingying was delighted, thinking that her prince husband wanted to protect her with this agreement. Maybe this is what my mother means by a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Okay, I agree. My lord, please tell me your last request. Choi Yingying nodded in agreement impatiently. She just wants to know what the last request is now. This last request. Li Ke pondered for a moment, then said, without my permission, you cannot leave the palace without permission. The purpose of doing this, of course, is to protect Choi Yingying from the stimulation she might get from hearing what outsiders say. After all, she is just a little girl. If she hears the comments made by outsiders about her, she will probably not be able to accept it. He did not forget what happened today at the gate of the palace, when Choi Yingying cried like a tearful person in the face of all the gossip. As long as she doesn't go out, she won't hear those words. This can be considered a kind of protection for Choi Yingying. I can't leave the palace. Choi Yingying's face turned bitter. Do I have to stay here forever? You wish. I will send you back sooner or later. Li Ke glared at her unhappily. It's because you and my fiancée are sisters. Otherwise, I wouldn't have adopted you. You can't be too concerned about the little girl, otherwise she will have too many ideas. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go to bed and rest. Without giving Choi Yingying time to refuse, he pointed at the couch and spoke to her in a tough manner. The irrefutable tone made Choi Yingying's mouth flatten. My husband, the prince, is so domineering. Li Ke raised his eyebrows. But Choi Yingying then laughed. I just like the domineering nature of my husband, the prince. After saying this, she didn't even dare to look at Li Ke's reaction. She threw herself on the couch and covered her head with the thin quilt. Li Ke was stunned, then shook his head, feeling a little amused at the little girl's childish behavior. The little girl is still a child at heart after all. After 3 rules were agreed upon, Choi Yingying finally calmed down. Although Li Ke lived under the same roof with her, he couldn't help but smile when he saw her childish nature. The next step is to wait for the business to open in 3 days, earn the first pot of gold, buy a few acres of good farmland, and become a free and easy prince in the future. As for Choi Yingying, he would be able to send her back once the order from his cheap emperor father came down. Everything is going according to his plan. Starting tomorrow, he will make some facial masks to sell. While he was lost in thought, he heard the sound of even breathing from the couch beside him. When I turned around, I saw that the little girl Choi Yingying fell asleep in the second while hugging the pillow. With a knowing smile, Li Ke lay down and fell asleep. Strangely enough, as a time traveler, he could let down his guard and keep his guard down even with someone like this by his side. You know, even Chuanhua and Chuyue can't make him let down his guard. Maybe it's because Choi Yingying is young that I'm not on guard against her. He found a seemingly reasonable request for himself and then entered into a dream. In his dream, he had a strange dream. He actually dreamed that he was in the bridal chamber with the little girl Choi Yingying. Fortunately, at the last intimate moment, he suddenly came to his senses. My dear husband, wake up. I have prepared water for you to wash your face. Choi Yingying, who was carrying a basin of water, came in. When she saw him wake up, her eyes lit up. She quickly put the copper basin in her hand on the shelf and immediately went to get clothes for him. Li Ke frowned and said, have you forgotten the first rule of the 3 rules? Hee, my husband the prince said that I can't do heavy work, but helping you wash is not a heavy job. Choi Yingying had a smiling face and handed over a silk scarf that had been soaked in water and wrung out. This little girl knows how to quibble with words. Li Ke took the scarf, washed his face and then returned it. Okay, Chuanhua, Chuyue, and I will go to the backyard room to make facial masks. The front yard is left to you. If someone knocks on the door, you can just answer the call from inside. You don't have to go out. He gave instructions, put on his clothes and left the room. Choi Yingying was unhappy when she heard this and hurriedly chased after him. My lord, I can also help make the mask. Li Ke walked away without looking back and said, you don't know the process of making facial masks. Chuanhua and Chuyue have followed me in the experiment several times, and they know it. If I don't know how, I can learn. Choi Yingying felt that she couldn't be left behind, so she followed Li Ke. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the backyard. The palace was so small that they could walk through it in a blink of an eye. Greetings, Your Majesty and Princess. The 2 maids, Chuanhua and Chuyue, were standing at the gate of the yard waiting. No need to be polite, just go in and do what I told you before. Li Ke nodded slightly at them and took the lead to step into the house. Chuanhua and Chuyue looked at each other and then followed. Seeing this, Choi Yingying, who was walking at the back, pouted and felt a little aggrieved. Does my husband, the prince, despise me because I'm young and can't do anything? But in fact, I can do everything, it's just that my husband, the prince, doesn't give me the opportunity. No, I still have to go in and take a look, just in case I can help. I've always wanted to show my worth, isn't this an opportunity? This is a big event for the prince and his husband. If I can participate in it, even if I don't make any contribution, I will have contributed a lot. Thinking of this, she quickened her pace and entered the house. As soon as he entered, a fresh fragrance wafted out as Li Ku opened the jar. The jars contained the plant essences that he had extracted before. What he needed to do next was to mix the various plant essences together. This process requires extreme rigor, and he also needs to remember the order in which the plant essences are put in, otherwise the effect and taste will be very different. The store would open for business in 2 days and the facial masks sold had to be a hit, so the manufacturer was much more rigorous than usual. As for Choi Ying, who followed in, of course he saw her as well. "What are you doing coming in? You can't help here." Li Ku frowned and spoke in a much heavier tone. Choi Ying's face changed, she retracted her gaze, shrank her neck and explained, I just want to help you, my husband. Why are there so many bottles and cans here? I think I can help. Facial mask is such a magical thing, the making process must be difficult. It's okay to stay and help pass things around. Moreover, by staying to help, he could also integrate into the palace and become a family with everyone. Choi Ying's idea is actually very simple, she doesn't want to be excluded. It was the first time that Li Ku saw this little girl being so stubborn. He had rejected her twice, but she still refused to leave. With a frown on his face, he was about to start scolding her and say something harsh to scare the little girl away. But when he saw the expectation in Choi Ying's eyes and the excitement on her face, he suddenly understood why Choi Ying refused to leave. When she was in Chui's house, Choi Ying was a servant, just a dispensable concubine who was ordered around by others. After finally leaving Chui's house and arriving at the palace, Choi Ying certainly didn't want to be excluded, and she didn't want to appear to be doing nothing. That would only make him appear incompetent. In Chui's house, the other party had probably had enough of the life of being dispensable. Now that she is here, Choi Ying doesn't want to be dispensable anymore. Thinking of this, Li Ku was touched. At this moment, Choi Ying came to his palace alone, just like Li Ku traveled to the Tang dynasty alone. The difference is that as a man, Li Ku can only rely on himself. As a woman, Choi Ying can only rely on her nominal husband, Li Ku. After knowing the reason why Choi Ying refused to leave, the harsh words that were on the tip of his tongue were suddenly stopped. How could he possibly say such hurtful words to such a kind little girl? But it is not appropriate to let the other party stay here. He, Chuanhua and Chu Yue are enough here. After thinking for a while, Li Ku sighed and said, "How about this, you go back to my room. There is a clothing design drawing on the bookshelf on the right. There should be some cloth left in the mansion. You can use it to sew a piece of clothing as shown in the drawing. Is that dress for you, your husband, the prince?" Choi Ying did not agree immediately, but asked instead. "If you can make it, I will wear it." Li Ku showed a weird smile. The blueprint was designed when he was bored, based on the clothes of the knight in his mind. It has never appeared in this era. Even Chu Yue had tried it before, but ended in failure. How could a little girl like Choi Ying succeed? Giving Choi Ying this task was just to deliberately give her a difficult problem. "You said this, my lord and my husband. I'm going to try it right now." Choi Ying didn't know that she had fallen into Li Ku's trap, but ran out excitedly, ready to show her skills. "My lord, is this really good for the princess?" In the laboratory in the backyard wing, Chu Yue looked at Choi Ying jumping out, with a look of pity on her face. She and Chuanhua had seen how difficult the blueprint designed by the prince was. Even the two of them couldn't complete it together. How could a little girl like the princess make such difficult clothes? I don't know what the prince was thinking and why he had the heart to let the princess do such a thing. It doesn't matter. Let her know how powerful I am, and she will give up. Li Ku looked up at Choi Ying who was leaving, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Once she knows how difficult my map is, she will listen to my instructions attentively. That girl is too stubborn, so it's impossible to force her to leave here. We can only find something for her to do." Anyway, there was only more than a month left, and by the time the imperial edict came down, Choi Ying still couldn't make that set of clothes, which was just what he wanted. At that time, he could even use the imperial edict and this matter as an excuse to send Choi Ying back, killing two birds with one stone. That set of clothes is a knight's costume and has never appeared in this world. With Choi Yingying's knowledge, it is of course impossible to make it. Although this little girl Choi Yingying looks weak on the surface, she is actually very tough at heart. Perhaps, only in this way can the other party willingly return to Choi Mansion. Thinking of this, he retracted his gaze and turned to look at the pile of plant essences in front of him. Okay, don't worry about her. If you want to make the facial mask for 2 days, you should add these plant essences in the order I ordered. Yes. The following things went smoothly. After so many experiments, he had already mastered the sequence. The three of them worked together and didn't even have lunch. They worked until the evening, and they only stopped when Choi Yingying called him outside to eat. In one day, 10 bottles of facial masks were ready. After staying in the room all day, the three of them were sweating all over. After washing up, Li Ku had dinner with the 3 girls. However, Choi Yingying seemed absent-minded while eating. Li Ku saw this scene and laughed secretly in his heart. You little brat, how old are you? These knight-errant costumes were designed by people in later generations. With your ideas and skills, there is no way you could possibly make them. It's because this little girl Choi Yingying is so easy to fool that she is willing to study even such a difficult drawing. If it were someone else, they would have given up long ago. But it was precisely because this little girl was so gullible that she fell for his trick. Perhaps he was still a little embarrassed in his heart, so he picked up a piece of meat and put it in her bowl. You are young and growing, so eat more meat. Choi Yingying was stunned, looked up at Li Ku, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The prince and his husband personally picked up the meat for him to eat. It seems that my husband, the prince, still cares about me very much. I didn't allow myself to do a facial mask today, not because I don't trust myself, but because I felt I was too young and couldn't do it, so I deliberately put on that look to be hard on myself. Yes, that must be it. She smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples. Thank you, my husband. As she spoke, she picked up the meat and put it in her mouth and started eating, looking like a happy little woman. In fact, Li Ku already regretted it when he gave her the meat. This era is different from later generations. The meat sandwich represents a special relationship between 2 people. But now that I have done this, if I don't give a reasonable explanation, the little girl might misunderstand me. Even the 2 maids, Chuanhua and Chuyue, looked like they were enjoying the show. I just don't want you to be so skinny when I send you back. People will say I'm abusing you. His face straightened and he began to explain seriously. But this excuse was as good as nothing. Not only did Choi Yingying not believe it, even Chuanhua and Chuyue covered their mouths, looking like they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Choi Yingying couldn't help but laughed out loud. I'm afraid no one will believe what the prince and his wife say. Whether they believe it or not, this is what I think. Li Ku pretended to be serious. Okay, let's eat quickly. No matter whether others believe it or not, Li Ku just wants to raise the little girl better. Absolutely no selfishness. Choi Yingying looked at her husband, the prince, who had a serious expression on his face, but she was worried in her heart. My husband, the prince, wants to gain weight so much, is it really just for his own sake? I seem to remember that the prince's husband once said that he likes big ones. Could it be that the prince's husband still dislikes that I am too young? He glanced down at his chest. Then he turned around and looked at Chuanhua and Chuyue. Well, in comparison, hers is smaller. Could it be that the prince has been with Chuanhua Chuyue for a long time, so he likes older ones? If that's the case, then I should eat more meat. Since my husband the prince told me to eat more meat, then I will eat more. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few pieces of meat and stuffed them into his mouth. The way he wolfed down the food made Li Ku shake his head and laugh inwardly. The little girl is so easy to coax. Of course he didn't know what Choi Yingying was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have had such an idea. The meal was finished in a happy atmosphere. Just when Chuanhua Chuyue was cleaning up the dishes, Choi Yingying took the opportunity to ask, by the way, my lord, there is something I don't understand. Can you help me solve it? What's the matter? Li Ku raised his eyebrows and asked with some interest. The little girl seldom asked herself questions, and since he had been mean to her today, she wanted to make up for it. After answering this question, all the grievances between them are cleared. Choi Ying said with a puzzled look on her face. I looked at the drawings that my husband the prince gave me today for a long time and finally understood them. But I don't know why there is a big hole in the chest and two such big collars. Although this saves fabric, I'm afraid this bold design will not be accepted by others. Li Ke was stunned. I thought the other party would ask a big question, but unexpectedly it was about that drawing. So, this little girl really studied the blueprint. He stared at Choi Ying with doubtful eyes. You have been looking at the drawings for a long time, are you sure you can make it? Of course there is, but I don't understand this design, so I want to ask my husband, the prince. Choi Ying nodded seriously. Li Ke frowned, somewhat incredulous. That's impossible. She can understand such difficult drawings and say she can do it. Even Chuanhua and Chu Yue can't do it, how can this little girl do it? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. This design certainly has its reasons. Didn't you say you could make it? Once you make it, you'll understand. I can't explain it. What if the explanation gives the little girl inspiration? Humph, just give an ambiguous answer and let the little girl imagine wildly. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't believe I can't do it. Choi Ying walked towards the bedroom with a pouty mouth, muttering to herself, my mother's handicraft is the best in the Choi mansion. I have learned all of my mother's skills. I will definitely be able to make this dress. She spoke in a low voice, thinking that her husband, the prince, could not hear her. Little did she know that Li Ke was an expert in martial arts and had excellent hearing. Although she spoke in a low voice, Li Ke still heard it. Li Ke paused slightly, looked up at Choi Ying's departing back, and suddenly felt a little confused. This little girl actually took over her mother's handicraft, so I'm afraid I'm going to be in trouble this time. No, she is just a little girl. No matter how powerful she is, can she be more powerful than Chuanhua and Chu Yue? She couldn't have made that dress. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just wait until the shop opens the day after tomorrow and make my first pot of gold first. There is one more person in the palace now, and he is from the Choi family. I have to entertain him well no matter what, otherwise the little girl will say that she was not full in the palace after I send her back. Everything was ready and the next 2 days were calm. The palace did not become chaotic because of the arrival of one more person. Instead, it became quiet because Choi Ying had been making clothes in the room for the past few days. Don't be fooled by Choi Ying's weak appearance, but once she decides on something, she will definitely accomplish it. Sometimes when she was in trouble, she even forgot to eat, and Li Ke still asked Chu Yue to call her out to eat. But after all, this design was drawn by Li Ke based on the costumes in later martial arts dramas. In addition, this was the first time Choi Ying had seen this kind of costume, so it was certainly impossible to make it in just a few days. Time passed quickly and soon it was time for the shop to open. On this day, Li Ke was rarely interested and brought Chuanhua and Chu Yue to the street not far from the shop. At this time, the whole street was full of people, rushing madly towards the shop. Hurry up, it is said that this is a shop opened by the governor. Really? Then I'll have to buy more. It's always a good idea to have a good relationship with the governor. This is the first time that our governor has participated in such an event. It seems that the rumors are true. This shop belongs to the governor himself. I heard that all the major families in Anzhou are here this time. This is a grand event, and it's rare to see it. Stop talking, hurry up and go over there will be no seats if you're late, look at all the people around. Everyone was in a hurry, each one rushing towards the shop. Seeing this scene, Chu Yue couldn't help but laugh and said, Your Majesty is really smart. He uses the interpersonal relationship of Governor Wang to sell facial masks. It's only 100 taels per bottle. Isn't it too expensive? Are those people really willing to buy it? You have to know that 100 taels of silver is equivalent to a person's annual income. If you save some, you can even support a family for half a year. No matter how rich those noble families are, they can't possibly spend this much money, right? Although Chun didn't say anything, her expression showed her attitude. She also doesn't believe that facial masks can be sold at high prices. Li Ke was too lazy to explain. He put his hands behind his back and smiled inscrutably. Just wait, you will know in a moment. There's no point in explaining this. The only way is to let them see the auction live. As the three were talking, people from the surrounding streets had already gathered outside the shop. Wang Haoren also appeared at this time. As soon as his round body appeared, everyone at the scene immediately bowed and shouted, "Greetings, Sir Governor." Wang Haoren showed his signature smile on his face. "You are all heroes and common people of Anzhou, no need to be polite." After a pause, he looked around and did not see Li Ke. He felt relieved knowing that the other party would not return to the scene. Although he was forced to run the shop because Li Ke had a hold on him, he did not want to have anything to do with Li Ke. "You are all here to give me face. I won't beat around the bush. This time I am only opening to sell 10 bottles of facial masks." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene started talking. "See, I told you that this shop belongs to Lord Wang, otherwise why would he come here in person? Master Wang, what is this facial mask? Yes, what is the function of this thing that makes Lord Wang personally come out to sell it? Sir Wang, how much does this mask cost?" Some people are concerned about who owns the shop, some are concerned about the effects of the mask, and some are concerned about the price of the mask. Wang Haoren was indeed a provincial governor. Far from being panicked, he smiled calmly and said, "This mask can make your skin smooth and delicate. After repeated use, your skin will become much whiter and tenderer. Only 10 bottles will be sold this time, and the auction will be held. The starting price is 100 taels, and the highest bidder wins." According to Li Ke's instructions, he repeated the auction method in detail. When everyone at the scene heard this, there was another round of discussion. "What? It can actually make your skin whiter. What use is it to grown men like us?" No, you can't say that. My wife likes this kind of stuff." This item was brought out by the governor himself, so I think it should be effective. "My Lu family will pay you 100 taels. "Humph, it's only 100 taels of silver." "My Zhou family will pay 110 taels. 120 taels. At first, everyone was just discussing the efficacy of the mask. But as someone made a bid, the nature of the matter changed. Although 100 taels of silver is a lot for ordinary people, it is not much for these people from noble families. When they saw people from other families bidding to compete, they certainly did not want to be outdone and started to raise their prices. There are so many people watching around, and the governor is also present. They don't want to be outdone by other families. This concerns the family's reputation. It has nothing to do with the auction of facial masks anymore. When Wang Haoren saw this scene, he was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. He had previously thought that it was good enough that someone bought the facial mask for his sake, but he never expected that these noble families would actually bid for the price just to save face. At this moment, he finally reacted. "King Wu, you are so powerful." He had not expected this move. On the street far away, although Chuanhua and Chuyue couldn't hear what was being said over there, they still got a clue from the actions of the crowd. "Your Majesty, are those people bidding for the goods?" This is impossible. They are willing to bid for a bottle of facial mask for 100 taels of silver. Although they both have seen the effectiveness of the facial mask, they are still worried that they won't be able to sell it because it is so expensive. Only Li Ke looked calm and composed. "What we are selling is not the mask, but our face. Just wait, the price after they are sold out will be far beyond your expectations." The city of Anzhou is extremely lively today. All the well-known families in Anzhou have come. Although most men don't need the effects of facial masks, their wives do. Besides, this mask was sold by the governor himself. Just for the governor's face, it was worth paying a high price to buy it. Regardless of whether this facial mask is really effective or not, as long as they can have a good relationship with the governor, they will buy not only the facial mask but also the steamed buns. The shouts from the live auction were endless. "I'll pay 200 taels for a bottle." The amount was increased by 10 taels at a time, and finally these people from the aristocratic families were annoyed, so they directly increased it to 200 taels. 250 taels. 300 taels. Before it became a competition for face, this auction had already achieved what Li Ke wanted. The final transaction price was between 300 and 500 taels. After Wang Haoren sold all 10 bottles of facial masks, he felt his heart bleeding as he looked at the pile of silver in front of him. All this money was earned by using his title and reputation as a governor, as well as favors. Li Ke didn't have to do anything, just sit behind the scenes and collect the money. Alas, there is nothing he can do. It's because Li Ke has got hold of his weakness. However, that's all there is to it. From now on, I must cut off all ties with Li Ke and not be involved with him anymore. He had a way to conceal today's events from his superiors, as long as he stopped contacting Li Ke. Now, he only needed to hand over the silver in his hand to Li Ke, and the deal between them would be done. Having made up his mind, he sent everyone away and headed towards Prince Wu's palace in a sedan chair. But when he arrived at the side of the street, the sedan suddenly stopped. Just as he was wondering, he heard Li Ke's voice coming from outside. "My lord, are you going to look for me?" Wang Haoren was stunned, knowing that Li Ke was waiting for him here on purpose. How could he dare to neglect it? He quickly got off the sedan chair and bowed to the majestic King Wu in front of him. "Your humble servant greets His Majesty the King of Wu. The auction has ended, and I am going to deliver the silver to His Majesty." As he spoke, he hurriedly signaled his men to take out the silver. "A total of 4,000 taels, please count them, Your Highness." Wang Haoren pointed at the pile of silver and said with a smile. As long as Li Ke accepted the silver, there would be no relationship between them. Li Ke was of course also aware of Wang Haoren's thoughts. He glanced at the pile of silver and smiled calmly. "I believe that Lord Wang would not dare to lie. There's no need to count this silver. I want to take out 2,000 taels to buy the land in the south of the city. I wonder if Lord Wang can handle the land deed procedures for me. After all, there is one more person in the house. If you want to support him and ensure that the three of them have enough food and clothing in the future, the best way is of course to do it yourself. By buying land, he can grow crops, vegetables, etc., so that he can be self-sufficient in the future and no longer need to rely on hunting for money and food. 2,000 taels is enough to buy 100 acres of good farmland." But Wang Haoren's face changed when he heard this. "The King of Wu is sure of me and has always wanted me to do things for him. If I agree this time, what if there is a next time? No, I must refuse this time no matter what." Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes and was about to refuse. Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Ke smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, Lord Wang. I just don't want to buy good farmland in a big way. Besides, the procedures for buying the land are very complicated. I don't want to be delayed by these things. With your help, I'm sure it will be easy." As the saying goes, the king of hell is combative and the little devils are difficult to deal with. Who knows whether the officials below will interfere? Li Ke doesn't have time to waste with the other party, so letting Wang Haoren, the governor of Anzhou, take action is the fastest and most effective way. Wang Haoren hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about the fact that Li Ke had a hold on him, if he didn't agree, and Li Ke turned against him and exposed the matter, he would be the one to suffer. "Well, okay, but this is the last time I will work for the prince." After much hesitation, Wang Haoren finally agreed. "Very good." Li Ke smiled calmly. "I will take the remaining 2,000 taels back with me. The next step is to wait for good news from you, Lord Wang. Chuanhua Chuyue, take the silver and return home." Having achieved his goal, Li Ke was finally satisfied. With his first pot of gold, he can do more things. Once he has good farmland, he can hire people to farm the land and become completely self-sufficient. From now on, you don't have to worry about food and vegetables. But when they were going back, Chuyue asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, why do you trust Wang Haoren so much? Aren't you afraid that he will take the money and not work? After all, Wang Haoren is the governor of Anzhou. If he really does this, it seems that the prince has no way to deal with him, right?" Just seeing that the prince looked so confident, could there be some other reason? Li Ke, who had his hands behind his back, laughed when he heard this. "This involves some things in the officialdom that you don't understand yet." "If you don't understand, Your Majesty, can you tell me? If the princess is here, I think Your Majesty will definitely tell you." Chuyue glanced, a hint of envy appearing on her pretty face. Although Li Ke has never acknowledged Choi Yingying, his attitude towards Choi Yingying is very good, which makes Chuyue feel that only Choi Yingying can ask Li Ke the questions. Sometimes, Chuyue even wished she was Chui Yingying. If that happens, the prince will tell me everything. Li Ku couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Chuyue's expression. Girl, why are you jealous? You are different from Chui Yingying. She is destined to return to the Chui family, and you may need to stay with me for a while. You are not the same kind of people. Forget it. It doesn't hurt to tell you that Wang Haoren is eager to cut off his relationship with me now, but I won't let him go so easily after he offended me. It's certainly not enough to just ask him to sell facial masks. It would be more appropriate to ask him to buy good farmland for me. This can be regarded as a lesson for him. If he dares to spy on the palace again in the future, it will not be so simple. Asking Wang Haoren to sell facial masks cannot be considered as selling lessons, it can only be considered as a transaction at best. But the other party had sent people to spy on the palace. If Li Ku did not let the other party know how powerful he was, there would be more trouble in the future. While he had the chance now, he would certainly squeeze the other party dry. Letting Wang Haoren buy good farmland for him could speed up the progress of the matter and also allow him to quickly own his own land. With the land, he no longer has to worry about food and clothing, and he can even sell the excess food. In your spare time, you can also plant flowers and vegetables in the fields, which is killing two birds with one stone. So that's how it is. Your Majesty is wise. Okay, let's go back quickly. 3 days have passed and Chui Yingying still hasn't made that dress. I don't have time to wait any longer. Your Majesty, we left today without telling the princess. Will the princess be unhappy when we return? The attentive Chuyue has a good relationship with Chui Yingying. On the way back to the palace, she reminded her prince. It was certainly a good thing to earn some money today, but leaving the princess alone in the mansion without informing her where they were going seemed a little inappropriate. Li Ku, who was walking in front, frowned when he heard this and stopped walking back. Although he did not acknowledge Chui Yingying's identity as the princess, the two little girls in the mansion seemed to have already accepted it. However, what Chuyue said makes sense. It is indeed not a good idea to leave Chui Yingying alone in the mansion. That little girl even cooked for herself in her own house. Besides, she was destined to be sent back to the Chui family in the future, so it would not be good to be too harsh on her now. We've already come out. Can we still ask her to come out and go shopping again at this time? Li Ku had a headache. Meeting women was troublesome. In his previous life, he was a science bachelor and had little contact with women. It was unrealistic for him to cater to women or guess what women were thinking. Hee, I knew that your highness hadn't thought about this matter. All of you have already thought about it for your highness. Chuyue smiled and pointed to another street and said, Prince, there is a fabric store over there. Why don't you buy some fabric and make some new clothes for the princess? Also, your Majesty, you haven't changed your clothes for a long time. By the way, buy some fabric for your Majesty. That's quite true. Li Ku looked at the fabric on his body, which was almost fuzzy, and nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. It's just right that I made some money today, so I can really indulge myself for a while. But his brows suddenly furrowed, and he stared at Chuyue and spoke word by word. This time I'm going to buy fabric to make new clothes for this king, and by the way, I'm going to buy fabric for Chui Yingying. After saying this, he put his hands behind his back and swaggered towards the fabric store. Chuyue and Chuanhua behind them looked at each other, and a smile flashed in their eyes. Everyone knows that the prince is very concerned about his reputation and does not want the princess to know that the fabric was specially bought for her by the prince. See, I told you that the prince still loves the princess. I didn't expect that the prince would actually agree. It seems that the princess will be very happy when she returns this time. What are you two whispering about in the back? No. Your Majesty, please come this way. I will lead the way for you. As the three chatted and laughed, Chuyue led the way and they soon arrived at a fabric store. It was rare for Li Ku to earn his first pot of gold, so he was generous and simply bought fabric for 4 sets of clothes for each of the 4 of them. Everything is different with money. All the necessary things should be purchased for the house. Even Chuanhua and Chuyue, who were holding more than a dozen sets of cloth, had smiles on their faces. After the 3 of them finished their shopping, they returned to the palace. But after returning home, Li Ku glanced at his bedroom and suddenly ordered, Chuyue, take the cloth to Choi Yingying. He didn't want to send her off himself. If the little girl was so touched, she might hug him. Don't give that little girl a chance. Unexpectedly, Chuyue laughed when she heard this. My lord, I still need to cut these fabrics into clothes. Why don't you send the princess's fabrics over yourself? After saying that, Chuyue actually pulled Chuanhua and left the living room with several other pieces of cloth, leaving Li Ku alone staring in amazement. This is becoming more and more unruly. Li Ku's lips twitched. Forget it, these two girls are just thinking about me, why should I bother with them? Besides, it is a good thing for me to give cloth to Choi Yingying. Why shouldn't I dare to give it to her? This is my own palace. In the palace, am I still afraid of Choi Yingying? Giving himself courage, Li Ku picked up two pieces of cloth and walked towards the bedroom. In the bedroom, Choi Yingying was still pondering the design drawing. Outside the bedroom, Li Ku stood there holding the cloth, wanting to go in but feeling a little hesitant. Although this is my own palace, if I give her something, will the little girl misunderstand that I am interested in her? If I misunderstood, would she become more dependent on me? But now that I'm here, if I leave like this and Chuanhua and Chuyue find out, they'll probably laugh at me again. This door, should I knock or not? While she was deep in thought, the bedroom door suddenly opened and Choi Yingying's somewhat haggard face appeared in front of her. Perhaps it was because she had stayed in the bedroom for too long, the glaring sunlight made it difficult for her to open her eyes, and she could not help but cover her eyes with her hands. After slowly getting used to the sunlight, she was surprised to find her husband, the prince, standing outside the door with two pieces of material for making women's clothes in his hands. My lord and my husband are going to send me some material. Am I dazzled? Yes, I must have been in the room for too long and my eyes are blurry. I'll come out again. Choi Yingying was stunned at first, then she felt that it was impossible for her prince to give her the material, and that everything in front of her was an illusion. Bang. The door was closed. Li Ku, who was about to speak, was turned away. His lips twitched, feeling that Choi Yingying had misunderstood Zai too much and he should explain something. Reach out and prepare to knock on the door. Unexpectedly, the door was opened again. This time, Choi Yingying appeared in front of him with her eyes covered. A pair of small hands moved slowly, and the mouth kept muttering, "It was an illusion just now, it was an illusion just now, it was an illusion just now." As the little hands left her eyes, she finally saw the situation clearly again. Her prince husband was standing outside the door holding two pieces of cloth. It's not an illusion. Choi Yingying was dumbfounded. Thinking that her foolish behavior just now was seen by her husband, the prince, she was suddenly filled with shyness. The smaller face turned red at this moment. The ears and neck are all red. This is so embarrassing. How can I say such things in front of the prince and husband and even lock him out of the door? My lord, Well, you don't need more. I came here to give you these two pieces of cloth. Li Ku pretended as if nothing had happened and handed the cloth over. Is this for me? Choi Yingying's eyes lit up, with a strange color flashing across them. This was the first time in her life that she had received a gift from someone else. It's not a gift to you. I can't sell the mask for much money today. You have contributed a lot to testing the mask, so these two pieces of cloth are your reward. Li Ku casually found an excuse that he thought was good, then turned and left. But he didn't know that Choi Yingying's eyes were already wet with tears as she looked at his departing back. My husband, the prince, actually cares about me a lot. She clenched the two pieces of cloth in her hands, which retained the warmth of her husband the prince, warming her cold heart. This girl is really difficult to deal with. Li Ku left the bedroom and went to the front yard, practicing martial arts while sighing. Fortunately, he left early, otherwise he would not be able to resist the tears of that little girl Choi Yingying. But it's strange. Given Choi Yingying's personality, she would probably catch up and say thank you to me. Why didn't the plot develop as I imagined? Forget it, it's all over. The cloth has been given to her, and she has new clothes to wear in the palace. When she goes back in the future, I believe she will not say that I treated her badly. Ho 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 ho. The force of his fists was so powerful and his palms shook the world. The sounds of fists and feet could be heard in the yard, with the faint sound of wind and thunder. After a set of boxing, he had forgotten what happened just now and did not stop until Choi came to him for dinner. Your Majesty, you are getting faster and faster. Before, I could still see how you attacked, but now I can only see your afterimage. Choi stood aside with a smile on her face. Li Ke retracted his fists and feet and glanced at her. When you practice your abilities as hard as Chunhua, you will be able to see clearly the speed of my attack. Humph, I don't want that. As long as I can protect myself, that's all. By the way, my lord, the food is ready. Chunhua has also gone to call the princess to come and eat. Let's go. Li Ke took the silk scarf handed to him by Choi, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then went to the hall to eat. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw that Choi Yingying's big eyes were swollen like peaches. You are. Li Ke was stunned and was about to ask. Chunhua beside him didn't wait for him to finish and quickly explained, My lord, when I went to invite the princess just now, I found that the princess was crying in the room. It is obvious that the eyes are swollen from crying. Choi Yingying herself seemed a little embarrassed and lowered her head, not daring to let Li Ke see her like this. No. It's okay. It's the first time I've received something from someone. I'm so excited. She replied timidly, not even daring to look at the crowd while speaking. Is this your first time receiving a gift from someone? Li Ke was shocked by this sentence. What kind of miserable woman must be to say such words? She was supposed to be the daughter of the head of the Choi family and enjoy treatment like a young lady. But now, she has been reduced to doing heavy work at a young age, bearing things she shouldn't bear, and even being used as a scapegoat by the Choi family to get married. The little girl's life is so miserable. I haven't even received any gifts. Thinking of his previous attitude towards the little girl, Li Ke couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The other party may simply not want to return to Choi Mansion, and he is trying to curry favor with him and stay just to live a good life. It seems unnecessary to be too harsh on her. It's just a gift, don't think too much about it. I made a lot of money today, and I'll give you 3 gifts regularly from now on. He waved his hand and made the promise casually. Maybe this way, the little girl will feel better. If she cries like this just because of 1 gift, then why not give her more? She will get used to it after giving her more and more. What is this called? This is called fighting poison with poison. No, Choi Yingying waved her hands quickly. I don't mean to ask the prince and husband to send me gifts every day. That's really not what I meant. I just felt that my husband, the prince, could give me a gift, and it was the first gift in my life, so I couldn't calm down for a while. I can't let my husband, the prince, think that I'm the kind of woman who wants gifts. It's okay. I know my limits. Li Ke waved his hand. If you have nothing else to do, let's eat. It doesn't matter whether she wants a gift or not, as long as it can make her feel better. My lord and husband. Can I give you a gift? Choi Yingying pursed her lips and looked at Li Ke nervously, fearing that he would disagree. A gift for the king. Li Ke raised his eyebrows. Why? Why would this little girl give me a gift for no reason? Just because I accepted her gift, can I let her stay? If this is true, then this little girl is too naive. It's a matter of reciprocity. The prince and his husband gave me a gift, so I should give him a gift as well. When Choi Yingying saw that he did not agree immediately, the hope in her eyes suddenly dimmed. She felt that her husband, the prince, might have regarded Rang as the kind of woman who would do anything to keep her. But I, obviously just wanted to give my husband the prince a surprise. She had prepared this gift for a long time. It just so happens that the opportunity comes today. I hope the prince and his husband can agree. Li Ke looked at Choi Yingying, whose face was becoming increasingly disappointed, and a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. Of course he knew that she had no other intentions, but if he agreed to this, there was no guarantee that Choi Yingying would not have hope of staying. He didn't want to have too much interaction with Choi Yingying. He just wanted to get through this period and then send her back to Chui's house. But Choi Yingying was one of the victims of this marriage, so how could Li Ke bear to deprive her of her last bit of freedom? Whether you send it or not is your business, whether you accept it or not is my business, let's eat. After giving an ambiguous answer, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and stopped talking. When Choi Ying heard this answer, her face was filled with disappointment. But these were the words of her husband, the prince, so she dared not disobey and could only pick up her bowl and chopsticks to eat. But today's sumptuous lunch did not arouse her interest. Instead, she found it difficult to swallow because she had something on her mind. Li Ke glanced at her and saw that she could hardly eat. He could not help but wink at Chu Yue beside him, indicating that Chu Yue should persuade her secretly. Chu Yue rolled her eyes. Your Highness, you yourself have caused this trouble, yet you, as a servant, have to deal with it yourself. But, the princess is too kind, I can't stand it anymore. Princess, princess, Chu Yue gently touched Choi Yingying's arm with her elbow, attracting Choi Yingying's attention. Choi Yingying turned around and looked at him with a puzzled look. Chu Yue whispered, in fact, princess, there is no need to be disappointed. The prince is just like that. As long as he doesn't explicitly refuse, you just need to give him the gift. This. Choi Yingying was delighted when she heard this, but she still secretly glanced at her husband, the prince. She heaved a sigh of relief when she found that the prince was eating and didn't seem to notice the little actions of herself and Chu Yue. Is this really okay? What if the prince gets angry? Hey, princess, think about it, who would be angry about receiving a gift? These words touched Choi Yingying's heart. Yes, anyway, my husband the prince did not explicitly refuse, and no one would be angry after receiving a gift, right? It seems that I was overthinking. In this case, this gift must be made quickly in the next few days. Having made up her mind, she gave Chu Yue a grateful look and then buried her head in eating. It was the first time that Choi Yingying received a gift from someone else, and she became even more dependent on Li Ke. In this world, apart from her deceased mother, she only felt cared for by Li Ke. Even though this prince husband always wanted to send her back to the Choi mansion, she did not have the slightest resentment towards him. Because she knew that her husband, the prince, didn't want her to be involved in the royal struggle. Of course, Chu Yue told her this in private. And this is one of the reasons why she insisted on staying. She is a worthless illegitimate daughter, but to be protected by a prince, her life is worth it. Regardless of whether she could stay in the end, at least she wanted to try her best to make her husband, the prince, happier. With this thought in mind, she spent the next few days in her room preparing gifts for her prince husband. This is my first time giving a gift, I hope my husband will like it. It was the afternoon 5 days later. Li Ke was enjoying the cool air in the yard, while Chu Yue was fanning him with a fan. In the hot summer, the incessant chirping of cicadas can make people feel upset. Your Highness, why don't you let me drive away these annoying summer cicadas? Chu raised her eyebrows and looked at the big tree in the mansion. Li Ke lay on his homemade armchair, rocking and smiling, no need, everything has a soul, why bother disturbing them? But Choi Yingying hasn't come out for a few days. What on earth is she doing in her room? I went in at night and didn't see anything. As he spoke, his eyes looked towards his bedroom. After the little girl said she would give herself a gift, she has been acting mysterious these days. Even Chu Yue covered for her. Chu Yue, who was standing by, laughed and said, Your Majesty, please don't ask. You will know when the time comes. This is a gift from the princess. The princess said that this gift will definitely surprise you. Surprised? Just based on that little girl Choi Yingying. Li Ke shook his head with a smile on his face, thinking it was just a joke. That little girl had always been a servant in the Choi mansion and had never seen the world. Besides, she had no money, so how could she possibly prepare a surprising gift for him? As long as she can stay here safely until the imperial edict arrives, he will be happy. Just as the three were talking, Li Ke's bedroom door opened with a creaky sound. The three of them looked back at the same time, and saw Choi Yingying appear in front of them with a smile on her face, holding a blue and white dress in her hands. My lord, this is my gift to you. When Choi Yingying saw Li Ke, her originally tired eyes suddenly brightened up, and she seemed to be much more energetic. Regardless of the tired look on her face and the hair that had not yet been taken care of, she rushed to Li Ke in 2 steps. He handed over the clothes, his eyes full of anticipation. After working overnight for several days, she finally made the clothes that the prince and her husband had drawn. Is this the suit I drew? Li Ke was stunned at first, then he reacted. He jumped up from the armchair and reached out to take the clothes. Hula. He grabbed the clothes with both hands and threw them away. The blue and white clothes are mainly tight-fitting, which looks very capable and much more convenient than ordinary clothes. The arms and legs are of the type that can be tied up, there are shoulder pads, and the waist is corseted. You have to know that these technologies have not appeared in this era. It really surprised him that Choi Ying could make this set of clothes. Hee, my dear husband, do you like this dress? I made it according to your measurements. Seeing the surprised look on her husband's face, Choi Ying's face flashed with joy. The prince usually looks indifferent, but she knew that her gift would satisfy him by making him look surprised. At least in this way, she can prove that she still has value in staying and existing. Impossible, this is impossible. Li Ke took the set of chivalrous clothing and looked it up and down, left and right. He really couldn't believe that a little girl like Choi Ying could actually make such a set of clothes. He even ignored Choi Ying's words, tailor-made. There is no other way. This dress is too difficult to make. Even Chuanhua and Chu Yue are helpless. When Choi Ying suddenly did this, he was really a little bit unbelievable for a moment. Your Highness, why don't you try this dress and put it on to know if it's really done? Chu Yue laughed while covering her mouth with her hands. Even Chuanhua, who never liked to get involved in such things, nodded and agreed. Yes, the prince rarely changes his clothes throughout the year, so you should try them on first to see if they fit. Choi Ying's eyes narrowed into a line as she smiled, and she held Li Ke's arm with both hands and said, I will accompany my husband the prince to change clothes. No need, I'll change myself. Li Ke came to his senses, took the clothes and walked towards the bedroom. He also wanted to know whether Choi Ying had really succeeded in this heroic service. But what he didn't know was that as soon as he entered the bedroom, Chu Yue and Chuanhua pulled Choi Ying and said excitedly, Princess, this dress is so beautiful, can you teach me how to make it? Yes, this is the first time I've seen this kind of clothes. They are so beautiful. I think His Majesty will look even more heroic when he wears them. I'm just curious, how did you do it, Princess? You don't know, my mother used to be good at weaving. This skill was taught to me by my mother. I gave this set of clothes to His Majesty because I hope that he will think of me when he puts on the clothes in the future. While the three women were talking, the bedroom door opened and Li Ke, dressed in knight's garb, came out of the room. He had a heroic look on his face, and with the help of his knight-errant servants, he looked like an immortal banished from heaven, and he looked extraordinarily handsome. You have to know that Li Ke himself has the royal blood of 2 dynasties, and he is already top-notch in appearance and figure. With the addition of the chivalrous servant as a foil, his nobleness and heroism combined, his overall temperament rises to a higher level. While my husband the prince is so handsome. Choi Ying's eyes lit up, like a crazy lover. Even Chu Yue was stunned. I have been with the prince for so long, but this is the first time I see him so heroic. Even Chuanhua, who never flatters others, was surprised at this moment. When the prince puts on this suit, he really looks like a different person. Li Ke took in the gazes of the 3 people and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This set of knight's clothing is a product of later generations. Not only does it make him look heroic when he wears it, even if it is worn by an ordinary-looking person, his temperament will be greatly enhanced. I wonder how many young ladies will be charmed by your majesty when he wears this outfit. Yes, our prince has royal blood, his aura is so great tsk tisk tsk. Princess, you must teach me how to make this dress. I want to wear it too. Chuanhua, that's not nice of you. Are you the only one who wants to wear it? Okay, I'll make one for each of you then. The 3 women looked at Li Ke and chattered non-stop, proving the old saying that 3 women make a play. Li Ke rolled his eyes. My goodness. Now he, the protagonist, was left aside and had nothing to do. This outfit is too conspicuous to wear outside. I'd better change into another one first. After all, it is a product of later times, and it would be too ostentatious to wear it now. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, a voice was heard, Is His Royal Highness Prince Wu in the mansion? Your humble servant Wang Haoren wishes to see you. It's him. Li Ke raised his eyebrows, could it be that thing has been accomplished? Spring flowers go to open the door, and Autumn goes to prepare tea. After saying that, he turned and looked towards the reception room. Chuanhua and Chuyue were both busy, leaving Chui Yingying standing there alone, like an outsider. Looking at Lika's departing back, Chui Yingying felt a little lost. But when the sunlight fell on Lika's chivalrous suit, her eyes suddenly lit up. No matter what, the prince and his husband always wore clothes he made himself to receive others. Now that I am in the palace, I am no longer a good-for-nothing who eats, drinks and lives for free. She felt warm in her heart when she thought of her husband, the prince, wearing her clothes. I'll go make another set of clothes for my husband, the prince. She rolled her eyes and ran into the house. At this time, Liku had already arrived at the reception room. Wang Haoran bowed in the hall without looking directly at Liku. When he heard footsteps, he bowed and said, "Greetings, His Royal Highness the King of Wu." He didn't want to have too much to do with Liku, and he came here just to complete the deal between the two of them. He was very clear that he was Changsuan Wuji's man and it was impossible for him to have too deep a relationship with Liku. No need to be so polite. Liku strode past Wang Haoran, sat on the main seat and said with a smile, "What brings you here today, Lord Wang?" Wang Haoran quickly pulled out a land deed from his sleeve and handed it over. "This is the land deed that Your Highness the King of Wu needs. I have already prepared it. I just hope that after this incident, the matter between me and His Royal Highness the King of Wu will be settled." If Wang Haoran had not been caught, he would never have done anything for Liku given his status and position. Now that the matter is done, Wang Haoran can't wait to cut off ties with Liku. Liku reached out to take the deed, took a look at it, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With this land deed, he can grow crops or vegetables whenever he wants and be completely self-sufficient. From now on, he no longer has to go hunting for a living. Very good, Lord Wang's moves are extraordinary, it's easy to capture him. Liku laughed loudly and waved his hand. From now on, the matter between me and Lord Wang will be written off. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Haoran's face lit up, and he continued to bow his head and salute. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. No. With the land deed, Lika's next step is to deal with the autumn rice issue, but he has no time to entertain a governor who stands on the opposite side of him. Of course, Wang Haoran was eager to leave immediately. Hearing this, he felt relieved and turned to leave. But the moment he turned around, his eyes caught a glimpse of the chivalrous costume on Liku. The blue and white colors are the most eye-catching, and even the governor Wang Haoran is no exception. How come this Prince Wu in front of me changed his clothes? His whole aura is completely different. This tall and straight figure and majestic aura not only have the aura of aristocracy, but also the solemn and murderous aura of a man of the world. It looks actually a little chilling. Wang Haoran was being looked up and down, and when he saw Lika's face, he was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty. Liku raised his eyebrows and glanced at Wang Haoran who was in a daze. Master Wang, do you know what you are talking about? Wang Haoran's face suddenly changed when he realized what was happening. He quickly bowed and apologized. Your Highness Wu. Your Highness, I am rude. Please forgive me. Tell me, what's going on? Liku couldn't believe that a governor would teach the wrong person. Wang Haoran was sweating profusely at this moment, secretly groaning in his heart, wondering why he was so unlucky. This is the end of a transaction with the King of Wu. Will the King of Wu take control of us again this time? I really should slap my mouth a dozen times when I get home. He groaned inwardly, but on the surface he still smiled bitterly and replied, Your Highness, Prince Wu, when you put on this suit, you look exactly like His Majesty in terms of momentum. Plus, you look a bit like His Majesty when he was young, so I just let it slip. I don't know where His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu found this set of clothes, but his aura is similar to that of Your Majesty when he was young. I remember that Your Majesty also had the support of many martial artists back then, and he had a bit of the aura of the martial arts world. I didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu also had this kind of aura. Wait, that's not right. Your Majesty has the aura of the underworld because he has come into contact with people from the underworld. But how can His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu have such an aura even though he has never come into contact with people from the underworld? Could it be that? Thinking of this, his eyes also looked at the clothes on Liku. The unprecedented style, attractive color, and close-fitting waist design make His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu look a bit like His Majesty in his day. While Wang Haoren was deep in thought, Li Ke's frown gradually relaxed. It turns out that Lord Wang has seen my father when he was young. Since it was just a slip of the tongue, I can pretend that I didn't hear it. As soon as these words came out, Wang Haoren finally felt relieved. But at this moment, Li Ke raised his lips and changed the subject. But if Lord Wang continues to send people to monitor the palace, then I might be unhappy and tell others about what happened just now. Threaten. This is a naked threat. Wang Haoren's heart, which had been at ease, suddenly became heavy again. This feeling of going from hell to heaven and then from heaven to hell made his face fall suddenly. I understand. From now on, there will be no more strangers around the Prince Wu's palace. Wang Haoren knew that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu wanted to use this incident to withdraw the people he had arranged around the palace. Although he didn't want to agree in his heart, he had just spoken out of turn and was caught by Li Ke. If he didn't agree, he couldn't bear the consequences. Haha, I believe that Lord Wang keeps his word. Your humble servant, farewell. Wang Haoren turned and left with a wry smile. But before leaving, he took a deep look at the clothes on Li Ke. This set of clothes made him nervous, so he made up his mind and ordered the whole city to ban the use of this kind of clothes after returning. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that Wang Haoren would lose his composure sometimes. In Prince Wu's mansion, Li Ke laughed loudly after Wang Haoren left. He was in a good mood because he could take advantage of this incident to trick the governor and solve the problem of being followed. In addition, I received Choi Yingying's customer service today and also got the land deed, which can be said to be a triple blessing. Lang Shuang's laughter surprised the three women in the mansion. They all put down what they were doing and came to the living room. My lord, are you smiling because you are satisfied with my clothes? Your Highness must be in a good mood because you got the land deed, right? Hee hee, if you ask me, the prince must have some big happy event, maybe it's related to the princess. The three girls chattered and speculated. Li Ke was in a good mood. Facing the three girls' words, he waved his hand and said, I have 3 good things today. I am going to go see the 100 acres of fertile land in the south of the city. Can I go too? Choi Yingying's eyes lit up and a glimmer of hope flashed across their faces. Since arriving at Prince Wu's palace, she has not left the house yet. I don't know whether the prince's husband will agree. Li Ke frowned when he heard this. If I take this little girl out, she won't think that I am interested in her, right? When he frowned, Chu Yue, who was familiar with him, knew that things were going to be bad. Chu Yue knew very well what kind of character her own prince had, and the next sentence was definitely a rejection. But the prince has finally had a chance to be happy, and it would be too unreasonable if he didn't take the princess out to play. The princess is such a nice person, it's too pitiful for her to be alone in the mansion. Your Highness, why don't you take the princess with you? Chu Yue quickly pleaded. As she spoke, she reached out and nudged Chuanhua beside her, signaling her to speak. Chuanhua reacted and nodded quickly to agree. Your Majesty, I also think it would be better to bring the princess with you. Besides, the princess just gave you a set of clothes today. Look, the princess' eyes are red from working so hard to make this set of clothes. Chuanhua pointed her finger at Choi Yingying's eyes. Choi Yingying's face changed and she lowered her head quickly. She didn't want to let the prince see her in such a miserable state, and didn't want to leave a bad impression in his mind. She just wanted to show her best side to her husband, the prince. Although she was fast, she was not as fast as Li Ke. Before Chuanhua finished speaking, Li Ke saw the bloodshot in her eyes. This silly girl must have gotten up secretly at night to make this dress in order to give herself a gift sooner. How could he refuse the other party's request to take him out of the city? Since both of you have said so, I would be a bad guy if I don't agree. Let's go together. After he said that, he walked ahead. Chuanhua and Chu Yue were behind him, and they gave Choi Yingying a look that showed they had it done. Choi Yingying's face lit up and she gave the two of them a look of gratitude. Then the 3 women immediately followed. However, when they arrived at the gate of the mansion, the 4 of them were troubled by the horse in front of them. 4 people and 1 horse, how can we get out of the city? How about you go alone, my lord and husband? Choi Yingying was reasonable and felt that she could not put her husband, the prince, in a difficult position, so she offered to stay. Although he said this, the disappointment on his face was hard to hide. She thought she could go out of the city with the prince and her husband, but she didn't expect that there was only one horse in the palace, and she had no way to go out with the prince and her husband. Although Chuanhua and Chuyue didn't say anything, they also smiled bitterly. Normally they only stay within the city and have no chance to leave. Only the prince can ride out of the city. Although you can walk out of the city, it's still more than 10 miles. If you really want to reach the fields in the south of the city, who knows how long it will take. It seems that the prince has to go out of the city alone today. All three women looked disappointed. Li Kun narrowed his eyes. He finally had a chance to be happy, but was he going to end up disappointed like this? It's just a means of transportation. How could Li Ku, a time traveler, be stumped by such a question? I will take Chuyue out first. Chuanhua, you go back to the mansion to get some money and take her to buy a horse. You guys can catch up with us later. Now that I have money, I can solve the problem by buying another horse. 2 people and 1 horse can solve this problem perfectly. But Chuyue laughed when she heard this. Your Majesty, please take the princess first. Chuanhua and I will go buy horses. Chuanhua doesn't know how to bargain. If she and the princess go to buy horses, they will definitely be ripped off. I don't know how to ride a horse, and it's impossible for me to take the princess to buy a horse and catch up with the prince. Only I and Chuanhua can go. After saying that, Chuanhua walked towards the mansion, apparently to get the silver. Choi Yingying kept her head down and didn't say anything. After Chuanhua Chuyue left, her face suddenly turned red. If 2 people ride on the same horse, won't she be held in the arms of the prince's husband? Although the prince's embrace was very warm, there were so many people watching me along the way, it was really embarrassing. The little girl was lost in thought. She stood there rubbing her hands, her face red all the way to her ears. Seeing her like this, Li Ku couldn't help but shook his head. I'm just taking you out of the city, don't think too much. This little girl always has wild thoughts. It's better to take her out of the city as soon as possible to prevent her from thinking too much. After saying that, he jumped on the horse and extended his right hand towards Choi Yingying. Looking at the big hand so close to her, Choi Yingying pursed her lips, a smile appeared on her face, and she stretched out her right hand. The 2 hands clasped together, and the instantaneous temperature of contact made them tremble all over, as if they were electrocuted. Fortunately, Li Ku had great self-control and took the opportunity to pull Choi Yingying onto the horse. Choi Yingying only felt her body lighten and waves of warmth came over her back. She knew without looking back that it was the strong chest of her husband, the prince. Thinking of herself leaning in the arms of her husband, the prince, a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. But Li Ku behind him was in a situation of extreme cold and heat. At this moment, he felt that he was wrong. I thought there shouldn't be any big problem with a little girl. But once their bodies came into contact, coupled with the horse's bumpy run, some friction between their bodies was inevitable. The sword suit he was wearing was originally close to his body, and the friction caused trouble. Every man understands the feeling of wanting to explode. Li Ku noticed the changes in his body and his face changed drastically. No way, there is a little girl in my arms, how could I react? Could it be that I am really a beast? Or is it that Loli is really that attractive? No, we have to find a place to put this little girl down. Just as this thought came to his mind, he heard snoring in his arms. When I looked down, I found that Choi Yingying had fallen asleep. This girl. Li Ku smiled bitterly, it must be too tiring to make this suit. Everyone else was asleep, there was no way he could leave Choi Yingying behind at this time. Don't torture me like this. He could only hold the sleeping Choi Yingying in his arms and ride out of the city while suppressing the feeling of exploding. Holding Choi Yingying in his arms, Li Ku felt very uncomfortable due to the bouncing feeling. I finally managed to suppress this feeling, but Chuanhua and Chuyue rode towards me on horseback. The 4 men and 2 horses had already left the city and arrived at the official road outside the city. While the prince and princess are really good at playing. When Chuyue saw the princess with a red face being held in the arms of her own prince, she confidently imagined some scenes that were not suitable for children. The prince is behind and the princess is in front. Now the princess' face is red and she has fallen asleep. This. I guess the princess must have been very tired just now. Your Majesty, what a fool it is to do such a thing on horseback. It is so embarrassing. Even Chuanhua opened her eyes wide with a look of disbelief. Could it be that the prince really has a special hobby and likes to be outside? Li Ku couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the looks of the two girls. I can tell you that there is nothing wrong between me and her, so don't let your imagination run wild. Then why is the princess' face so red? Chu Yue pouted and winked at Cui Yingying in his arms. Blush. That's impossible. Wasn't Cui Yingying asleep? Li Ku, who didn't believe it, looked down. Wow, Cui Yingying really blushed. Not only her face turned red, but her neck and ears were also red. No one would believe that he was asleep in this state. Of course Cui Yingying couldn't pretend anymore and gently opened her big eyes. In fact, when Chuanhua and Chu Yue caught up with her just now, the sound of horse hooves had already woken her up. But she realized that she was in the arms of her husband, the prince, and this feeling made her very comfortable, and she didn't know how to face the spring flowers and autumn moon in this state. So, she just pretended to be asleep and wanted to fall asleep. Now that she was exposed, she could only blush and say in a mosquito-like voice, "My lord and husband, I just woke up." Looking at the cautious little girl in his arms, her delicate face and her big, pure, and flawless eyes, the doubts in Li Ku's heart disappeared instantly. After all, she is a little girl with a childish mind. She definitely doesn't want to face Chuanhua and Chu Yue under such circumstances. He pretended to be nonchalant and nodded, "Since you are awake, let's get going. We will reach the field in a quarter of an hour." Hello. With a gust of wind on their war horses, the two men rushed out instantly, and Chuanhua and Chu Yue followed behind them. There was no need for him to explain this matter. Chuanhua Chu Yue would understand clearly as long as they took a closer look at Cui Yingying's situation. Sometimes explaining makes you look guilty. The two horses moved quickly, and the four of them soon arrived at a large piece of fertile farmland in the scorching summer sun. But when I got here, I found that there were quite a lot of people gathered here. When Li Ku and others approached, they saw that this group of people, young and old, were arguing fiercely. The group blocked their way and they were forced to stop their horses outside the crowd. "My lord, what are they arguing about over there?" This was the first time Cui Yingying encountered such a thing, and she nervously pulled Li Ku's clothes closer to her. It seemed that only in this way could she feel safe. Li Ku did not dismount. With his good hearing, he could naturally hear the conversation of this group of people. "Humph, I never thought that the governor would actually sell this piece of land. Yes, we originally cultivated these fertile fields for the government. Now that the land has been sold, won't we have no way to make a living in the future? I must ask the governor about this matter. I can't just lose my job like this. This is the land we depend on for survival. Now that the land is gone, how can I support my family? I never thought that we would end up like this after working so hard for the Tang dynasty. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have rushed to the front." Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and they were all talking about the ground. When Li Ku heard these words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Before he bought the land, he really didn't know that this land supported so many people. He only knew that these 100 acres of fertile land belonged to the government and no one had ever bought it. Now it seems that there is something wrong with this land. No wonder Wang Haoren agreed so readily. It turns out there is a trap waiting for him to fall into. Wang Haoren had always seemed to be following his wishes before, but he had actually dug a big trap for him here. There were at least 100 people at the scene. If these people really made a fuss and reported it to his father, the emperor, he would probably be punished again. My goodness, this pit is a huge pit. Just as Li Ku was deep in thought, someone finally noticed their arrival. "There's someone over there. Hey, isn't that the King of Wu?" I remember now. When Governor Wang left, he seemed to have said that this piece of land was bought by His Royal Highness the King of Wu. What? It turned out that the King of Wu bought our land. Let's go and ask the King of Wu for an explanation. Even if it's a crime of insubordination, we've lost our food. We can't care less. Just surround them. The group of people suddenly became excited and surrounded Li Ku and his 4 companions in a flash. This group of people are all men, some have scars on their faces, some are missing arms and legs, and some are even missing an eye. Although they were all disabled people, they exuded an unusually ferocious aura. Like a tiger coming out of its cage, it was so powerful that in the blink of an eye the four of them were surrounded by Li Ke. This group of people seemed to be well-trained people. After the siege, some people immediately stood on both sides of the war horse. It seemed that they wanted to control the war horse and prevent Li Ke and others from rushing out. This set of actions sounds very slow, but it only took these people a few breaths to complete it. Even Li Ke couldn't help but his eyes turned cold when he saw this scene, realizing that these people were not ordinary people. Choi Ying in his arms had never seen such a world, and she was trembling in fear. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why are these people surrounding us? I want to know too." Li Ke snorted coldly and looked up at an older man who was walking towards him. The man was about 40 years old and had a scar on his face from his forehead to his chin, which made him look particularly scary. Coupled with this man's tall and strong physique, he is like an iron tower. A powerful aura emanated from this person, and he walked towards him while bowing and saying, "Xue Ming greets His Majesty the King of Wu." Li Ke raised his eyebrows, and with a surge of momentum all over his body, he easily repelled the man's momentum. Then, he sneered, "Since you know it's me, how dare you block my way?" According to the laws of the Tang dynasty, rebellion is a capital crime. You should think carefully about the consequences of your actions today. The powerful momentum and sharp words immediately stunned everyone present. For a moment, there was complete silence. In the hot summer, the scorching sun seems to melt the earth. But Li Ke's words made the people surrounding them change their complexion and break out in cold sweat. No matter what time it is, putting yourself in danger is a capital crime. Moreover, even if Li Ke was not favored, he still held the title of King of Wu. For the sake of face, the royal family would not allow him to be bullied. But if the matter of these 100 acres of fertile land is not clarified, these people will have no place to make a living in the future. If they let Li Ke leave like this, they would still starve to death. For a moment, everyone at the scene hesitated. Xue Ming, who was in the lead, had his face turned from white to blue, and then from blue to black. His expression became terrifyingly gloomy. "Brother Xue, why don't we just forget it? He is the prince, we can't defeat him. Yes, if we embarrass him now, and he goes back and tells the emperor, we will all die. But I'm not willing to let them go like this." Some people were angry, some were unwilling, and some retreated. With just a few words, the scene suddenly became chaotic. The two sides were so close that even Choi Ying could hear clearly what the group of people said. "My dear husband." She gently pulled the corner of Li Ke's clothes. Li Ke frowned and looked down at the little girl in his arms in confusion. "Is the land we bought the place where they work? If so, then wouldn't these people have nowhere to work?" After all, the little girl came from a lower-class background and was very sensitive to such things. Although everyone at the scene only said a few words, she still knew the truth. Li Ke shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't worry about this matter. I will handle it myself." After he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, and his aura exploded. His powerful aura actually shook away all the people around him. Then, he dismounted and came to Xue Ming, who was in the lead. Seeing this, Chuanhua snorted coldly, paused on one foot, and came behind Li Ke like a young swallow flying into the forest. The momentum of one master and one attacker suppressed the aura of the hundreds of people around them. Li Ke put his hands behind his back, staring at the group of people with his eyes like an eagle, but there was no murderous intent in his body. At first glance, this group of people are just ordinary people. It is impossible that the other party is targeting them specifically, so there is no need to cause loss of life. But he, Li Ke, is a prince after all. If the other party dares to block his way, he has to teach them a lesson. Even though Li Ke was not favored, he would never fall to the point of being bullied by these people. Even though he was the one who bought the land first, he still had to settle accounts with the group of people for blocking the road. "Xue Ming, right. The 100 acres of fertile land here already belongs to me. Today you brought people here to block my way. If you don't give me an explanation, every one of you will be punished." Although the tone was light, the meaning behind the words made Xue Ming and others change their expressions. Beads of sweat the size of beans oozed out of Xue Ming's forehead, and an invisible pressure made it difficult for him to make up his mind for a while. There are only two outcomes in this situation now. The first is to take the initiative to admit defeat, and no longer ask about the matter of the 100 acres of fertile land, and go back to find other things to do. The second is to work with Li Ke and find a way to make His Royal Highness the King of Wu change his mind and give up these 100 acres of fertile land. Xue Ming doesn't want to choose the first option. With so many people, they can find work to do anywhere in a short period of time. If it is delayed for a while, some people will not be able to hold on. Behind each of these 100 people there is a family. They came not for themselves, but for their families behind them. They can't back down from this matter. Thinking of this, Xue Ming gritted his teeth, looked up at Li Ke's eyes and said fiercely, "Your Highness, King Wu, you bought this piece of land first. Please forgive me for being unreasonable. Please return this piece of land." This sentence undoubtedly makes a choice. Li Ke showed a hint of indifference on his face. "You are still a man. If you retreat now, I will look down on you. How about this? I'll give you a chance. If you can make me retreat within 3 moves, I'll return these 100 acres of fertile land to Governor Wang. How do you think?" The other party was only forced to do this in order to survive, and it was impossible for him to really kill him. But this matter has to be resolved after all, and Xue Ming looks like he knows martial arts, so I believe he will agree to this condition. As soon as these words were spoken, Xue Ming's eyes lit up and he nodded without hesitation. "This is what His Royal Highness the King of Wu said. You are not allowed to regret it. Once the king has spoken, he cannot take it back. Okay, then Your Highness Prince Wu, be prepared to take the challenge." Xue Ming was overjoyed, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Although he was injured and retired from the army, his martial arts skills are still there. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu looks so weak and doesn't seem to have great martial arts skills. It's just a matter of repelling the King of Wu, isn't that a piece of cake? Even the other people around were filled with happiness at this moment, believing that Xue Ming would definitely win. Cui Yingying, who didn't know Li Ke's strength, was so frightened that she turned pale when she saw Li Ke actually making such a request. Is it possible that the prince's husband wants to deliberately betray him because of his own words? But what if the big man accidentally hurts the prince's husband? Oh, if I had known things would be like this, I shouldn't have spoken. It was you who harmed the prince's husband. No, I can't agree to this, I have to stop it. Thinking of this, Cui Yingying was sweating profusely and wanted to get off her horse. Chuanhua heard the noise and turned around to see her trying to get off her horse. She couldn't help but immediately stepped forward to help her down. Why did the princess dismount? I'm worried about your husband. Haha, princess, you're worrying too much. That person is no match for me, how could he possibly defeat the prince? We can just stand aside and watch. Chuanhua smiled indifferently, reached out and grabbed Cui Yingying's arm, stopping her from moving forward. Cui Yingying was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that Chuanhua's martial arts were taught by her husband, the prince. Since the prince can teach a master like Chuanhua, he must be very powerful, right? While I was deep in thought, shouts were heard from the scene. Cui Yingying came back to her senses and looked up, only to see Xue Ming punching a tiger in the heart and heading straight for her husband, the prince. Just when she was about to scream in fear, she saw Li Ke lean to the left and avoid the powerful punch. Xue Ming's face changed, and he punched down hard, trying to force Li Ke to retreat. Unexpectedly, Li Ke suddenly slapped out with his palm. Xue Ming's eyes turned cold and he quickly punched back to block. After 2 moves, Xue Ming only had 1 chance. For the sake of his family and the brothers around him, Xue Ming took a gamble and rushed towards Li Ke. He actually wanted to use his huge body to knock Li Ke back. But Li Ke seemed to have anticipated this. He stretched out his hands and pressed down Xue Ming's shoulders, making it impossible for Xue Ming to move forward. This is impossible. Xue Ming, whose shoulders were held by Li Ke, looked drastically changed. He couldn't believe that he couldn't make Li Ke take a step back. But even if he tried his best, he still couldn't go any further, which made him shocked and amazed at Li Ke's ability. The other people around also had dazed expressions on their faces, looking at the scene in disbelief. Brother Xue is the most powerful among us. Even he is no match for King Wu. So, today we have no choice but to let King Wu go. Are we just going to starve to death here? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. If we lose these fields, my whole family will starve to death. Everyone was talking about it, and some even wanted to rush forward because they were impatient. Li Ke snorted coldly, pushed Xue Ming over with his right hand, and knocked all the people who rushed over to the ground. Cui Yingying, who was standing behind, saw this scene and covered her mouth with her hands in surprise, with a look of astonishment in her big eyes. I never expected that the prince's husband's martial arts were so powerful. The tallman looked like a tough guy, but the prince's husband easily subdued him. But these people look so pitiful. While deep in thought, Xue Ming, who had been pushed out, stood up and stretched out his hands to stop the people who wanted to attack again. That's enough. Xue Ming shouted angrily, his face flushed red as he roared at everyone, even I am no match for His Royal Highness the King of Wu. You will only embarrass yourself if you go up there. Let's go back. Knowing Li Ke's strength well, Xue Ming didn't dare to let anyone provoke him again. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well go back and discuss how to find a job. Brother Xue, are we going back like this? Without these fields for us to work on, we won't last more than 10 days. Yes, Brother Xue, all of us are retired soldiers who were injured. Who would dare to employ us if they see us like this? Brother Xue, I really don't want to go back like this. We work so hard to build the Tang dynasty, and this is how the emperor repays us. Everyone was talking about it, the situation was very excited, and it seemed that the situation was getting out of control. Even though Xue Ming kept explaining to everyone, since it concerned the lives of these people's families, they didn't want to go back just like that. Xue Ming had no choice but to call a group of people who were on good terms with him to form a circle to protect Li Ke and the others. But there were too many people who didn't want to leave, and soon the protection circle was narrowed. Even Cui Yingying was forced to move behind Li Ke. My lord and husband, what are they going to do? Cui Yingying had never seen such a scene before and her face turned pale with fright. No matter how powerful the prince is, it is impossible for him to defeat so many people. Could it be that I am going to meet my husband, the prince, in danger here today? Li Ke glanced at the frightened little girl and shook his head. Follow me, I will handle this matter. After saying that, he turned and walked towards Xue Ming. Cui Yingying looked at the tall figure in front of her, and for some reason, the fear in her heart disappeared instantly. She didn't know why she believed him so much. At this moment, she felt that as long as her husband the prince was there, all problems would be solved. My lord, you can do it. She clenched her fists, with a fangirl expression and determination in her eyes. At this time, Li Ke had already come behind Xue Ming. It seems that your prestige in their hearts is not enough. Li Ke's words frightened Xue Ming so much that his face changed drastically and he broke out in a cold sweat. Xue Ming turned his head and smiled bitterly. Your Highness King Wu, you don't know that these brothers all retired from the army like me. If it's anything else, I can still subdue them with my own force, but this matter, You retired from the army? Li Ke narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people carefully again, and found that they were all injured. The most serious ones are those with missing limbs. So, you are the people who were arranged by the government to live here and rely on these 100 acres of fertile land to work. He remembered the way the Tang dynasty arranged soldiers in the army. Anyone who was injured or retired from the army due to old age would be arranged something by the government. These tasks are relatively simple, and the remuneration given is enough for the other party to support his family. This is one of the reasons why so many people in the Tang dynasty want to join the army. However, he did not know at first that these 100 acres of fertile land were used to accommodate the soldiers who retired from the army, and Wang Haoren deliberately concealed this news from him. The purpose, of course, is to create trouble for him. Although he guessed the identities of this group of people at first, he still felt a little tricky when Xue Ming really revealed their identities. This is not just about hundreds of veterans, there are also hundreds of families behind them. My lord and husband, can't we hire these people to continue working here? Cui Yingying behind him suddenly spoke timidly. As a person from the lower class, Cui Yingying is well aware of the difficulties faced by ordinary people. Moreover, since these people are all disabled, she cannot bear to see them lose their wages because they do not work. But just as the words fell, Chuanhua beside him raised her eyebrows and explained in a low voice, Princess, in fact, the the prince does not want to plant all of these 100 acres of fertile land. After these words were spoken, Choi Ying finally reacted. The prince's husband does not seem to have any great ambitions and has always just been trying to solve the problem of food and clothing. They can't even solve the problem of food and clothing for themselves. How can they expect to solve the problem of food and clothing for hundreds of families and thousands of people? Thinking of this, Choi Ying couldn't help but lower her head and dared not speak anymore. As she spoke, everyone present heard her words and knew that His Royal Highness the King of Wu would not plant all of these 100 acres of fertile land. In other words, His Royal Highness the King of Wu will not hire all of them to work. For a moment, everyone at the scene was completely angry. I told you, the court has forgotten about us. Humph, what do you mean by selling the land to the King of Wu? I think His Royal Highness the King of Wu wants to take over this piece of land, right? This is the best land in Anzhou. Even many noble families are jealous of it. It is impossible for His Royal Highness the King of Wu to buy it and then leave it uncultivated, right? They have already said that His Royal Highness the King of Wu only wants to solve his own food and clothing problem. How could he care about our lives? Then what are you waiting for? It was this Prince Wu who caused us to become like this. We cannot let him go. Yes, we can't let him go. The emotions of the people at the scene suddenly became excited, and many people even began to clamor to take down Li Ke by relying on their numbers. Choi Ying was stunned by the scene before her. She didn't expect that her words would lead to this situation. My lord and husband, I didn't mean it. She looked at Li Ke, who was standing in front of her with a worried look on her face, fearing that he would blame her. The summer is hot and the scorching heat makes it difficult to stay outside for a long time. But for the sake of their livelihood and their families, the group of people surrounding Li Ke actually wanted to take action against Li Ke, the King of Wu. Especially after hearing the conversation between Choi Ying and Chuanhua, they thought that His Royal Highness the King of Wu no longer cared about their lives or deaths. In this case, there is no need for them to give face to King Wu. You are almost dying, they don't care about your status. Choi Ying looked at the rioting crowd, her pretty face turned pale with fear, without a trace of blood. Even Li Ke couldn't help but feel soft-hearted when he saw her like this, and protected her behind him. With me here, they can't turn the tables. After he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, his whole body was filled with a powerful aura, and a powerful aura swept across the entire venue. When the people who were still rioting around saw this, they were actually subdued by the momentum of Qi for a moment. Xue Ming took the opportunity to stand in front of the group of people and shouted, Your Highness the King of Wu showed mercy when he fought with me just now. This King Wu is not as dandy as you imagine. How about everyone listen to what King Wu has to say? Xue Ming still has some status in everyone's hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, someone responded at the scene. Okay, since Brother Xue has spoken, I'll give you this face. Okay, let's see what King Wu has to say first. If you can't give us a satisfactory answer in the end, we won't give up. That's right, let's see what King Wu says first. Everyone finally quieted down and looked at Li Ke, waiting for his answer. Li Ke spoke slowly amid the expectation of everyone. Since you are all meritorious officials of the Tang dynasty, I can give you an explanation. This piece of land was indeed bought by me, but when I bought it, I didn't know that it was being managed by you retired soldiers. If you hadn't blocked my way, I would still be in the dark. This matter was entirely caused by the Governor Wang deceiving his superiors and subordinates. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. They did not expect this result. In this case, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu was also unaware of the situation, so we can't blame him. But no matter what, this incident was caused by King Wu's purchase of land, so King Wu is also responsible for this matter. Someone immediately objected, if the King of Wu returns the land, will we still be the same as before? Yes, since the King of Wu doesn't know about it, why don't we return the land to us? Then we will be all right, right? This is a good idea, Your Highness, King Wu, please return the land to me. I beg you. My whole family depends on farming for a living. If I lose this job, they will all die. After all, they are common people, and they don't want to go against the royal family unless it is absolutely necessary. Their only hope is to return to the way things were before. This concerns the lives of their families, and some people even fell to their knees while talking about it. As soon as one person knelt down, others followed immediately. At one point, everyone on the scene knelt down, shouting, "Your Highness, King Wu, please return the land." You. Xue Ming was so angry at this scene that he was shaking all over. He was so angry that he grabbed someone and shouted. This land was bought by His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Why do you want His Royal Highness the King of Wu to give it back? Without the land, can't we find other jobs? Xue Ming doesn't want to ask for help from others. Moreover, strictly speaking, the King of Wu did not have much responsibility for this matter, and they had no right to demand that the King of Wu return the land. But when he said this, he offended the person who was kneeling on the spot. Brother Xue, you have both hands intact, so you can naturally find other work to do, but you're missing an arm. What can I do? Yeah, I'm also missing a leg. Who would want me other than farming? Brother Xue, please stop speaking for His Royal Highness the King of Wu at this time. Instead, consider your brothers and family members. If the King of Wu doesn't return the land, at least half of the people here and their families will starve to death. Brother Xue, do you want to watch them starve to death? The words of the crowd were like a sharp blade, stabbing Xue Ming's heart and leaving him stunned. The hands that were grabbing the collar couldn't help but let go. Seeing the situation develop to this point, Cui Yingying couldn't help but gently pull on the corner of Li Ke's clothes. Li Ke turned and looked at her in confusion. My lord, they are so pitiful. Can we help them? A timid voice, a weak expression, but the words spoken are so firm. This little girl can't even protect herself, yet she is still thinking about others. He felt a little amused. You are an illegitimate daughter abandoned by the Chui family, and you actually care about the affairs of this other prince. I was just about to scold him. But when he met the little girl's innocent big eyes, he couldn't say the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He really couldn't bear to destroy the kindness of such a simple girl who cared about others. I have said that I will handle this matter. After giving a bland answer, he turned around and looked at the people present. Cui Yingying pursed her lips and dared not speak any more. But the look he gave Li Ke was still filled with anticipation. She believed that her prince husband was not an irresponsible person. At this moment, Li Ke's eyes swept across the scars and broken arms of this group of people, and a rare seriousness appeared on his face. This group of people were all heroes who had made great contributions to the Tang dynasty. Now that they have fallen to this point, it is impossible for him, the prince, to sit idly by. What's more, this matter was caused by him, so he needs to solve it thoroughly. If this matter is left unchecked, who knows how many people here will starve to death because of him. Thinking of this, Li Ke took a deep breath and a plan formed in his mind. If he wants to feed this group of people and their families, his 100 acres of fertile land is definitely not enough. It just so happened that he already had 2 things made. If he could take these people in and use them for his own purposes, he could not only feed them but also make some money. In this way, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and everyone gets what they need. This king just needs manpower. How about this? The people who were working before can continue to work. Li Ke said slowly, however, I will select a group of careful and weaving people from your family. As soon as these words came out, Cui Yingying showed a sweet smile. The 2 dimples on her face are like stars in the sky, extremely dazzling. She knew that her prince husband would not ignore these people. Xue Ming was stunned at first, and then he asked hurriedly, I wonder what His Royal Highness the King of Wu wants to do by selecting these people. Li Ke glanced at him calmly and said, Don't worry, I just have a few business deals to do. I recruited them just to work for me. As soon as the words fell, everyone at the scene reacted and shouted. Thank you, Your Highness King Wu. My lord and husband, there are so many people. Can we really take care of them all? On the way back, Cui Yingying looked at Xue Ming and others who were following behind her, and a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. At first she did want to save these people. But when they really followed them back to the palace, she hesitated again. She knew what the palace was like. It was difficult to even support them. Now with the addition of more than 100 people, as well as the hundreds or thousands of people behind the other side, it has become even more difficult to support. Her inner self-blame made it impossible for her to stay out of it. Li Ke, who was holding her and riding a horse behind her, said calmly, Are you scared now? Are you regretful now? This little girl has a really long reaction time. You were very active at the scene just now, but now that you have calmed down, you finally understand how difficult it is to feed these people, right? My lord, my husband, I. Choi Ying pursed her lips and turned around to explain. Just then, Li Ku also looked down. The two of them were of different heights, and when they turned around and lowered their heads at the same time, their lips touched. The summer temperature seems to have disappeared at this moment. The cold feeling on their lips shocked Li Ku and Choi Ying at the same time. It was their first kiss, and they had never felt anything like this before. They were stunned for a moment. Only when they heard Chuanhua's cough 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 sound behind them did they come to their senses. Choi Ying's little face suddenly turned red with shame. She quickly turned her head away, lowered her head into her chest and dared not speak. Li Ku twitched his lips, pulled the reins with both hands, shouted "Gee!" and rode away quickly. I will go back and make arrangements. You two can take them back to the palace. Before leaving, he did not forget to give instructions to Chuanhua and Chuyue. Chuanhua and Chuyue looked at each other. The prince is running away. Hee hee. I think the prince is probably shy. How is it possible? Your Majesty is a martial arts expert, how could he be shy? Being good at martial arts and being shy are two different things. Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's take these people back quickly. The two of them gossiped to each other for a while before returning to the city with Xue Ming and the others. The huge crowd of more than 100 people entering the city naturally attracted a lot of onlookers. However, although Xue Ming and others were more or less disabled, their aura was much stronger than that of ordinary people. Facing the onlookers, they stared with their eyes wide open, scaring the people on the street so much that they dared not continue to look at them. At this time, Li Ku and Choi Ying were already at home. If you have nothing else to do, my lord, I will go back to my room first. Choi Ying didn't dare to look at her prince husband, the blush on her face had not yet completely faded. Thinking of their close contact just now, she felt both excited and shy, and she didn't even dare to look the prince in the eye. Seeing her like this, Li Ku couldn't help but cough twice. Ahem, what happened just now was an accident. By the way, I actually have something to ask you. It has something to do with feeding those people. Upon hearing that it was related to that group of people, Choi Ying's face immediately straightened and turned into a normal look. After all, she was the one who asked the prince to take care of that group of people, so she couldn't just ignore them at this time. My lord, what are your plans? Choi Ying asked with anticipation, blinking her big eyes. Before I tell you my plan, I would like to ask you, what do you think of this set of clothes I'm wearing? Li Ku pointed at the set of knight-errant clothes he was wearing. Choi Ying was stunned when she heard this. What does your husband mean by asking this? Does he want to be praised? But the prince's husband doesn't seem to be that vain person. But since my husband the prince asked, I can't just not tell him. This. She hesitated for a moment, organized her words, and then said, Your Majesty, this suit is simply a magical one, like divine help, a god descending from heaven. Li Ku rolled his eyes. It turned out that this little girl misunderstood me and thought that I wanted her to praise me. All right, you don't even know a few words, so it's hard for you to say these idioms. He quickly stretched out his hand to interrupt her. What I mean is, if this suit is put out for sale, do you think anyone will buy it? My husband, the prince, wants to sell this dress. Choi Ying's face fell. Does he dislike my craftsmanship? I made this for my husband, the prince, by staying up all night long. How could my husband, the prince, sell this dress? Could it be that the prince's husband really hates me? Thinking of this, tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Stop. Li Ku placed his left hand with the palm facing down, and pointed his right index finger at his left palm, making a stop gesture. I just want you to teach the families of those people to make this kind of clothes and then sell them for money. I have no other intentions. Do you understand now? This annoying little girl, I don't know what's going on in her little head every day. Choi Ying finally understood after hearing this. It turns out that the prince's husband has found something to do for himself. This is a good thing. As long as I can demonstrate the value of my stay here, my husband the prince will not chase me away, right? Sure. She wiped her eyes and smiled. Most women can knit, but if you want to make this dress, there are a few special things you need to pay attention to. With my teaching, they can make this dress very easily. Judging from how bravely the prince's husband looks in this suit, I'm sure many people will buy it. My lord, do you remember when we left the city, many people were staring at your clothes? If you weren't the prince, I think many people would come up to you and ask where you bought the clothes. The more the little girl spoke, the more excited she became. The more she spoke, the more she felt that her prince husband was truly amazing to be able to come up with this idea. As long as they purchase the raw materials in advance, make a batch of chivalrous products and sell them, they can start to slowly subsidize the families of those veterans. When more xia customer service are sold in the future, maybe they will even be able to make some money. My lord, my husband, is truly amazing. In this way, the troubles of those retired soldiers can be perfectly solved. Since you have confidence, I will teach you this matter. Li Ke showed a satisfied look on his face. Don't worry, as the one who taught them, you will get a share of the profits from every xiaofu customer service sold in the future. No, no, no. I just want them to have food to eat. Okay, I know what's going on. But you need to be prepared in the coming days. I will also teach those people how to make facial masks and try to earn more money. After Li Ke finished speaking, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps outside the palace. Chuanhua Chuyue, Xue Ming, and others are back. My lord, my princess. Chuanhua and Chuyue entered the palace and saw Li Ke and Chui Yingying still in the yard, so they immediately bowed. Li Ke nodded and glanced at Xue Ming and others who were automatically guarding the gate of the palace, revealing a look of satisfaction. You have come at the right time. I have 3 things to do next, and I need you to do them separately. Li Ke pointed at Xue Ming and others outside the palace and said, choose half of them and let me lead them to work in the fields. The remaining half, led by the 2 of you, will be responsible for extracting more plant essence masks. As for their families, I will let Chui Yingying teach them to make more chivalrous servants to sell. When these words were spoken, the 3 women were all shocked and their mouths opened so wide that they could hardly close. My lord, you want to take them to work in the fields yourself? This. Your Majesty's body is heavy, so it's not suitable for you to do this. Why don't you let me do it instead? Yes, Your Majesty, if this matter gets out, His Majesty. The 3 women each had their own concerns, and were all worried about the impact of Li Ke personally leading people to work. Li Ke was a prince after all. If word got out that a prince personally went to work in the fields, the royal family would lose face. Li Ke was not favored in the first place. If the emperor knew about this, God knows how he would punish Li Ke. You must know that the emperor sent Li Ke here with the intention of deliberately neglecting him and not welcoming him. If he doesn't stay here properly and instead causes so many troubles, will the emperor forgive Li Ke? But how could Li Ke's decision be changed by just a few words from them? Facing the concerns of the 3 people, he smiled calmly. All right, I know my situation better than you do. Don't worry, I won't do it myself. I'll just go over and instruct them on their work and improve their tools when I have time. Well, you can regard my behavior as supervision. After hearing this, the 3 women finally put their minds at ease. Chui Yingying patted her chest with a look of fear on her face. I thought that the prince and husband would go to the fields himself, but that is not a job that you can do. However, now that these people have entered the city, does the prince and his husband have something else for them to do? Although Chui Yingying is young, but perhaps because of her interest in knitting, she has very good observation skills. Even Li Ke couldn't help but look at her with a new eye after hearing this. He turned to look at her with a surprised look. I didn't expect you to see that. I want them to go into the city and spread the news that the facial masks will be on sale in 3 days. After these few days, those who received the mask before must have known the effect. If we promote it again this time, the ladies of the noble families will definitely send people to buy it. While speaking, he deliberately took a look at the skin on Chui Yingying's face. Although this little girl has been staying up late to work as a customer service representative these days and her face looks a little haggard, her skin has improved a little as she insists on applying a facial mask every day. Her skin was a little dark before, but after using facial mask several times, it slowly returned to the delicate skin of a young girl. After all, she is only a teenager. With her recovery ability and the effectiveness of the mask, it is only a matter of time before her skin returns to its fair state. Wow, it turns out that the prince and his husband already had a plan. Looks like I have to work hard too. Choi Yingying's eyes lit up, revealing anticipation. I wonder when I can teach their family members to be chivalrous customer service. Li Ke smiled calmly. This is the task I will assign to you next. I will let Xue Ming protect you as you go to buy fabrics for making clothes. As for their families, there isn't enough time today, and we still have to notify them, so let's schedule your first meeting for tomorrow afternoon. There are a lot of things to do, but fortunately with people like Xue Ming here, we can do them all at the same time. In order to survive and for the sake of their families, Xue Ming and others can only follow Li Ke wholeheartedly. As long as the facial masks and the Xiaoke products are sold successfully, the next step is to make money, and Li Ke can just be a hands-off boss. After the plan was finalized, everyone immediately went their separate ways. Of course, the big event of Li Ke bringing Xue Ming and others into the city today was also quickly received by Anzhou Governor Wang Haoren. The huge governor's mansion covers an area more than 5 times that of the Prince of Wu's palace and is located in the best northern part of the city. The red gate is tall and the wall of the governor's mansion is more than 10 feet high, and ordinary people can't climb over it at all. There were 4 guards with swords at the door. They had serious expressions and it was obvious at first glance that they were experts. Compared with the dilapidated and unguarded Prince Wu's palace, this governor's mansion looks more like a royal palace. In the heavily guarded reception room of the governor's mansion, Governor Wang Haoren sat in the main seat, holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, listening to the report from the people in the hall. But after hearing this, he couldn't help but frown, with an expression of disbelief on his face. What on earth did the king of Wu use to get those people to follow him back to the city without causing any trouble? Wang Haoren put down the teacup in his hand, a thoughtful look in his eyes. I thought that by selling the land to Li Ke, I would also hand over the troubles of Xue Ming and others to Li Ke. As long as there is a conflict between Li Ke and Xue Ming, he, Wang Haoren, can read Li Ke's book. Based on the current emperor's attitude towards Li Ke, and the few words Changsu and Wuji said in court, Li Ke must be reduced to a county king or even a duke even if he is not deprived of his title as king of Wu. In this way, Li Ke was completely suppressed by him and took revenge for being used by him before. But now it seems that Xue Ming and others should have been subdued by Li Ke, otherwise it would be impossible to return to the city with Li Ke. Things have developed to this point, far beyond expectations, and all his plans have been disrupted. Just think about it. This matter is kept secret from the outside world. Don't let King Wu know that I know about it. Yes. After sending the person who came to report away, Wang Haoren stood up and walked to the door of the living room. Looking at the scorching sun in the sky, he squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, King Wu, how did you manage to subdue Xue Ming and his people? He knew the identities of Xue Ming and others better than anyone else. Those were people who had been to the battlefield. If Li Ke bought that piece of land, it would be equivalent to cutting off the livelihood of that group of people. It would be good enough if they didn't fight with Li Ke. How could they possibly listen to Li Ke? The only possibility. Li Ke made a promise to this group of people to support them. But how is this possible? Li Ke had only managed to get 4,000 taels of silver, half of which he had already spent on buying the land. How could the remaining 2,000 taels be enough to support that group of people and their families? King Wu, I really can't see through you. At this moment, Li Ke's image in Wang Haoren's mind suddenly became mysterious. At the same time, he was also looking forward to what Li Ke would do next. Of course, he would not sit idle either. He would report to the current emperor how Li Ke had subdued this group of people. Come here, send this letter to Changan City at an urgent speed of 800 miles. Wang Haoren finished writing the memorial to criticize Li Ke in his study and immediately asked someone to send it out. Watching the servant take Zhozha and leave, Wang Haoren showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. No matter what methods King Wu Li Ke used to subdue Xue Ming and others, the identities of these people are not simple. Your Majesty will definitely not forgive him if he finds out. If this is accomplished, Lord Changsuan will definitely promote me. By then, he would be able to get rid of this position of governor of a lower state, and maybe even be able to serve as an official in Changan City. King Wu, let's see how you face the punishment from His Majesty this time. Thinking of happy things, the smile on the corners of his mouth became even more intense. But at this moment, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the door, and an anxious voice came into my ears. My lord, something terrible has happened." Wang Haoren's thoughts were interrupted and he couldn't help but frown, with an unhappy look on his face. Looking at the housekeeper who was running over in a hurry, he snorted coldly and reprimanded slowly, "Didn't I tell you that you can't panic when encountering things? You have to stay calm, understand?" The housekeeper was stunned and stood there not daring to speak. "That's right." Wang Haoren sat on a chair, picked up his teacup and said slowly, "I am the governor of Anzhou. I have the final say here. How can you be so hasty? Tell me, what happened?" "This. Sir, many people in the city are saying that your shop in the city will be selling facial masks in 3 days." The housekeeper learned his lesson this time and slowly told the news spread by Xue Ming and others. "What? I want to sell facial masks. When did I ever say I wanted to sell facial masks?" Wang Haoren's face changed when he heard this and he stood up. The facial mask was made by King Wu, so even if it was sold, it was King Wu who sold it. Does it have anything to do with him? "Sir, the group of people who spread the news only said that facial masks would be sold at the old place in 3 days, but word of mouth spread, and I don't know why it became that you, sir, would be selling facial masks." The butler explained with a wry smile on his face, and his words became more cautious. Bang. "Bullshit, who the hell spread this news?" Wang Haoren was so angry that he smashed the teacup in his hand and couldn't help but swear. You have to know that he doesn't own any facial masks. If this matter got out, and if he didn't come out to sell facial masks that day, the impact on his reputation would be immeasurable. Investigate for me, who is spreading rumors in the city. I will not let him off." At this moment, Wang Haoren tore off his hypocritical mask, revealing a murderous face. If this matter is not handled properly, his reputation and prestige will be reduced to the lowest level. This is unacceptable for a governor who is only trying to climb the career ladder, and will affect his official career. However, just as Wang Haoren finished speaking, another servant rushed in, shouting, "My lord, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened." Wang Haoren's eyes turned cold, staring at the guard who was charging at him, and asked in a cold voice, "What happened again?" "Your Excellency, many people from aristocratic families have come to visit us, and their purpose is surprisingly the same, which is to buy facial masks from you." When the guard saw Wang Haoren's murderous and angry face, he did not dare to delay and told him the purpose of the group of people outside the mansion. When Wang Haoren heard this, he immediately understood what had happened. This group of people from aristocratic families must have heard the news in the city and thought that Wang Haoren was going to sell facial masks. People from aristocratic families are arrogant, and of course they won't queue up to buy facial masks like ordinary people. Wouldn't it be better for them to follow behind the governor? Not only did he deliver the silver to the hands of the governor, he also did him a favor. It would be fine if Wang Haoren had a facial mask, he would naturally be happy to see it happen. But the problem is, Wang Haoren doesn't have a facial mask. The instigator of all this was none other than His Royal Highness the King of Wu, whom he had just reported. Find a reason to get rid of them. Wang Haoren said with a cold face, waving his hand to signal the guards to go down and deal with it. He currently had no other way to deal with this matter, and could only send that group of people away first. But the guard's face changed when he heard this and he hesitated. "Ah! You dare not listen to what I say." Wang Haoren narrowed his eyes, and murderous intent surged throughout his body. "Sir, those are all prominent families in Anzhou. I'm afraid I can't get rid of them." The guard bowed and explained with a bitter face. These words made Wang Haoren raise his eyebrows and he began to hesitate. He cannot offend all of the noble families in Anzhou. After all, if he wants to secure his position in Anzhou, he has to maintain good relations with people from these noble families. People came to his house to buy facial masks to give Wang Haoren face. Even if he didn't have any, he had to explain it clearly to the other party. "Forget it, I'll talk to them myself." He snorted coldly and immediately walked towards the gate of the mansion. Before he reached the gate of the mansion, the noise outside reached his ears. "Master Wang, what's going on? Why won't you let me in?" "Yes, we are here to give money to Lord Wang." "No. We are here to do business. You stopped us outside the palace." Aren't you afraid of being blamed by Lord Wang? That mask is really amazing. My wife used it for a few days and her skin became smoother. Now my mother is clamoring for a mask. It's the same for me. My concubines keep pestering me and asking me to buy facial masks for them. Wang Haoran's face changed slightly when he heard what everyone said. He didn't expect that King Wulika's facial mask could actually have such an effect. Could this be something the King of Wu uses to win people's hearts? This matter cannot be underestimated and must be reported to Lord Changsuan Wuji. Having made up his mind, he had already reached the gate of the mansion. Lord Wang is here. Master Wang, did you bring the facial mask? I brought enough silver this time. Hee, Lord Wang, I brought this money here in a horse-drawn carriage. I must buy more facial masks this time. It seems like you all think the same as I do. How can we not buy more of such a magical thing? Everyone was talking about it, but the more they said the mask was good, the angrier Wang Haoran became. The mask is so good, but unfortunately it has nothing to do with him, Wang Haoran. He can only watch these people praise Li Ke. Everyone. Wang Haoran snorted coldly. To tell you the truth, the mask has nothing to do with me, it belongs to His Royal Highness Prince Wu. Before, for some reason, I had to sell it myself, but now it's over. From now on, you don't need to mention the mask in front of me. Also, let me remind you again, if you buy a facial mask, you will be linked to King Wu. You all know the situation of His Royal Highness the King of Wu. I believe you all know what to do. Someone, show the guests away. What? Lord Wang has nothing to do with the mask. That facial mask actually belongs to His Royal Highness Prince Wu. How could this be? Master Wang, please don't leave. Explain it to us. This is terrible. That mask belongs to His Royal Highness the King of Wu. If we buy it, it would be like supporting the King of Wu. At the gate of the governor's mansion, which was originally bustling, Wang Haoran's words made everyone feel cold. You must know that King Wu is not favored now, and no one wants to be suppressed together with King Wu. But the appeal of the facial mask was so great that this time they came out to either buy it for their mother, wife, or their concubine. What's more, they want to buy more and sell them elsewhere. Now that they have done this, all their plans have come to nothing. However, people from these aristocratic families are not fools, and they also have their own ways to deal with this matter. For a time, everyone came in high spirits and left with their heads lowered. Hey, how can I deal with those concubines when I go back? Brother Lu, you are too upright. We can't buy it ourselves. We can let others buy it. Brother Zhou means. That's right. We can secretly hire others to buy it, and it would be best if these hired people are not servants in our house. Brother Lu, do you understand what I mean? Ha 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 ha, Brother Zhou is really smart. I can't buy it myself, so as not to be associated with the King of Wu, but I can secretly ask others to buy it. As long as they don't let their own servants buy it, no one will be able to trace it back to them. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is a compromise compared to having to go back without a mask. These people from aristocratic families are all smart people, and once they come up with a solution, they will go down and make arrangements immediately. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the Tang dynasty, which was under curfew, seemed particularly quiet at night. In the Prince of Wu's mansion, Li Ke sat in the main seat and listened to Xue Ming's report in the hall. Your Highness, King Wu, I have spread the news thoroughly according to your instructions. Those people from the noble families have indeed gone to look for the governor. Xue Ming quickly recounted what happened outside the governor's mansion this afternoon. Li Ke smiled indifferently when he heard this, with a hint of coldness appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wang Haoran had tricked him, so he couldn't just let him go. He deliberately let Xue Ming and others spread the news of this publicity and involved Wang Haoran. The purpose, of course, is to report what the other party did to the 100 acres of fertile land. After this incident, the people from the aristocratic families knew that the facial mask had nothing to do with Wang Haoran, and they were even forced by him to sell the facial mask once. In this way, Wang Haoran's prestige in the hearts of the aristocratic families will definitely fall to the bottom, which will be a serious blow to him. This was hard to accept for Wang Haoran, who was eager to climb up the social ladder and make friends with the major families. Li Ke will not wait for time when seeking revenge, he always takes revenge immediately. Very good, you have done a good job. Starting tomorrow, you will follow my 2 maids to start making facial masks. Li Ke waved his hand, indicating that Xue Ming could leave. But when Xue Ming heard this, he moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. If you have something to say, just say it. From now on, you can speak freely in front of me. Since he was someone he had conquered, Li Ke naturally wouldn't be too harsh on him. Xue Ming's eyes showed a touch of emotion and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He didn't expect that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu would be so easy to talk to. It seems like I followed the right person. Your Highness, King Wu, your plan is indeed a good one, but what if no one comes to buy the mask after 3 days? Xue Ming expressed his doubts. Wang Haoren is the governor of Anzhou after all. As long as he opens his mouth, those noble families and ordinary people will not dare to come and buy facial masks. Xue Ming was very clear about how powerful a provincial governor was, and it was far beyond the ability of the disgraced Prince Wu to check and balance him. This is Wang Haoren's territory, so it's easy for Wang Haoren to cause trouble. All it takes is an order and sending people to guard the shop to prevent people from going to buy facial masks. But Li Ke laughed when he heard this and looked at Xue Ming deeply. It seems that you are smarter than I thought. I have already thought of what you said, so I have created some trouble for him. Although Wang Haoren also wants to disrupt the sale of this mask, don't forget that he has sold it personally before. If he doesn't allow ordinary people to buy facial masks this time, he'll be slapping himself in the face. As for those people from the aristocratic families, haha, it's hard to say whether they will give Wang Haoren this favor. Just wait, you will know the answer in 3 days. You should make more facial masks in the next few days. When Xue Ming saw that His Royal Highness the King of Wu was so confident, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. But he didn't say anything more. He bowed, turned around and left. During the next 3 days, the entire Prince Wu's palace became extremely lively. Some are making facial masks, and some are serving as customer service under the guidance of Cui Yingying. However, the chivalrous servant is a product of later times after all. Even with Cui Yingying's instruction, it would be impossible for these women to make it right away. The facial mask is relatively simple to make, and with sufficient manpower, thousands of facial masks were made. By the time the sale starts, the shop is already packed with people. If Li Ke had not had the foresight to send people to guard the intersection, and if Xue Ming and a few fierce-looking men had not intimidated the group of people, something might have really happened. Everyone, today we are selling facial masks, 100 taels each, only 1,000 of them, first come first served. However, if anyone does not follow the queue order, I will cancel his purchasing qualification at any time. Xue Ming stood in front of the shop holding a facial mask and yelled, and the people outside immediately cheered. 1,000 copies. This time the sales are much more than before. With the shock of Xue Ming's last words, people at the scene did not dare to cut in line or crowd, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. However, in an far away, the governor Wang Haoren, who had changed into ordinary clothes, was staring at the scene happening outside the shop. He never expected that the mask, which had lost its platform, could still be so popular. It was not until then that he realized that he was being used by Li Ke. When he sold the facial mask for the first time, others didn't know the effects of the mask and only bought it out of respect for him, the governor. But this time it was different. Many people knew the efficacy of the mask. Even if he, the governor, was not there, those people would still come to buy it. From beginning to end, he was fooled by Li Ke. Thinking of this, Wang Haoren clenched his hands and said fiercely, "Your Highness, Prince Wu, you are so scheming and calculating." This time, he lost, and he lost sincerely. His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu sold 1,000 facial masks this time, which means he earned 10,000 taels of silver. "Sir Governor, are we just going to let His Royal Highness the King of Wu grow stronger in Anzhou?" Inside the inn, the chief secretary Zhou Yuan, who was standing behind Wang Haoren, had an angry look on his face and clenched his hands. It seemed that the better King Wu Li Ke lived, the unhappier he was. As an official under the governor, Zhou Yuan naturally obeyed Wang Haoren's orders. He also knew that the governor was bent on currying favor with Lord Changsuan Wuji. Now is the time for him to show his loyalty. If the governor Wang Haoren gets close to Changsuan Wuji in the future, as his subordinate, he might be the next governor of Anzhou. Therefore, he absolutely does not want Li Ke to live a good life. Wang Haoren, who was standing in front, frowned when he heard this, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. But then he seemed to have thought of something, and the aura on his body suddenly disappeared. Master Zhou, have you forgotten that His Royal Highness the King of Wu is an extraordinary martial artist? These words clearly revealed Wang Haoren's intentions. He really wanted to target Li Ke, but when he thought about the people he had sent before being captured by Li Ke, and that he was also under the control of Li Ke because of this matter, he dared not take action. This. Zhou Yuan's eyes rolled and he immediately understood what Wang Haoren meant. My lord, this is taking into account the King of Wu's strength, not his identity. It seems that I made the right bet. If I can help you deal with the King of Wu, and you are transferred to the capital in the future, then the position of governor of Anzhou will be mine. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan chuckled, Sir, there is actually no need for us to confront King Wu head-on. Oh. Wang Haoren's heart moved, and he turned to look at Zhou Yuan who was grinning. What's your plan, Lord Zhou? Sir Wang, we just need to find out the source of King Wu's raw materials and find a way to destroy them to cut off their source of income. Zhou Yuan smiled and told his plan. This way, we don't have to confront His Royal Highness the King of Wu head-on, and he won't be able to sell any more facial masks. The King of Wu has subdued so many people. If he doesn't find another way to make money within a few days, given their personalities, I'm afraid they won't continue to follow the King of Wu. Since Li Ke is so powerful, let's just start from other directions. Making facial masks always requires raw materials, right? It's impossible for King Wu Li Ke to escort the raw materials personally, right? As long as they guard the 4 city gates, follow the other party out of the city, figure out the route, and then find an opportunity to intercept the raw materials. By then, it would be impossible for the King of Wu to believe that they did it, and at the same time, their financial resources would be cut off, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Very good, Lord Zhou, you will be the one to carry out this plan. Remember, you must not reveal your identity. Hee, Governor, please rest assured. I know what to do. I will immediately send someone to post a notice saying that there are robbers outside the city recently, so that everyone can be careful and vigilant. Well, that's good. I'll have to trouble you, Master Zhou. I will go down and arrange it right away. They said there were robbers, but in fact they just wanted to put the blame on those bandits after they robbed the raw materials. Anyway, it is impossible for the King of Wu to find evidence and give an explanation to the King of Wu in the name of robbery. What else can the King of Wu say? After some conspiracy, the 2 of them formed a plan against Li Ke. At the same time, Xue Ming had already sold all the facial masks and was returning to the palace with the silver in a horse-drawn carriage. With so many harvests today, everyone was very excited, and a rare look of joy appeared on everyone's face. In the courtyard of Prince Wu's palace, Li Ke was directing 2 carpenters to modify a wooden plow. Yeah, that's good. Just bend this place a little more. Yes, you can use it after installing the plowshare. You will save a lot of effort then. Li Ke looked at the wooden plow and a look of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. With this wooden plow, plowing the land will be much easier and save a lot of time. According to historical records, this kind of plow should have been invented during the Song dynasty, but now he has hundreds of acres of fertile land and hundreds or even thousands of people to feed, so naturally he has to get the wooden plow invented in advance. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Ming's voice came from the gate of the mansion. My lord, it's a happy event, a great happy event. Li Ke smiled slightly, put down the wooden plow in his hand and turned to look. Xue Ming and others were seen carrying boxes of silver down from the carriage, and everyone had a smile on their face. When all the boxes of silver were placed in front of him, Xue Ming signaled to the others to open the boxes at the same time. In an instant, white silver appeared before his eyes, and the dazzling light seemed even more brilliant under the sunlight. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but have his eyes light up when he saw so much silver for the first time, and he walked forward and reached out to touch it. The cool temperature of the silver brought him back to his senses from his excitement. He looked up at the group of men in front of him. These men were all retired soldiers. Although they were all injured, they were now following him, so he could not treat them unfairly. Xue Ming divided among the brothers, 1 or 2 taels of silver per person. Li Ke put down the silver ingot in his hand and said with a smile. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Xue Ming's face changed even more. Your Majesty, 1 tael of silver per person is too much, and we haven't done much today. 1 tael of silver is their normal 2 months' income. I just went to sell facial masks today, and when I brought back the silver, I got 1 or 2 taels of silver. This is too dreamy. Others also waved their hands hurriedly. Your Majesty, it's too much, you gave too much. Yes, my lord, you give us so much, we can't feel at ease taking it. If the prince really wants to give it, just give us a few taels of silver and let us go have some tea. The prince's money didn't come from the wind, so we can't take it. What simple people they are, they just want to take what they deserve. Li Ke looked at the rejecting eyes of the crowd, listened to their words of rejection, and a look of satisfaction appeared on the corners of his mouth. If this group of people immediately agreed to the money, then they were not worth training. Now, he has recognized the character of this group of people, and he can safely hand over the facial mask business to them. Everyone, you are all meritorious officials of our Tang dynasty. I give each of you 1 tael of silver just to express my respect for you. Li Ke's face straightened. I want others to know that if you work for the Tang dynasty, you should not be neglected. You deserve this money. When everyone heard that it was a reward from Li Ke, and that it was a reward for their work for the Tang dynasty, they all fell silent. Some looked at their broken arms, some looked at the injured parts of their bodies, and the atmosphere became quite depressing for a while. But at this moment, Xue Ming suddenly knelt on one knee, raised his hands high, and said excitedly, over the years, only His Royal Highness the King of Wu has recognized us. I will accept this silver. From now on, my life belongs to His Majesty the King of Wu. When the others saw Xue Ming doing this, they also knelt on one knee and shouted, from now on, we will obey His Majesty the King of Wu. Li Ke smiled slightly and said, no need to do that. After you divide the money, move these boxes to the room in the backyard. Completely subduing Xue Ming and others was an unexpected event today. I just don't know whether Li Shimin has seen my memorial. Judging from the time, it should have been delivered to Changan City. I don't know whether Li Shimin will agree to my request when he sees it. When Li Ke thought that the little girl Chui Yingying would eventually return to Chui Mansion, he suddenly felt a little reluctant. It should be a happy thing that facial masks are selling well. But when Li Ke thought of his memorial and the fact that Chui Yingying would soon return to Chui Mansion, other emotions suddenly arose in his heart. For this reason, he, who was supposed to go to the backyard to watch Chui Yingying and others perform the knight-errant service, changed his mind and turned around to take the wooden plow to the fields outside the city to experiment. He didn't return from outside the city until dark at night. In the dark night, torches had been lit in Prince Wu's palace, and Chui Yingying, Chuanhua, Chu Yue, and the other 2 girls had been waiting at the gate. Hearing the sound of horse hooves and seeing Li Ke's handsome face appear before them, the 3 women finally felt relieved. My lord, you are back. I have already heated up the food. Chui Yingying's eyes lit up and she rushed forward to be the first to greet them. Li Ke nodded slightly and threw the reins in his hand to Chuanhua. Chu Yue, go prepare some water. I will take a bath in a while. Yes. Sister Chu Yue and I will go together. My lord, you go eat first. Chui Yingying smiled and pulled Chu Yue towards the mansion. Li Ke was stunned, and stopped walking as he watched her leaving. Seeing this, Chuanhua hesitated for a moment, but still whispered, Your Highness is still reluctant to part with the princess, right? After spending these days together, she took in every detail of the prince and princess's life. Not to mention that the prince was reluctant to let the princess go, even she, the maid, was reluctant to let the princess be sent back after such a discussion. Calculating the time when the prince sent the memorial to Changan City, logically, His Majesty the Emperor should have seen it by now. If His Majesty really has an order passed down, then the princess will really have to leave the palace. I hope the prince can change his mind and let the princess stay. But Li Ke was silent for a moment after hearing this, and he kept looking in the direction where Chui Yingying had just left and shook his head. He won't change his mind. Chui Yingying is so kind, he doesn't want her to be involved in the royal struggle. When Chuanhua saw her prince in this state, she could only lead her warhorse and walk away silently. Li Ke sighed deeply, then went into the palace to eat. With something on his mind, he found the meal tasteless and finished it in just a few bites. Then he went to the bathroom and took a nice cold shower, which relieved a lot of his irritability. Back outside the bedroom, the oil lamp had been lit and a smaller figure appeared in front of the window. Judging from the silhouette, it seemed to be making clothes. Creaky, the door was pushed open by him. Choi Yingying's eyes lit up in the room, and she rushed over with the sword she had prepared. "My lord, look, this is the swordsman costume made by the people I taught. It's much better than I expected." Choi Yingying handed over the clothes in her hand like she was presenting a treasure, with an expression that said, "Come on, praise me." But what Choi Yingying didn't know was that when she came to Li Ku could clearly see her appearance. After using the mask for a while, the effect of the mask has completely begun to show. The skin, which was originally a little dark, is now radiant and shows the tenderness of a young girl. The appearance that was previously hidden by the skin color now appeared completely in front of Li Ku. With her big eyes like stars, Choi Yingying can be said to be a true beauty today. These days, Li Ku has been paying attention to the fields outside the city and the facial masks in the mansion, while Choi Yingying has to go to see those people doing the chivalrous customer service at night. When she comes back, Li Ku has already gone to bed. It had only been a few days since they last met, but Li Ku noticed that Choi Yingying had changed a lot. It even seems like he has gained a lot of weight. His gaze rested on Choi Yingying and he nodded slightly, feeling that he had raised the little girl well. Now that Choi Yingying has returned to the Choi mansion, I believe the Choi mansion will not bully this little girl anymore, right? Just when Li Ku was feeling satisfied, Choi Yingying looked at him with confusion. "It's strange, why is the prince staring at me without moving his eyes? Is there something on my face?" Reached out and touched it. "No, I am still the same as usual." "Wait, it seems like the prince isn't looking at his face. It seems like he is looking at his own." She followed the prince's husband's gaze and looked at her chest. Suddenly, she understood everything. His face suddenly turned red all the way to his ears. "It turns out that the prince wants me. Come to think of it, the prince and I have been alone in a room for this period of time, and it must have been very difficult for him to suppress his emotions. The facial mask is selling well today. The prince no longer has to worry about the expenses of the palace. He should really consider sleeping with me. Since the prince wants it, I can't let him down." Thinking of this, she lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "My lord, are you tired? Why don't I serve you and let you rest?" As she spoke, she put down the sword in her hand and reached out to touch Li Ku's waist. She wanted to untie Li Ku's belt and undress him. But as soon as her hand touched Li Ku immediately came to his senses. With a frown, he dodged Choi Yingying's little hand. "What you up to?" I just want to serve my husband and let him rest." Choi Yingying blushed, her hands clasped together, and she didn't even have the courage to look Li Ku in the eye. "Serve?" Li Ku was stunned for a moment, then he remembered that his previous actions seemed to have caused misunderstanding by the little girl. To be honest, although the little girl had indeed changed a lot, even he was surprised by the change. But he had never thought about changing his mind, or even letting the little girl sleep with him. The little girl is still young, and he is not yet so beastly as to attack a little lowly. "You misunderstood me. I was just surprised by your change. It seems that my facial mask is still very effective." Li Ku felt that he needed to change the topic. "Since the mask works for you, you can use it once in the morning and once in the evening from now on. By the way, this mask can improve your skin tone. You can also apply some on your arms and feet. Women all love beauty. When the little girl hears the news, she should be so happy that she forgets everything else, right?" However, Choi Yingying was shocked when she heard this. Then she said, "Oh," softly, turned around, picked up the shiaka customer service on the table and handed it over. "Your Majesty, please check this piece of night service. If there is no problem, I will let them continue working on it tomorrow." After saying that, she actually went to the small bed beside her to rest. Li Ku took the clothes and frowned as he looked at the little girl whose shoulders were shaking. He knew that the little girl was crying. "But I didn't do anything. I was just trying to change the subject. Why was I crying? Could it be that the little girl knew his feelings and wanted to send her back? Is it a bit too arbitrary to do this myself?" For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Under the dim oil lamp, Li Ke looked at Choi Yingying, who was trying not to make any sound and sobbing not far away, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He stood up and prepared to go over to comfort her. But as he moved, he thought of his current identity. As the instigator of this incident, no amount of explanation will help if he doesn't change his mind. It is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. He made Choi Yingying feel that he was heartless just now. Then the little girl might give up and listen to him and return to the Choi family. If he suddenly spoke words of comfort at this moment, the little girl's mood would change, but she would still give him hope. This time, I might as well be the bad guy to the end. Thinking of this, he sighed softly, turned around and went back to the couch to rest. As for the chivalrous customer service, he had just looked at it and found that it was no different from the one made by Choi Yingying, so he could sell it. Tomorrow I will go to the fields outside the city to teach others how to use the wooden plow, and let the two maids Chuanhua and Chuyue take the knives to the shop to sell them. Judging from the freshness of the shiaka service, it will definitely be popular among the public. Anyway, the shop now has special people guarding it, so there shouldn't be any big problems. As long as the Xiaku customer service is sold, the lives of those people's families can be guaranteed, and this matter can be considered to be on the right track. Having made up his mind, Li Ke fell into a deep sleep. But what he didn't know was that Choi Yingying, who was sleeping not far away, couldn't fall asleep at all. Tossing and turning, she saw that her husband, the prince, was resting on the couch, and despair appeared in her eyes. The prince's husband did not try to persuade or comfort me, so he must be determined to send me back. In this case, I can only do my last bit for my husband, the prince, and sell all those chivalrous servants to help them survive. I just hope that after I leave the palace and return to the Choi family, the prince will remember me. When she thought of the sad thing, her big eyes were suddenly filled with mist, and tears as big as beans kept falling down. Perhaps she was too sad, she fell asleep while crying. When I woke up the next morning, Li Ke was nowhere to be found in the room. That's good too. The prince and his husband are not in the city. I can go to sell Xiafu customers with Chuanhua Chuyue. Choi Yingying wiped the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, cheered herself up, put on her clothes, and applied a facial mask to make herself look radiant. After doing all this, she got up and went to the front yard. In the yard, Chuanhua, Chuyue, and Xueming and others were loading the chivalrous servant onto the carriage. The princess is here. Hey, princess, what are you doing? Chuanhua was the most skilled in martial arts, and when she heard the footsteps, she couldn't help but turn around to look. But the scene before her shocked her so much that her mouth almost opened wide. Upon hearing this, everyone around turned to look. Choi Yingying was seen wearing a chivalrous dress, which highlighted her increasingly plump figure. Her already delicate face looked even more radiant after applying the facial mask, and her fair skin was so dazzling under the sun that it was blinding to everyone. The heroic spirit brought by the chivalrous servant made the little girl Choi Yingying look like a little chivalrous woman. If Li Ke was at the scene, the first word that would come to his mind would be, uniform temptation. Everyone at the scene was stunned for a moment and was speechless for a long time. Choi Yingying couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when she saw this. She lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "Why, does this dress not look good on me?" No, princess, you are so beautiful." Chuyue, who was on good terms with her, was the first to come to her senses. She smiled and said, "Princess, if you go out wearing this outfit, I wonder how many people will be charmed by it. Then, can I go with you to sell the customer service?" This. How could the princess do such a thing? The prince would be unhappy if he knew. The prince is determined to send me back to the Choi family. I just want to do one last thing for the prince before I leave. Choi Yingying whispered her thoughts. Chuyue frowned and turned to look at Chuanhua beside her. Both of them understood the relationship between the prince and the princess. The princess just wanted to help the prince before leaving, and they had no reason to refuse. "Okay, but princess, you can only stay in the shop and can't go out." Chuanhua pondered for a while and finally gave in. "I know, I can help out in the shop." Choi Yingying quickly nodded in agreement. After everyone finished discussing, they used a horse-drawn carriage to transport the knight-errant to the shop, and Choi Yingying and Chuanhua followed behind on the same horse. However, as soon as she left the palace, Choi Yingying's outfit instantly attracted the attention of passers-by. Hey, isn't that Princess Wu? Oh my god, is she really the small, thin, dark Princess Wu? What method did the King of Wu use to make the Princess of Wu so beautiful? Did you notice that the dress Princess Wu is wearing is so beautiful? How come I have never seen it before? Is this a new model this year? Wait, they seem to be going to the shop, and the servants of Prince Wu's mansion were moving clothes just now. Could they be going to sell this kind of clothes? Then I'll go over and take a look. If they really sell this kind of clothes, I'll also buy a set for my wife. For your wife? Don't you want to wear it yourself? Hee hee, brother Zhao, you don't understand. This suit looks like a martial artist. Let my wife wear it and let me experience the feeling of conquering a martial artist. Ha 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 ha, brother Sun is really good at playing. Choi Yingying's appearance and that outfit are so eye-catching, she has a 100% chance of turning heads wherever she goes. Many young men from aristocratic families were so excited to see it that they all followed the team and wanted to watch it for a while longer. What's more, some people are attracted to the clothes worn by the popular Choi Yingying and want to buy them back and try them on. If someone follows, more people will immediately follow. No matter what time it is, there is no shortage of people watching the excitement. Suddenly, the whole street was following the team. If Xue Ming and others weren't blocking him behind, maybe someone would come forward to ask. Fortunately, there was someone guarding her, and Choi Yingying got out of the shop safely. Princess, please go in quickly. There are too many people outside. Xue Ming, who was outside, breathed a sigh of relief and shouted to her hurriedly. She is the princess, there cannot be any accidents. But Choi Yingying shook her head when she heard this. Brother Xue, please hold on for a while. I want to say a few words. After saying that, she turned to look at the group of people outside the shop and said, Everyone, today I am here on behalf of His Royal Highness King Wu to sell a batch of Xia customer service. She felt that since she was so attractive, she just helped the prince husband to sell all these chivalrous servants. This is the only thing she can do for her husband the prince now. The shop was bustling with people coming and going. As Choi Yingying opened her mouth, everyone's eyes suddenly became like wolves. They really sell this kind of hero customer service. They said they would buy a set no matter what. The King of Wu's palace has this effect when worn on the body. If you buy it back and wear it on your wife, the effect may be even better. When the women at the scene saw how beautiful the clothes Princess Wu was wearing, they jumped up excitedly when they heard that they could buy them. Ha 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 ha, they really are selling this kind of clothes. Give me 2 sets first. My husband, look at how beautiful Princess Wu looks in this dress. Don't you want to see me wearing this dress? King Wu is really amazing. He sold facial masks yesterday and this kind of chivalrous customer service today. Hey, I also like this set of chivalrous clothing. Give me 10 sets of each size. Hey, isn't this Mr. Sun? Are you planning to buy 1 set for all of your concubines? Of course not. I have plenty of money. I really like this dress. I will buy it no matter how much it costs. Then Mr. Sun, please be careful at night and don't act too hastily. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed and wanted to buy it without even asking the price. This surprised Choi Yingying in the shop. She turned to Chuanhua and asked, Sister Chuanhua, are clothes selling so well now? This. Chuanhua's lips twitched, she really didn't know how to explain this question. Princess, don't worry about these. Just give them a price. Chuanhua felt that she could not explain how those men's dirty minds would taint the innocent princess. Choi Yingying said softly, okay, let's sell them quickly. If we can sell all of them this time, we can make more in the future. After saying that, she turned around and shouted to the people outside, everyone, please listen to me. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone at the scene suddenly became quiet. This suit was designed by His Royal Highness the King of Wu himself, and it took me 3 days and 3 nights to make it. Although a batch has been mass-produced, there are only more than 300 pieces. She said this, actually she wanted to tell everyone that the clothes were not easy to come by. But the people at the scene didn't think so. All this talk is just to make more money. Someone immediately couldn't help but speak. The thin, pale-faced Master Sun was the first to speak up, Princess Wu, just tell me how much a piece of night service costs. Yes, our young master son has plenty of money. Humph, only master son has money, so I don't have any. I will definitely get this chivalrous servant today. There are only 300 pieces. That's really not enough. I was planning to buy 10 sets. Princess Wu, just make your offer. There were many rich and powerful young men at the scene, and if they saw a Xiaoku product they would definitely buy it. As for what Princess Wu said, it's just a means to raise the price of Xia customer service, they have seen it many times. But how expensive can a piece of clothing be? This was the first time Choi Yingying encountered such a situation. She looked at the young men from aristocratic families waiting for her to make an offer, and for a moment she didn't know how much to offer. In fact, before coming, she herself set the price of one chivalrous servant at 10 taels of silver. This price is 20 times that of ordinary clothes, which is already very high. But now that everyone wants to buy it so badly, why not sell it for 5 more taels of silver? 15 taels of silver per set. Sister Chuanhua, do you think anyone would buy it if I sold it for 15 taels of silver? She couldn't make up her mind, so she turned to Chuanhua for help. Chuanhua glanced at the young men at the scene and sneered, these people are now attracted by the chivalrous character of the princess. I think 15 taels is too little, princess, just give me 20 taels. It was obvious that those men had no good intentions, the more they could sell the better. When Choi Yingying heard that it could be bought for 20 taels, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She never thought that she could earn so much money by teaching others how to make clothes. However, it would be best if she could earn more silver, so that she could help her husband the prince more. There are more people in the palace now, and there are more places to spend money. Once I leave the palace, I will not be able to help the prince in the future. Sell as many as you can now. Since you can't wait, I'll make an offer. This is the price of a set of Xiaofu customer service. Choi Yingying plucked up her courage, stretched out her index and middle fingers, and made a V gesture. She meant 20 taels. After all, in her opinion, 20 taels for a set of clothes was already a sky-high price. But the group of young men at the scene burst into laughter when they saw this. It's only 200 taels per set, not expensive. I want 10 sets. I want one too. Ha 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 ha, this is a piece of clothing designed by the King of Wu himself, and the Princess of Wu personally taught others how to make it. 200 taels a set is a fair price. Stop talking, and give me a set. I can't wait to put it on my wife. Look, my dear, it's only 200 taels per set. Hurry up and buy it. It will be too late if you are late. A set of clothes that cost 200 taels seemed very cheap in the eyes of everyone. This made Choi Yingying, who was used to living a hard life, open her mouth and eyes wide, looking puzzled. Chuanhua, sister, did I hear it wrong? She once doubted whether she had heard it wrong. Although Chuanhua was also very surprised at first, after all, she had been with Li Ke for so long and had seen the world. Don't doubt it, princess. It's 200 taels per set. This is too expensive. I only want to sell it for 20 taels a set. How about I explain it to them? It's not too late. Some people have already started buying. Chuanhua stretched out her hand and pointed outside the shop. Choi Yingying looked in the direction her finger pointed and found that the young men could not wait any longer. They took out silver and threw it to Xue Ming, picked up their clothes and ran out. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the 300 sets of Xia customer service were sold. Not only that, people kept coming in, especially after seeing that there were only a few Xiaoku products left. Some people offered to pay a higher price to buy them back. The whole scene looks extremely hot. Only the person involved, Choi Yingying, was still in a daze. In the blink of an eye, she earned tens of thousands of taels of silver for her husband, the prince. Ha 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 ha, I finally bought the Xia customer service. I can't wait to let my lady wear this chivalrous costume. Hee hee, what are you waiting for, Mr. Sun? Why don't you return home quickly? More than 300 sets of Xiaokiki were sold out in less than an hour. The popularity of Xiaoka customer service exceeded everyone's expectations. Even after the sale, Choi Yingying still looked shocked and didn't come back to her senses for a long time. It was not until those who did not buy the Xiaka products started to make a fuss and ask when the clothes would be available that Chuanhua could not help but speak up to interrupt her shock. "Princess, people outside who didn't buy clothes are starting to get dissatisfied." Chuanhua's whispered words brought Choi Yingying back to her senses. When I looked up, I found that many people were yelling loudly outside, as if they were angry about why there were no more customers to serve them. If Xue Ming and others hadn't stopped them, that group of people might have just barged in. This was the first time Choi Yingying saw this situation, and she felt a little frightened. But when I thought that I was making money for the prince and his husband, I didn't know if I would have the chance to work for him in the future. Perhaps, this is one of the few ways she can help her husband, the prince. I can't back down. Having made up her mind, a gleam of determination flashed in her eyes. The prince has done so much for me and has taken me in for such a long time. I absolutely cannot let him down. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked up and shouted outside, "Everyone, today's Xia customer service has been sold out." However, from now on, the Wu Palace will be able to produce about 300 pieces of Xiaofyuk every 3 days. Those who want to buy Xiaofyuk can wait here after 3 days. The smaller body burst out with a strong will at this moment, and even the shouting voice stunned everyone present. While everyone was surprised that the princess had such courage, Choi Yingying signaled Chuanhua and Xue Ming to leave. By the time everyone reacted, Choi Yingying and others had already closed the shop and left the scene. On the way back, Choi Yingying looked at the carriage carrying silver in front of her, her face full of excitement. Chuanhua behind her looked relieved, as the princess had finally done something great. Maybe the prince will keep the princess after knowing this. After all, it's hard to find such a good princess even with a lantern. The two women had different thoughts, and the convoy returned to the palace soon. Choi Yingying got off the horse and said to Xue Ming with a smile, "Brother Xue, please move the silver to the room in the backyard." "Princess, you are too polite. I am not worthy of this title." Xue Ming bowed hurriedly and said, "I will take people to move the silver in right away." While the two were talking, the sound of horse hooves was heard not far away. Everyone turned around and saw Li Ke, dressed in blue, riding a horse towards them. "My lord and husband. I, the servant, pay my respects to the prince." Everyone bowed. "What are you doing?" Li Ke had just returned from the fields outside the city. Seeing Xue Ming and others seemed to be moving something, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Isn't today the day for selling customer service? The reason why he came back so early was that he wanted to go and see in person the sales situation of the Xiaoku products. But when he went to the shop just now, he found that it was closed, so he turned back to the palace. Choi Yingying laughed when she heard this, "My lord, brother Xue and I have already sold all the Xiaofu food. Look, this is what we got today. The silver we earned from selling the Xiaofu customer service this time is more than the silver we earned from selling your facial mask, my prince husband." That arrogant look seems to be saying, "Look, I earn more than you, my husband." After hearing this, Li Ke couldn't help but widen his eyes, a little surprised. The money earned from the sales of the Xiaoku products actually exceeded the money earned from the sales of his facial masks. How is this possible? However, when he noticed that Choi Yingying in front of him was wearing a set of chivalrous clothing, which highlighted her curvy figure to the fullest, he suddenly understood something. "You wore this set of knight-errant costumes and went to sell them in person today?" "Yes, I thought it would be good if I could help the prince and his husband for once, but those people said something strange." "What did they say?" "Those young masters from aristocratic families didn't buy the swordsman shoes to wear themselves, but gave them to their wives and concubines." Choi Yingying was full of doubts when she talked about this matter, and looked at Li Ke with curious eyes. "My lord, husband, why do they dress their wives and concubines instead of themselves?" She had already asked Chuanhua this question, but unfortunately Chuanhua did not give him a clear answer. The prince's husband is so powerful, he must be able to solve his doubts, right? It is a good thing that the clothes you make are so popular, but this kind of clothes should be worn by men. Why do these men wear them for their wives and concubines? As soon as this statement came out, everyone at the scene was stunned. Chuanhua had a straight face, but her lips were twitching, as if she was trying her best to hold back her smile. Xue Ming and others turned their heads one after another, and some even covered their mouths to prevent themselves from laughing. Even Li Ke frowned, and for a moment he couldn't find a suitable reason to explain this matter. This little girl is so naive. How could she not understand such an obvious thing? And he asked me this in front of so many people. How should I answer this? And Chuanhua, you silly girl, why did you bring her to the sales customer service? Now, Choi Yingying asked such a question, and you are standing aside and watching me make a fool of myself, right? That being said, since Choi Yingying asked about this matter in public, I should give an explanation. Well, maybe they think you look good in this costume, so they want their wives to try it on too. He racked his brains and finally came up with a good answer. As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Yingying's eyes lit up, and her big eyes flickered several times, as if she understood something but not quite. I think so, actually. They must have seen how good I looked in the suit, so they bought it. But my lord, this set of hero customer service is very popular among many people. Some people who didn't buy it just now still want to buy it. I have promised to sell another batch in 3 days, but we don't have enough raw materials. I want you, my husband, to give me money to buy the raw materials. Also, our yard is too small. We need to expand it. In addition, when Choi Yingying talked about this, she looked like the hostess of the house. Li Ke saw that she seemed to be chattering, so he interrupted her. Okay, you can make the decision on these matters yourself. From now on, you will be fully responsible for the production of Xia Kofu. If you need money or to expand the backyard, just tell Chiu Yu and she will take care of it. This little girl really doesn't consider herself an outsider. I just wonder if the chief emperor of Changan City has seen my troubles at this moment and whether he has issued an edict. I guess this little girl won't be able to stay with me for long. The hot sales of Xia Kofu made the Prince Wu's mansion the focus of the entire Anzhou. Even the governor Wang Haoren knew about this and got a piece of the sword from a special channel and brought it back home to play with. In the next few days, Choi Yingying was very busy. Not only did she have to teach those people how to make the night customer service, but she also had to supervise the newly expanded backyard. After all, after the expansion of the backyard, she would need to design a place to store dyed cloth and textile machines. This period of time can be said to be the most fulfilling and happiest time for Choi Yingying in the palace. In her opinion, she was finally useful and could help her prince husband. Even if she really left the palace in the future, as long as the prince saw these chivalrous servants and the newly expanded backyard, he would think of her. This way, she was already very satisfied. Although Li Ke saw Choi Yingying's actions, he still did not change his mind in order to prevent such a simple girl like Choi Yingying from being involved in the royal struggle. He felt that he was doing this for Choi Yingying's own good. Just as the Prince of Wu's palace was about to get back on track, his memorial finally reached Li Shimon's hands. Changan City is majestic and towering, with city walls nearly 10 meters high. A team of black-armored soldiers guarding the city gate. There were not only many Tang dynasty civilians entering and leaving the city gate, but also people from other countries wearing strange costumes and with weird looks. In the prosperous city of Changan, a magnificent imperial palace stands tall. The carved railings, jade bricks, pavilions, towers, and jade buildings are daunting at first glance. In the Taiji Hall located in the center of the imperial palace, the current Emperor Li Shimon sat on his dragon throne and read through memorials. He is nearly 40 years old and his beard is longer than his neck. His face lacks the heroic spirit he had when he fought on the battlefield, but instead looks more calm and profound. Those eyes that flashed with brilliance from time to time made Jiangsu and Wuji in the hall dare not look at him. Jiangsu and Wuji was tall and thin, and at the moment he was bending over, waiting for the emperor in front of the hall to give instructions. Even the Duke of Zhao, Lord Situ, the first meritorious minister in the Lingyan pavilion, did not dare to intercept the memorial from King Wu Li Ke. However, Jiangsu and Wuji was very disgusted with Li Ke, who was not a legitimate prince, and he kept this memorial for several days before reporting it. I don't know why His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu suddenly became restless in Anzhou and even wanted to report it to His Majesty. Doesn't the King of Wu know that if he is not a legitimate prince, it is almost hopeless for him to compete for the throne? What's more, Crown Prince Li Qingqian is still here at the moment. Why don't you, the King of Wu, stay in Anzhou and write a letter to attract His Majesty's attention? It would be fine if you know what's good for you, but if you don't, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Just as Jiangsu and Wuji was thinking about it, Li Shimon, who was sitting in the main seat, finally finished reading Li Ke's memorial. Snort. Snap. Li Shimin threw the memorials in his hand onto the table, with a flash of anger on his face. His Highness's Changsu and Wuji frowned upon hearing this, and quickly pretended to be concerned. Your Majesty, calm down. I wonder what happened to make your Majesty so angry. What else could it be? Li Shimin snorted coldly and glanced at the memorial on the table. My good son was deceived into marriage. The Choi family is really bold. Do they really think that they can do whatever they want just because I demote the king of Wu to Anzhou? That's my son. Even if you want to do something to the king of Wu, I'll be the only one who can do it. Choi family, you've gone too far this time. One word of excessiveness has already determined the nature of this matter. No matter what, King Wu Li Ke is still Li Shimin's son. Even if he is not favored and excluded by ministers, it is not the turn of others to oppress him. Li Shimin cannot ignore this matter. His Highness, Changsu and Wuji, who was standing, frowned when he heard this, somewhat surprised that His Majesty would actually get involved in this matter for the King of Wu. Could it be that your Majesty still has some expectations for the King of Wu? No, if your Majesty is allowed to get involved in this matter, the Crown Prince's position will be unstable. Recently, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has committed several mistakes in a row due to his foot disease, and His Majesty is no longer happy with him. If the King of Wu were to catch your Majesty's attention, it would be a huge threat to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As the Crown Prince's uncle, how could I watch His Royal Highness the Crown Prince be replaced by someone else? Your Majesty, this matter requires further consideration. Changsu and Wuji suddenly bowed and took the initiative to speak. Li Shimin, who was already furious, narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and stared coldly at Changsu and Wuji. Why, Duke Zhao, do you want me to put up with this? Or does Duke Zhao think that the royal family's reputation is unimportant? Just two simple sentences, yet they contain an extraordinary flavor. Changsu and Wuji knew that if he gave a bad answer, it would arouse the emperor's suspicion. He immediately said, Your Majesty, that is not what I meant, but this matter is of great importance. Your Majesty needs to handle it with caution. Oh. What do you think, Duke Zhao? Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has been in a bad mood recently, and the people below have already made some speculations. If your Majesty suddenly intervenes in the affairs of the King of Wu, I am worried. Some things should be said only when they are mentioned. Changsu and Wuji believed that someone as smart as the emperor would understand the meaning of his words. Sure enough, Li Shimin paused slightly after hearing this, and the aura on his body immediately disappeared by half. Changsu and Wuji's meaning was very simple. If he intervened in this matter, the Crown Prince Li Qingqian, who was already emotionally unstable, would definitely react. At the same time, ministers who had previously doubted the position of Crown Prince Li Qingqian would also speculate whether he wanted to replace the Crown Prince. The prince is the foundation of the country. If there is any sign of instability, it will have a devastating impact on the entire country. There is really no need to take such a big risk to stand up for King Wu. Li Shimin touched his beard and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. That was true, but letting his son be deceived into marriage and not doing anything about it seemed to have damaged his reputation and the face of the royal family. If he ignores this matter, will other noble families follow the Choi family's example in the future? While he was thinking, Chang's son Wuji suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, there is actually a solution that can achieve the best of both worlds. Oh. Tell me about it. Your Majesty only needs to secretly issue an order to the Choi family to have them replace the original bride. Zhang's son Wuji immediately explained, Your Majesty does not need to personally issue an order to the King of Wu. You only need to issue a strict order to the Choi family. In this way, as long as the Choi family secretly replaces the bride, the King of Wu will definitely have nothing to say, and the ministers in the court will not suspect that Your Majesty wants to change the Crown Prince, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will also feel much more at ease. The meaning of this statement is very simple, which is to prevent Li Shimin and Li Ke from contacting each other directly, but to contact the Choi family instead. In this way, the needs of the King of Wu can be met, the face of the royal family can be maintained, and the position of the prince will not be threatened. Li Shimin's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he pointed at Changsu and Wuji and laughed. The one who understands me is the Duke of Zhao. You, Duke Zhao, will take care of this matter. Remember, be harsh on the Choi family. Lika's memorial finally gave Li Shimin a general understanding of the causes and consequences of the incident. But under the persuasion of Changsu and Wuji, Li Shimin did not want to deal with this matter in a high-profile manner. The idea is to resolve the matter in a low-key manner, so as to satisfy Li Ku and restore the reputation of the royal family. In this way, Li Shimin's involvement in the matter would not affect the prince's emotions, nor would it cause any speculation among the ministers in the court. Having received the instruction, Changsu and Wuji naturally did not dare to neglect it. He drafted the decree that day and ordered people to send it to the Choi family at an urgent speed of 800 miles. Changan City is not far from Qinghe and can be reached in a few days. On this day, the Qinghe Choi mansion was bustling with people as usual, with people constantly coming in and out of the gate. As a top family, the Choi family is a local tyrant in Qinghe, controlling many local industries. Many businessmen and officials would visit the Choi family from time to time in order to curry favor with them. But today, there were bursts of horse-hoof sounds outside Choi's mansion, and a team of soldiers in black armor rushed towards Choi's mansion on horseback. "How dare you? Who dares to ride a horse wildly outside Choi's mansion? Get off your horse. Who are you?" When the guards of Choi mansion saw this, their faces changed and they drew their weapons and blocked the entrance of the mansion. The black-armored soldiers stopped their horses outside the palace. A tall captain in the lead dismounted and walked straight to the group of guards. "There is an imperial decree. Go and ask your master to come and receive it." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the guards at Choi mansion changed drastically, and the middle-aged men in the lead immediately put on an apologetic smile. "So you are from the capital? Please wait a moment, I will go and ask the head of the family to come over." After saying this, the men hurried back to the mansion to find the head of the family, Choi Zheng. After a while, a thin middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Choi Yingying hurried out of the mansion. Looking at the team of black-armored soldiers in front of him, he recognized at a glance that they were the 100 Cavalry Division serving His Majesty. These are the confidants of His Majesty, who are specifically responsible for investigating officials and gathering information. The reason why His Majesty knows all the information about officials is because of the existence of this group of people. "I didn't know that you were the masters from the 100 Cavalry Division. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you. Please come in." Choi Jing hurriedly smiled and pretended to welcome everyone into the Choi mansion. But the captain of the 100 Cavalry Division said sternly, "No need. We are here only to convey His Majesty's will." After he finished speaking, he took out an imperial edict prepared by the secretariat and threw it to Choi Zheng. "Your Majesty said that you can only read it yourself." Choi Zheng's face changed and he took the imperial edict and took a quick look at it. Immediately, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his forehead, and his face looked even uglier. Perhaps he was unwilling to accept the result, so he carefully read the imperial edict from beginning to end to confirm its contents. Why would His Majesty handle this matter personally? Choi Jing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "Okay, since you have received the imperial edict, we have completed our mission. His Majesty is still waiting for your reply." The captain of the 100 Cavalry Division did not want to listen to Choi Zheng's nonsense. Choi Jing smiled bitterly and said, "Please tell His Majesty that I will handle this matter and will not let it reach His Majesty's ears." "Humph, that's better. Let's go." The captain of the 100 Cavalry Division snorted coldly, then jumped on his horse and left with the black-armored soldiers behind him. Choi Jing looked at the departing Baikisi, the surprise in his eyes gradually turned into doubt, and his face turned pale and blue. After struggling for a moment, he finally sighed, "Alas, I still underestimated Your Majesty's maintenance of the royal family's face. Someone, go and invite the second master and the third master to come over, and tell them that I have something of life and death to discuss with them." For such a big matter, he certainly couldn't make a decision alone, so he had to gather everyone together to brainstorm. Li Shimin's meaning was very simple, he just wanted to resolve the matter and satisfy the king of Wu without escalating the matter. But when he thought about sending his eldest daughter to the disfavored King Wu, Choi Jing felt reluctant. Soon, the three giants of the Choi family gathered in the meeting room of Choi Mansion. "You all know what's going on. Tell me what you think." Choi Jing placed the imperial edict on the table with a look of worry on his face. The second master Choi Yuan, who was sitting on the right side of the hall, frowned when he heard this. "Brother, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Since His Majesty has issued an order, we can only send Jingjing to King Wu. The burly, bearded third master Choi Yang on the left also nodded and said in a muffled voice. Yes, big brother, I didn't agree to let Choi Yingying replace Jingjing in the first place. It's all right now, it must be that the King of Wu didn't want to be deceived by us, so he submitted a memorial to your Majesty. Now that His Majesty has not blamed us, he has only asked us to exchange Jingjing back. This is already a great favor to our Choi family. Anyway, the daughter is not theirs, so they won't feel sad. Letting his eldest brother's daughter serve the King of Wu in exchange for peace for the Choi family is a very good deal. This. Chui Zheng's face darkened. He didn't expect that his two brothers would agree to this. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he clenched his hands tightly, saying fiercely, "But I have already sent Chui Yingying to the Wuwang mansion. If I send Jingjing too, wouldn't it be a waste of money for the Wuwang?" When he thought about his two daughters being raped by the King of Wu, he was filled with rage. "Brother, why do you say that? If you had sent Jingjing away, how could this happen? Yes, it is true that you did something wrong before, big brother. It is not too late to make amends now. Also, I wonder if you've heard, big brother, that the King of Wu has come up with a lot of new things recently. It is said that he has earned hundreds of thousands of taels of silver in a short period of time. I have also heard about this matter. If Jingjing sends it over, maybe we can get King Wu to cooperate with us." Lika's facial masks and chivalrous customer service were all the rage, and of course these two people heard about it. Taking advantage of the opportunity to exchange Chui Jingjing for Chui Yingying, they can make a fortune together with King Wu. The King of Wu has products, and the Chui family has connections. When the two are combined, they will surely rise rapidly. Even Chui Jing couldn't help but feel moved when he heard this. She's just a daughter. She'll get married sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't matter who she marries. What's more, King Wu is of use now. If they can really use Chui Jingjing's words to get King Wu's cooperation, then their Chui family will make a profit. Thinking of this, Chui Zhang's eyes lit up and he stood up suddenly. "Since both of you agree, I will personally take Jingjing to Anzhou to exchange for Chui Yingying." Ha 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 ha, Big Brother is wise. Under the leadership of Big Brother, the Chui family will surely surpass other families. When Chui Jing received the order from Li Shimin, he naturally did not dare to go against the intention of the current emperor. After learning that Prince Wu Liku was doing very well recently, he even started to set his sights on this son-in-law. Anyway, this time it was His Majesty who asked him to exchange Chui Yingying back, and he was just following orders. As for cooperation, of course it's just a byproduct. The head of the Chui family believed that the disgraced King Wu would definitely not refuse this great help from their Chui family. As long as King Wu agrees, their Chui family will have another big business. He had heard about the facial mask and the Xiaoko phone. The current King of Wu was making a fortune in Anzhou with these two things. Even the head of the Chui family was jealous when he heard about these incomes. For this reason, it is worth marrying one's own daughter to him. Everything is for the benefit of the family. Of course, this matter also needs to be discussed with his eldest daughter Chui Jingjing, and the girl must be allowed to serve King Wu well. Whether their Chui family can surpass other families depends on whether King Wu will agree to cooperate with him. With a little excitement, Chui Jing hurried to the backyard of his eldest daughter. But before he entered, he heard angry shouts from inside. "Damn servants, don't you know that this is my favorite teacup? How dare you break it for me? Pa, pa, pa. Please forgive me, young lady. Please forgive me, young lady." Along with the sound of a slap landing on the servant, the maid's words of begging for mercy were also heard. Chui Zhang's face changed when he heard this and he rushed in quickly. "Stop." Chui Jing saw his daughter beating the servants. He glared at them fiercely and then said to the servants, "Everyone, get out." "But father, they broke my teacup." Chui Jingjing, who had a charming appearance, a pointed chin and thin lips, changed her expression when she heard this and stretched out her hands to stop the group of servants who wanted to leave. Chui Zhang's face darkened. "Father has something important to tell you, which is related to your future glory and wealth." Chui Jingjing's eyes lit up. Could it be that father has found a good family for the child? "Hurry up and get down. You are lucky today. Get out of here." Perhaps because she disliked these servants being in the way, Choi Jingjing actually took the initiative to let them go. The frightened people felt relieved and went down after paying their respects. The originally noisy yard suddenly became quiet. Choi Jing glanced at the mess on the ground and couldn't help but frown. You are not a child anymore, you don't have to take it out on others every day. If this temper is inappropriate, how will your husband be able to tolerate it after you marry me? Choi Jing felt a headache when he thought of his daughter like this. The king of Wu seemed to be a ruthless character, and he actually went to war just for a marriage fraud. If his daughter Choi Jingjing goes to Prince Wu's palace in the future, if she doesn't control her temper, she will inevitably be punished by Prince Wu. After all, she is his daughter, and he doesn't want his daughter to have a bad life in the future. He must explain everything clearly now. Oh, father, you worry too much. I am your legitimate daughter, the eldest daughter of the Choi family. Who dares to do anything to me? Choi Jingjing said proudly, our Choi family is a famous family. In Qinghe, our Choi family has the final say. By the way, who is the husband that my father has chosen for me? I don't want to end up like the disgraced King Wu. As she spoke, she also smoothed her hair, acting as if she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Choi Jing looked at her like this and couldn't help but sigh. What if your father told you that your husband is the king of Wu? What, it's still him? Choi Jingjing's eyes widened and she suddenly screamed, Father, are you crazy? He is just a prince who has fallen out of favor and was banished to Anzhou. How can I marry him? Besides, didn't father already send that bitch over there before? She would never agree to marry a prince who had fallen out of favor. She is the eldest daughter of the Choi family. If she wants to marry, she should marry the emperor's legitimate son, or even the crown prince. How can she marry a prince like the king of Wu? What's more, shouldn't her illegitimate sister have married in her place? Why should she marry the king of Wu? She was puzzled and even thought her father was playing a joke on her. But Choi Zheng's next words made her face change drastically, and she froze in place. You may not know this yet, but His Majesty has issued an order to bring Choi Yingying back for my father. When Choi Jing said this, a sneer suddenly appeared on his face, but don't rush to refuse. His Royal Highness the King of Wu has been very serious recently. It is said that his two businesses are making a fortune every day. Even my father is jealous. I'm sending you there because, on the one hand, I want to deal with His Majesty's will, and on the other hand, I want to cooperate with King Wu. As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Jingjing stood there in a daze for a long time. She didn't expect that a poor prince would become rich one day. No wonder her father wanted to send her over there. It turned out that His Majesty had issued an order, and the King of Wu had such a good business. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked at her father and laughed. Father, don't you really want to cooperate with King Wu? In my opinion, it would be better to take over his business directly. Since the King of Wu is of use, it is not impossible for her to make this trip. It's just that she doesn't want to cooperate with King Wu. Wouldn't it be better to just transfer all those businesses to the Choi family? Ha 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 ha, you are worthy of being my daughter, Choi Zheng. If you can find a way to get King Wu to hand over those two businesses, that would be the best. Choi Zheng laughed loudly and said, you should prepare yourself today. Your father will take you to Anzhou tomorrow. So anxious. If you take over the business for one more day, our Choi family can earn one more day of money. The father and daughter decided on their next plan. Before, Li Ke was just a prince who had lost the emperor's favor and was not worth mentioning. They even dared to use such a trick as marriage fraud. But things are different now. Li Ke's business is so profitable that even they are jealous. Taking advantage of the emperor's decree this time, they can openly exchange Choi Yingying back. As long as Choi Jingjing lives in Prince Wu's mansion, wouldn't it be easy for her to control the two businesses as the Princess of Wu? At the same time, in the Prince Wu's mansion in Anzhou, Li Ke looked at the newly expanded backyard and nodded with satisfaction. In just a few days, the backyard expanded several times, and the production of Xiaogua customer service also increased sharply. Looking at Choi Yingying, who was carefully teaching others how to be a chivalrous customer service not far away, a hint of reluctance flashed in Li Ke's eyes. He knew that his memorial had been seen by Li Shimin, and perhaps Li Shimin's order would come down soon. That would mean that Choi Yingying would leave the palace soon. Although he was the one who pushed this matter forward, For some reason, when the time came, he was unwilling to accept Choi Yingying's departure. Could it be that I really fell in love with this little girl? Li Ke's face changed and he quickly shook his head to get rid of this dangerous idea. My lord, what do you think of this backyard? Choi Yingying, who was teaching others how to be a chivalrous customer service in the backyard, noticed Li Ke coming. Her eyes lit up and she walked over with a smile. Li Ke looked up when he heard that, and saw that Choi Yingying was radiant today, less immature and more mature. With the added bonus of the chivalrous suit he was wearing, he actually looked quite tempting. Especially during this period, as the food in the palace improved, the little girl's body was also developing rapidly. It's only been half a month, and the changes on my body can be seen with the naked eye. The most significant change can be seen by Li Ke visually. After all, she is still a little girl in the growing period. As long as her nutrition is better, her body will naturally grow rapidly. His eyes couldn't help but fall where they shouldn't, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This is his masterpiece. This little girl only grew up like this in his house. Your Majesty's husband. Your Majesty's husband. Choi Yingying looked at her husband, the prince, who was staring straight at her, and couldn't help but shout a few words. Is there flowers on my face? No, I put on a facial mask in the morning. Wait. It seems that the prince's husband is not looking at his own face, but at. Following Li Ke's gaze, she lowered her head and looked at her chest. Her face was instantly filled with blood, and she suddenly became shy. She didn't know where to put her little hands, so she could only clench them tightly together. It seemed that only in this way could she feel better. But how can we go on like this? There are people all around us. My lord, if you really want to see it, go back to your room tonight. There are a lot of people here. Choi Yingying lowered her head, her face blushing as she spoke in a voice that only Li Ke could hear. Li Ke came back to his senses and looked at Choi Yingying, who was like a shy rose in front of him, and his lips twitched twice. I swear to God, I really don't have any other evil thoughts. I just think that it is something worth admiring that this little girl Choi Yingying has become a great beauty in my house. More than a month ago, when Choi Yingying came to his house, she was small, thin, and dark. Look at her now, not only has her body become fuller, her skin has also become fairer, and she has even grown a lot taller. I really just appreciate it, without any other purpose. Ahem. I said I was just appreciating you, do you believe me? He coughed dryly, put on a serious expression, and tried hard to make himself look like a gentleman. Unexpectedly, Choi Yingying did not even raise her head when she heard this. She lowered her head and whispered, even if you want to appreciate it, you have to go back to your room to watch it, right? Li Ke. Okay, now this is totally hard to explain. This kind of thing cannot be explained at all. The more he explains, the more he seems like a pervert. Actually, I came here today to see what's going on here. Since I can't explain it, I can only change the subject. Sure enough, when Choi Yingying heard that she wanted to see the situation here, her eyes suddenly lit up. She flashed her big eyes, a confident smile appeared on her face, and pointed to the huge backyard and introduced. My lord and my husband have arrived at the right time. Today I have asked Xueming to take some people to take care of everything here. Look, that's the dyeing room over there, this is the weaving room over here, the raw materials are stored over there, and the finished products are all in the room near the back door. This arrangement will make it easier for Brother Xueming and his men to carry the Xiaqing soldiers out. Choi Yingying led the way in front, telling him from time to time what he needed to pay attention to in each step. One spoke carefully, the other listened carefully, and before they knew it, they had come to each other's customer service room. Choi Yingying pushed open the door, pointed at the customer service inside and said with a smile, My lord, our business has been very good recently, and I have been slowly expanding production. Look, these chivalrous customers are newly made. Brother Xue and his men will be here to transport them out soon. However, from now on, the prince and his husband will need to assign someone to check the produced chivalrous servants to prevent inferior products from being leaked. Also, my lord, you have too few clothes. I specially made 3 sets of night costumes in different colors. The little girl was talking incessantly and seemed a little different from usual. Li Ke couldn't help but laugh when he heard it. This little girl was actually teaching him, the great King Wu, how to do things. She didn't even think about the fact that he, Li Ke, was the king of Wu. How could he not think of what a little girl like you could think of? However, this little girl was a little abnormal today. She talked a lot more than usual. Just as he was lost in thought, a fragrant breeze suddenly blew into his nose. Li Ke came back to his senses, but he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and a cold feeling on his lips. This feeling is triggered instantly. By the time he could see clearly what was happening, Choi Yingying had already taken several steps back and was standing at the door with her head lowered, her fingers crossed and entangled together. This shy look made Li Ke react. Was I forcefully kissed? The dignified king of Wu was forcibly kissed by a little girl. How is this possible? I wouldn't say that my martial arts are the best in the world, but at such a close distance, how could I not react? It doesn't make sense, there is no reason, it's impossible. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. He reached out and touched his lips, and the remaining warmth made him realize that the scene before him was not an illusion. You. My lord and husband, I'm going to work first. He was about to ask her why she was so bold, but she didn't give him a chance to ask. She left with a few words and fled. Looking at the little girls departing back and recalling the intimate contact between them just now, he couldn't help but smile. But then, the smile suddenly disappeared, and the smile on his face turned into a solemn look. With Choi Yingying's personality, it is absolutely impossible for her to do such a proactive thing. Moreover, this little girl was chattering non-stop just now, as if she was making arrangements for her funeral arrangements. Wait, what happens next? Could it be that this little girl knew that Li Shimon's imperial edict was about to be issued and that he would send her to Chui's house soon, so she wanted to commit suicide? If that's the case, then her actions just now can be explained. This little girl wants to have a close contact with me before she dies. Thinking of this, Li Ke's pupils shrank rapidly, and he flashed and chased out. But as soon as he came out, he saw Choi Yingying teaching others how to be a chivalrous customer service not far away. There are so many people here, it's not the right time to talk. I guess I should wait until night to try to persuade her. What a little girl, she has such a strong personality. All I did was to protect her. It seems that I need to have a good talk with the little girl tonight. I hope this little girl won't have any more thoughts of intimate contact at night. Although the feeling just now was very good, he still couldn't do anything to this little girl. It was the first time that Li Ke was forcefully kissed. Although he missed the feeling a little, it also made him realize that Choi Yingying was not in right condition. How could a little girl who usually blushes when she talks be so proactive? Only when people have lost hope will they do shameless and outrageous things. In order to verify his idea, he even called Chuanhua and Chuyue over. In the hall, he stood at the top seat with a pensive look on his face. Chuanhua and Chuyue, who were standing below, looked at each other and whispered, "What do you think happened to the prince? Maybe something is troubling your majesty." That's impossible. Who is the prince? How could he be stumped? Then why do you think the prince asked us to come here? While the two were talking, Li Ke had come back to his senses. Looking at the two people who were muttering, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What are you talking about? Your Majesty, we were wondering what you were looking for and what you wanted. Your Highness, are you asking about the sales of the Xiaokofu? Don't worry, Your Highness. The Xiaokofu is in short supply right now. No, that's not what I want to ask. Li Ke waved his hands. Tell me if Choi Yingying has done anything unusual recently. Unusual behavior. Chuanhua and Chuyue looked at each other again. Then, Chuyue seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I remember, the princess told me the key points of making the hero customer service and asked me to record it. By the way, there is also the silver that the hero customer service sold during this period. The princess also took me to personally count it. As soon as these words came out, Chuanhua beside him also remembered, my lord, the princess has been talking to me about increasing the guards these past 2 days. They said that the backyard has expanded and there are more people. They will definitely recruit new people in the future. They asked me to keep an eye on the new people. As soon as the two women finished speaking, Li Ke's face suddenly darkened. It is obvious that the little girl Choi Ying really wants to die, and these words are obviously her will. It seems that my guess was correct. Choi Ying will not return to Choi Mansion, but she cannot refute my decision. She can only use this method to express her determination to me. Fortunately, I discovered it early, otherwise it would have caused a disaster. Okay, I understand. You guys can go down. He waved his hands, motioning Chuanhua Chuyue to go down. The two girls looked at each other, and Chuanhua, who was straightforward, asked directly, "My lord, do you think there is anything wrong with the princess doing this? You don't have to worry about this matter. I will handle it myself." Li Ke didn't want to say more. Chuanhua wanted to say something, but Chuyue beside her gently pulled the corner of her clothes and shook her head at her, indicating that she could leave. Chuanhua also knew her prince's character, so seeing this she could only bow to Chuyue and turn away. Li Ke looked at the two women's departing backs, frowned, and wondered how to convince Choi Ying not to commit suicide tonight. Although this little girl, Choi Ying, is young and appears weak on the outside, she is very determined in her heart. And sometimes he's stubborn. This is the most troublesome thing. If he couldn't convince Choi Ying to change her mind, then sending her back to Chui's house would be harming her. Is there any reason to send Choi Ying back and prevent her from committing suicide? Li Ke's eyes rolled, and he was thinking of a solution. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was night. He took a cold shower as usual and returned to the house. In order to persuade Choi Ying tonight, he took a shower earlier than usual. But when he came outside, he found that there was no light in the house and the whole bedroom was dark. Strange, is it possible that Choi Ying is still in the backyard and hasn't come back yet? Li Ke was a little confused and wanted to go to the backyard to take a look. After all, he is a prince, so he has to keep a distance from Choi Ying. It seems not a good idea to take the initiative to look for her. Let's wait for her to come back in the house. Anyway, there are only a few rooms in the entire Prince Wu's mansion, so Choi Ying will definitely go back here. Pushing the door open and entering the room, he took out a tinder and prepared to light the oil lamp. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the door suddenly closed by itself. Bang. Who? Li Ke's eyes turned cold, and as he spoke, his fist had already rushed towards the black shadow that was rushing towards him. But just when the fist was about to hit the opponent, the faint light from the fire starter illuminated the opponent's appearance. His fist was frozen in front of the opponent. 1 inch, just 1 inch and he would have blasted the opponent away. Why are you here dressed like this? Li Ke looked at Choi Ying in front of him, but he didn't dare to meet her gaze. There's no way, Choi Ying is so beautiful and attractive tonight. The face covered with the mask looked unusually bright in the dim room, and the big eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. She was only wearing a red belly band, and her fair skin was as white as warm jade. Li Ke became agitated after just one look, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. And this is why he had to lower his head. He is also a man, with man's needs and impulses. Seeing this alluring scene, coupled with the fact that they were both alone at night, any normal man would be unable to resist. Your Highness, I want to give myself to you before I leave. Choi Ying's pretty face was delicate and charming, and her skin turned red because of nervousness. Li Ke's eyes were sharp, and he could even see that the hair on her body was standing upside down because of nervousness. It can be seen that Choi Ying is actually very nervous and worried. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want to ruin your innocence. How can you live your life in the future? Li Ke frowned and turned around to find clothes for her to wear. This is not a solution. He is really afraid that he might not be able to control himself and do something to Choi Ying. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard a sound of breaking air behind him. He knew without looking back that it was Choi Ying rushing towards him. He can dodge, but what after that? With Choi Ying's sudden brute force, she would probably crash directly into the couch. Thinking of this, Li Ke obeyed his inner choice at the critical moment. He turned around, opened his arms, and hugged Choi Ying tightly in his arms. With a beauty in my arms, the fragrance is so strong, a virgin scent enters my nose and mouth. But Choi Ying, who was in his arms, was shocked all over. My dear husband, my dear husband, you are so evil. The sudden voice made Li Ke stunned, then his face changed and he understood what she was talking about. Also, isn't Choi Ying afraid of attracting Chunhua Chuyue's attention by making such a loud noise? If Chunhua Chuyue heard the noise and came over to check, Lika's reputation would be ruined. At this moment, he began to regret teaching Chunhua Chuyue martial arts. You two, please don't come. Oh no, there's a noise coming from the prince's bedroom. In the Prince of Wu's mansion, Chunhua Chuyue, who was in another room not far from Lika's bedroom, heard the noise. The two girls' faces changed drastically, and they rushed out of the room and came to the outside of Lika's bedroom. Looking at the pitch-black bedroom, the two women felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Did something happen to the prince? Chunhua, who was of a straightforward character, looked cold and was about to rush over. Chuyue at the side pulled her back and said, "Wait a minute, the prince is a skilled martial artist, it is impossible for him to be assassinated, and the princess is also inside. Let's ask outside about the situation first." Chunhua frowned, but still stopped and knocked on the door. Dong dong dong. "Prince, are you okay?" Chunhua's voice, filled with some worry, came into the bedroom. This king is fine, you guys please leave. Lika's intermittent voice came from the bedroom. When Chunhua heard the voice, she was stunned. The prince is very skilled in martial arts, so why does his voice sound so strange tonight? However, Chuyue, who was standing behind her, brightened up her eyes when she heard that. She seemed to have thought of something and immediately reached out and tugged at the corner of Chunhua's clothes. Chunhua turned around in confusion. The prince should be the one in there with the princess. Chuyue looked excited and spoke in a low voice about the scene she had imagined. That one. Chunhua was confused. Which one is that? Oh, Chunhua, when will your stupid brain of yours finally come to its senses? Chuyue rolled her eyes at her, then hooked her thumbs symmetrically against each other, making a gesture of pairing. Chunhua finally reacted and showed a look of sudden enlightenment. I was wondering why the prince was acting so strange tonight. Turns out he was with the princess. All right, stop talking. The prince is in there. We can't disturb him. The two women left with relieved looks on their faces. They felt that their prince had finally figured it out and had won over the princess, so the princess didn't have to leave him anymore. Maybe after a while, their palace will have a little prince. But what the two girls didn't know was that as soon as they left, Liku in the bedroom blushed and said in a low and harsh voice. Still, are you still not letting go? I. The frightened Choi Ying finally reacted and quickly let go and took a few steps back. Thinking of what had just happened, her face suddenly turned red all the way to her neck. She had thought it through today. As long as she could capture her husband, the prince, her life would be worth it, regardless of whether she would be sent back to the Choi mansion or not. She just wanted to leave her best things to her husband, the prince, and never thought that something like this would happen. Fortunately, Chunhua Chuyue didn't come in just now, otherwise I would have been so embarrassed tonight. While she was lost in thought, the oil lamp was lit, and she saw her husband, the prince, with a flushed face. But at this moment, Liku was in a hurry to untie his belt, looking impatient. Could it be that the prince's husband has thought it through and is ready to sleep with me? Can I help my husband the prince undress? She stepped forward to help. The sooner she undresses, the sooner she can become the prince's woman. Unexpectedly, when Liku saw her approaching, his face changed, his legs clamped together, and he quickly shouted, "Stop! You, don't come over here. My dear prince, what's wrong with you?" Choi Ying blinked her big innocent eyes and looked at him with confusion. Liku rolled his eyes. How dare you ask me how I am doing? All this is because of you, little liar. He never expected that the person he never guarded against would be the one who hurt him the most. This kind of pain can probably only be experienced by men. The little girl was too ruthless. The grab almost made him explode on the spot. You step back first. I can do it myself. I don't need your help. After he said that, he turned his back to Choi Ying and hurriedly checked his condition. Choi Ying, who was standing behind him, was watching the scene and realized that her actions had brought trouble to her husband, the prince. But she didn't know what to say to comfort her prince husband, so she could only lower her head, stirring her hands with her 10 fingers constantly, looking like she was waiting for her fate. My husband the prince is so powerful, so nothing should happen to him, right? It's so embarrassing that such a thing could happen. Otherwise, should I go find some medicine to apply to my husband, the prince? I just don't know if this incident will affect the prince's husband's future life. If so, I will be committing a great sin. Just when Choi Ying was feeling uneasy, Li Ku on the couch finally finished the examination. Fortunately, nothing happened. Li Ku breathed a sigh of relief. When Choi Ying heard this, her eyes lit up immediately. Is the prince okay? As she spoke, she wanted to go forward and take a look at the situation. When Li Ku heard Choi Ying's words, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly put on his clothes and pants, and retreated several steps. Don't come near me, it's best to keep this distance. Li Ku stretched out his hand to signal her not to come near. Choi Ying pursed her lips when she heard that, a look of disappointment appearing on her face. It seems that the prince's husband was seriously injured by me just now, otherwise he would not be so wary of me. But the protagonist cannot get close to the prince and his husband. How can she give herself to him? My dear husband, I just want to give you my complete self before I leave. She plucked up her courage and decided to tell the truth, hoping that her husband the prince would fulfill her wish. My husband the prince wants to protect himself and avoid getting involved in the royal struggles. I am unable to persuade him to change his mind, so I can only thank him in this way. No. Li Ku stared at her seriously. A woman's innocence is her dignity. I cannot destroy your innocence. It's getting late, go to bed early. After saying that, he picked up the clothes on the couch and threw them over. Choi Ying took the clothes. Tears had already gathered in her eyes, but she still tried hard to hold back her tears. She felt that she should find another way to make the prince's husband want her. I just accidentally hurt the prince and husband. Doesn't the prince and husband want to try it to see if it works? I will be responsible for this matter for my husband, the prince. After saying that, she walked towards Li Ku with a righteous look on her face. When Li Ku heard this, he almost laughed out of anger. What do you mean you will be responsible for me? Does this king need you to be responsible? I have already said that everything is fine now. Don't make a fuss about it. Go and get some rest. Li Ku glared and pretended to be angry. No matter how you came here, I will send you back exactly as you were. After he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, turned off the light, and lay down on the couch. The tears in Choi Ying's eyes fell the moment the lights went out. She knew that she still couldn't win the heart of her husband, the prince. However, she was really unwilling to leave Prince Wu's mansion and return to the Choi family. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she made a secret decision in her heart. In the bedroom of the palace late at night, the two people living under the same roof had different thoughts. One person believes that he is doing this for the other person's good. One of them has secretly made up her mind that she will be the prince's husband's person in life and the prince's husband's ghost in death. The two of them spent the whole night unable to sleep. Early the next morning, Li Ku left the room early to avoid embarrassment when they met. In the next few days, he continued to do so and avoided contact with Choi Ying. The more he came into contact with her, the more he feared he would be reluctant to let her go. Calculating the time, news must be coming back from Changan City soon. As long as Choi Ying is sent away, these embarrassing days will be over. These days, no one knew what Choi Ying was thinking. Every day she arranged for others to serve as the hero's customer service, and at night she would wait for him to enter the room before going to bed. There has been no communication between the two of them in the past few days. He knew that Choi Ying should also understand that he was waiting for news from Changan City. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. On this day, he got up early as usual and prepared to go to the fields outside the city to check on the growth of the seedlings. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the palace. He had good hearing and couldn't help but frown when he heard so many horse hooves. There are not many visitors to the Prince of Wu's palace, but there are so many horse hoof sounds. Could it be news from Changan City? Thinking of this, he had an idea and put down the warhorse he was leading and walked out of the mansion. Before he even reached the door, he heard a high-spirited voice. I am Choi Zheng from the Choi family of Qinghe, and I have come to pay a special visit to His Majesty the King of Wu. Then Chuanhua's voice came, so it's someone from the Choi family. Please wait a moment. I will go and report to His Royal Highness the King of Wu. This was the most basic etiquette. After all, the Choi family came suddenly and did not send a visiting card in advance. According to the rules, Chuanhua had to inform Li Ke. Only after Li Ke ordered a meeting would Chuanhua welcome Cui Zheng and others into the mansion. However, just as Chuanhua finished her words, a sharp and piercing voice reached Li Ke's ears. Who do you think you are? Do you need to inform my Chui family that we are coming to the Wu Palace? Let me tell you, I am the eldest daughter of the Chui family, the Princess of Wu. I am here in person, why do I need to inform you? Dad, let's go in. As soon as these words came out, Li Ke's eyes turned cold. What a great young lady of the Chui family. She really regards the Prince of Wu's mansion as her own and even calls herself the mistress of this place. He wanted to see what ability this Miss Chui had to dare to break into his Prince Wu's palace. Thinking of this, he was no longer in a hurry to leave. People like this should be taught a lesson. With Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others at the door, he was not worried that his people would suffer. While she was deep in thought, Chuanhua's cold voice came from outside the mansion. Miss Chui, no one is allowed to enter the mansion without the order of King Wu. Also, you are not Princess Wu. Brother Xue, stop them. Xue Ming and others snorted coldly upon hearing this, and instantly surrounded Cui Zheng, Cui Jingjing, and others. In their hearts, there is only one Princess Wu, and that is the simple and kind Cui Yingying. Who the hell is this newcomer Cui Jingjing? How dare she call herself the Princess of Wu? You bunch of dogs and slaves, how dare you stop me from entering? Cui Jingjing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She pointed at Chuanhua and the others and cursed, they are just a bunch of slaves. How dare you be so presumptuous? When I become the Princess of Wu, I will make sure you guys are in trouble. She was used to being domineering in the Chui mansion, so naturally she couldn't change her habits here. Cui Jing behind her was also happy to see this, as he could take this opportunity to deal with these servants and establish his prestige in the Prince of Wu's palace in the future. Anyway, the King of Wu is just a prince who has fallen out of favor. It would be great if his daughter could control him. I believe that the King of Wu would not offend the Chui family for such a small matter. Touching his beard, Cui Jing showed a look of satisfaction on his face and allowed his daughter to continue scolding Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others. Although Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others blocked the way, the other party was from aristocratic families after all, and they were of low status, so they naturally did not dare to retort. But when Li Ke in the mansion heard what came out of Cui Jingjing's mouth, his face suddenly darkened. This is Li Ke's mansion, how can he allow the other party to act recklessly here? Who is making such a loud noise outside this palace? Li Ke walked out of the mansion with his hands behind his back and pretending to be unhappy. When Cui Jing heard this, he immediately bowed to him and said, Qinghe Cui Jing greets His Majesty the King of Wu. But Cui Jingjing looked Li Ke up and down, and after seeing that Li Ke was tall, handsome, and heroic, she fell in love with him. Although the King of Wu was not favored, he looked good, and it was not a bad treatment for me to have him as my husband. However, these dogs dared to block his way. Your Majesty will punish them. Thinking of this, Cui Jingjing's eyes lit up, and she rushed to Li Ke, pointing at Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others and said, Your Highness, Prince Wu, these dog servants in your house are so blind that they even dared to stop me. I am your Princess Wu. They even dared to stop me. King Wu, you must help me get revenge. As she spoke, she reached out to hold Li Ke's arm and act coquettishly. This is a common trick used by women. Cui Jingjing already knew this trick. She felt that a prince like the King of Wu who had fallen out of favor didn't even have a woman, so this trick of hers would definitely make him submit. However, Li Ke just glanced at her coldly, turned around and avoided her hand without leaving a trace. I don't think I ever told you that you are Princess Wu. Li Ke snorted coldly and turned to look at Cui Zheng. When your Chui family sent Cui Yingying here, you, Cui Jingjing, had already lost the qualification to become the Princess of Wu. You came to my Wu palace today, but you didn't give me a greeting card in advance, and you even made trouble at the door of my palace. Do you really think that I, the Wu King, am a fake? You, the Chui family, are really bold. First you cheated on me, then you caused trouble, and now you dare to say that you are the Princess of Wu. These words made Choi Jingjing's face change drastically. She looked at Li Ku in front of her with uncertainty, as if she had met Li Ku for the first time. Is the king of Wu, who is so sharp-tongued, really the fallen prince as rumored? Judging from the attitude of the king of Wu, my move into the king of Wu's palace will most likely be full of twists and turns. Chui Jing also reacted at this moment and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Your Highness, King Wu, it was indeed my Chui family who did something wrong before. I brought my daughter here this time in the hope of making up for my previous mistakes. I hope King Wu will give the Chui family a chance to reform. My Chui family came with sincerity this time. Not only did we personally send our daughter here, we also brought a lot of dowry. He thought that if he showed sincerity, Li Ku would agree. But Li Ku snorted coldly when he heard this. Would this prince care about this little dowry? Someone, show the guests away. He does not welcome evil people. What did you say? At the gate of Prince Wu's mansion, Chui Jingjing heard that Li Ku was going to drive her and Chui Jing away. She clenched her hands in anger and screamed. She has always been pampered by Chui Zheng and the Chui family since she was a child. She has never suffered such humiliation. Li Ku looked at the unruly eldest daughter of the Chui family coldly, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. He really doesn't like this kind of self-righteous young lady. Didn't you hear clearly what the king said? Then I will say it again, please go back to where you came from. Li Ku snorted coldly, turned around and walked into the mansion. Chuanhua and Xueming stood in front of Chui Jingjing at the same time. The meaning is very clear, you, the Chui family, can go back. Chui Jingjing's eyes showed disbelief, she couldn't believe that she was turned away like this. Before coming, she was still fantasizing that with her status, the king of Wu would rush to invite her to his palace. She never thought that His Royal Highness the King of Wu was different from what she had imagined. Not only did he not invite her in, but he blocked her outside the door. King Wu, today my father and I have brought His Majesty's order. Chui Jingjing was unwilling to give in and said gloomily, if you don't let us in, do we have to listen to His Majesty's order in front of everyone outside the palace? Chui Zheng, who was standing by, also realized that Li Ku was determined, and quickly added, Your Highness, King Wu, only a few of us can know His Majesty's will. Li Ku, who was walking towards the palace, stopped in his tracks when he heard that it was Li Shimon's order. Sure enough, the Chui family would not come to find me for no reason. But why didn't that cheap father Li Shimon give the decree to himself, but gave it to the Chui family, and asked the Chui family to pass it on to himself? Even if he is not favored, Li Shimon should give him an explanation on this matter, right? Could it be that the decree given by Li Shimon this time has other meanings? Thinking of this, Li Ku turned and walked to the door, waving his hand to signal Chuanhua, Xueming, and others to make way. Chui Jingjing couldn't help but raise her head like a victorious rooster. I told you that you would invite us in. Who dares to disrespect your Majesty's decree? But Li Ku blocked the door, not even looking at Chui Jingjing, and said to Chui Zheng, tell me, what is the Emperor's will? Your Highness, won't you invite us in first? Chui Zheng was stunned. No need, let's stay here. Xueming, you guys go down first. He stretched out his hand to signal Xueming and others to leave, leaving only him, Chuanhua, and Chui's father and daughter at the scene. Such an action has already shown his attitude towards the Chui family. Chui Zheng was no fool. Seeing this, his face changed. This is your own choice, Your Highness the King of Wu. If this matter gets to the ears of His Majesty, you will probably be punished again. Humph, if I were afraid of punishment, I wouldn't let you say it here. Li Ku had a firm face and a resolute attitude. Okay, in that case, I will speak frankly. Your Majesty has allowed Jingjing to live in Prince Wu's mansion, and I will also take Chui Jingjing back with me. Chui Jing was no longer polite and explained the purpose of his visit. Chuanhua's face changed when she heard that. Li Ku was not surprised. When he saw Chui Jingjing coming together, he had already expected this result. In addition, his business is booming at the moment, so the Chui family will naturally not miss the opportunity to control his business. Moreover, this time they came with Li Shimon's order, so the Chui family was determined to win. It would have been fine if the Chui family just wanted to take Chui Yingying away, but they also wanted to keep Chui Jingjing to be the princess of Wu, and he couldn't accept that. You can take Chui Yingying away, but she cannot stay in this palace. Li Ke snorted coldly and pointed at Choi Jingjing, who had a proud expression. Choi Jingjing's originally triumphant smile suddenly froze, and she was shaking with anger. How dare you, how dare you treat me like this? I am the Princess of Wu, appointed by His Majesty. Do you dare to disobey His Majesty's order? Such a result was hard for the arrogant eldest daughter of the Choi family to accept. She thought that with her beauty, the King of Wu would definitely beg to welcome her into his palace when he saw her. But reality gave her a hard blow. Disobey the order? Li Ke shook his head gently. I don't want to disobey the order, because it is your Choi family who is being unkind and unjust first. Are you the Choi family allowed to arrange a marriage fraud, but I am not allowed to refuse this marriage? This one sentence left the Choi father and daughter speechless. No matter from which angle you look at it, the Choi family was at fault first, and they had no words to refute this. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the mansion, and Choi Yingying's voice appeared in everyone's ears. My lord, I heard that my father and sister are here. As the words fell, Choi Yingying appeared beside Li Ke. Choi Zheng and Choi Jingjing looked at her. Choi Yingying looked unusually capable in her chivalrous attire, less cowardly than before and more heroic. The little girl, who was dark, short, and thin in their impression, had now grown into a graceful and elegant girl, like a lotus emerging from water. She has a tall figure, a well-proportioned body, and a pair of big eyes like stars on her delicate face. Especially her fair skin, which is even whiter than Choi Jingjing's. When comparing the two women, Choi Jingjing is far behind. Are you really my daughter Choi Yingying? Choi Zheng wiped his eyes and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. Choi Jingjing's face changed drastically, and she pointed at Choi Yingying. How could you become like this? She couldn't even utter the word beautiful. His previous pride and stubbornness disappeared the moment he met Choi Yingying. She never dreamed that the little girl who was bullied by her in the past would suddenly turn into a peerless beauty. Choi Yingying looked at the two people who were surprised and nodded. Father, sister, you can't even recognize me. After all, Choi Zheng is a worldly wise man, and he can confirm from the voice that this is his daughter. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect my daughter to become so beautiful. Choi Zheng laughed loudly, stroking his beard, and said with satisfaction, Father came here this time to take you back. Your second uncle will go to Kyoto in a while, so let your second uncle take you with him and meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. During this period, he was worried that he had no gift to give to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince for his birthday. Since his daughter is so beautiful, he just gave Choi Yingying to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince as a concubine. With Choi Yingying's appearance, I'm sure she will satisfy His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Ke and Choi Yingying's faces changed. The mist in Choi Yingying's eyes suddenly disappeared. Father, why are you like this? Father, this is for your own good. Think about it, if we can marry the prince, our Choi family will definitely surpass other families in the future. Choi Zheng's face straightened and he pretended to be righteous. But Li Ke couldn't listen any further after hearing this. He pulled Choi Yingying behind him, stared at Choi Zheng coldly and said, There is nothing wrong with you taking Choi Yingying away, but did you ask her opinion before giving her away? Your Highness, Prince Wu, this is our Choi family's family affair, please don't interfere. Choi Zheng sneered, His Majesty ordered me to take her back. What to do after she returns has nothing to do with His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Really? Li Ke's face suddenly darkened. What if I don't let you take her away? Does His Royal Highness the King of Wu want to disobey the order for her? Choi Zheng asked with a cold look in his eyes and a sinister smile. Disobeying the order? Li Ke stared coldly at Choi Zheng in front of him, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. To be honest, this matter was caused by your Choi family. I originally wanted you to take Choi Yingying back, but your Choi family not only did not repent, but also dared to be so rude in front of my palace. Even if I disobey your order, your Choi family is half responsible. It would have been fine if Choi Zheng just wanted to take Choi Yingying back, but this person actually wanted to give Choi Yingying to Crown Prince Li Qingqian. Li Ke also didn't want this little girl to be given away as soon as she returned. They spent some time together, and although he and Choi Yingying did not have a relationship, they were still friends. He didn't want to watch his friend being given to Li Qingqian as a gift. Yes, that's what he thought, there was no other reason. Li Ke found a reason to disobey the order. Ha 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 ha, Chui Jing laughed when he heard this. Your Highness King Wu, what you said is ridiculous. Haven't I sent my daughter Jingjing here today to make amends? It was you, Your Highness, the King of Wu, who didn't allow my daughter to enter the palace. The matter of disobeying the imperial order was entirely the idea of His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu. From my perspective, His Royal Highness Prince Wu has fallen in love with Chui Yingying, right? What a pity. His Majesty has already ordered me to take her back. Your Highness the King of Wu will not really disobey the order for an insignificant woman, will he? As expected of an old fox, his words are full of thorns. At first he expressed his attitude, and then he changed the subject and used Li Shimin to pressure Li Ke. He knew very well that the King of Wu today was different from the King of Wu in his impression. Relying on his own abilities, he would most likely not be able to take Chui Yingying away. The only way is to move out the current emperor. Perhaps when the King of Wu heard the emperor's order, he would not dare to disobey the order so blatantly and make things difficult for himself. In that way, he can take Chui Yingying away. It's only been 2 months since I last saw her. I didn't expect that Chui Yingying has grown into such a beautiful girl. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will definitely like this gift I've given him. Just when Chui Jing was feeling proud, Chui Yingying beside Li Ke's face changed drastically. My father is right. If I cannot go back with him today, then my husband the prince will be disobeying the order. I can't put my husband, the prince, in trouble for my own selfish reasons. Thinking of this, she quickly pulled the corner of Li Ke's clothes and whispered, My lord, I know your good intentions. But, since the prince husband doesn't like me, and His Majesty has ordered me to be replaced, there is no need for me to stay. My lord and husband, I am leaving. Although she was reluctant, in order to protect her husband, the prince, she let go of his hand without hesitation and walked towards her father Chui Zheng. This matter must have a result. Rather than seeing her husband, the prince, being punished by His Majesty for disobeying the order, Chui Yingying would rather suffer the injustice herself. Perhaps, this is the last thing she can do for her husband, the prince. I only hope that my departure can bring peace to my husband, the prince. With the idea of helping Li Ke, Chui Yingying walked towards Chui Jing step by step. Chui Jing saw this and showed a proud look on his face. That's right, this is my good daughter. Yingying, if you can gain the favor of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and become his concubine, when His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascends the throne in the future, you will be the imperial concubine. Being a royal concubine is better than staying in the Prince Wu's mansion. Chui Jing became more and more excited as he spoke, completely unaware that Li Ke's face was becoming increasingly gloomy. Chui Jingjing, who was standing next to her, was still not sure whether to live or die. She stared at Chui Yingying with jealous eyes and said, Humph, father, you don't have to hold out such high hopes. With this damn girl's personality, let alone pleasing a man, it would be a blessing if she is not punished by the Crown Prince. Chui Yingying's beauty far exceeds hers. As a woman, Chui Jingjing's jealousy is fully displayed at this moment. But it was because of this sentence that Li Ke, who had originally had a gloomy face, was suddenly shocked. Yes, Chui Yingying has a low-key personality and simple thoughts. If she was sent to the Eastern Palace, let alone pleasing Li Qingqian, it would be good enough if she was not punished by Li Qingqian. Moreover, he also heard that the Crown Prince's personality had changed drastically recently due to his foot disease and he liked to torture people. With Chui Yingying's simple character, if she really went to the Eastern Palace, she would probably be tortured beyond recognition within a few days. He wanted Chui Yingying to return to the Chui mansion in order to protect Chui Yingying from being involved in the royal struggle. But if Chui Jing intends to send Chui Yingying to the Eastern Palace, what is the difference between that and keeping her in his Prince Wu's mansion? By staying in Prince Wu's mansion, Li Ke could at least ensure that he could take good care of the little girl. If she goes to the Eastern Palace, judging by Li Qingqian's performance in this period, Chui Yingying will definitely be in danger. Thinking of this, he looked up at Chui Yingying who was about to walk to Chui Zheng, and the scenes of the two of them getting along during this period of time flashed through his mind. From their initial acquaintance, to Chui Yingying's efforts in working for the palace to demonstrate her value, to her final kiss when she wanted to say goodbye. The picture in my mind finally freezes on the moment when the two of them kissed. His squinting eyes suddenly opened, his body turned into a shadow, and with a swish he rushed to Chui Yingying. Before Chui Yingying could react, he reached out and hugged her around the waist. While Choi Ying was surprised, the two had already returned to the threshold of Prince Wu's mansion. "My lord, my husband. Your Highness, Prince Wu, you." Choi Ying and Chui Zheng's faces changed drastically at the same time. Chui Jingjing screamed as if her beloved toy had been robbed. "King Wu, do you know what you are doing? I, Chui Jingjing, am your Princess Wu." Being ignored repeatedly, and then seeing Li Ke hugging her sister, Chui Jingjing was so angry that her body was shaking and rage rushed to her head. "Princess Wu." Li Ke glanced at Chui Jingjing coldly, then helped Chui Ying up, pointed at Chui Ying and said with a smile, "This king has only had one Princess Wu from beginning to end. That's her." Chui Ying was stunned when she heard this, and a hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. "Is the prince husband confessing his love to me? It turns out that the prince husband still likes me." At this moment, Chui Ying felt that she was the happiest woman in the world, and a look of satisfaction appeared on her face. But Chui Jing on the other side had a gloomy expression and a cold look in his eyes. "Your Highness the King of Wu, do you really intend to disobey the order? Your Highness Prince Wu, please think carefully. It's not worth doing this for a woman." Chui Jing was so angry that his beautiful daughter was taken away just like that. He also planned to give Chui Ying to Crown Prince Li Qingqian in exchange for the Crown Prince's support for the Chui family. Now, because of the obstruction of King Wu, his plan is likely to fail. Li Ke looked at Chui Jing coldly. "Disobeying the order is my business, it has nothing to do with you, now you can take her away." He pointed at Chui Jingjing, who was like a shrew, and ordered her to leave. "Good, very good." Chui Zheng's eyes flashed with hatred. "I will not let this matter go. We will see. Your Highness, King Wu, you are in big trouble." At the gate of Prince Wu's palace, the Chui family father and daughter, who were ordered to leave, left with hatred. Chui Ying looked at the look in her father and sister's eyes when they left, and couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Based on her understanding of the Chui family, this matter would most likely not be let go. That's the Qinghe Chui family. If such a shameful thing were to spread, the other families would be laughing to death. Whether for the Chui family's own face or to avoid becoming a laughingstock among the other families, the Chui family will definitely take revenge. "My lord, how about I should go back with my father." A hint of worry flashed in Chui Ying's eyes, and she pulled Li Ke's arm and spoke softly. Even though she was reluctant, she would rather sacrifice her own happiness for the safety of her husband, the prince. If sacrificing herself can bring peace to her husband, the prince, she is willing. Today, the prince husband confessed his love to her, and she already knew the prince husband's feelings, which was enough. If a woman has a man who loves her and whom she also loves, her life is worth it. In order to prevent her husband, the prince, from being punished by his majesty, she would rather leave with Chui Zheng. But when Li Ke heard this, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her fair hand, with a determined look on his face. "From now on, you are my princess, and you are not allowed to go anywhere." "But..." "No buts." Li Ke interrupted her. "No matter what happens next, I will protect you from the wind and rain." "My lord, you are so kind." Chui Ying's heart softened, her eyes filled with tears of emotion, and mist filled her eyes. She looked like she was about to cry out of emotion. Li Ke smiled slightly and reached out to gently scratch her nose. "Go back first. From now on, you are the hostess here." "My lord prince, am I dreaming?" Chui Ying couldn't believe that things changed so quickly. Li Ke shook his head without saying anything. Instead, he hugged her around the waist and walked into the mansion. Chui Ying felt her body lighten and she seemed to be floating up. The feeling of losing gravity made her cry out softly. But then she realized that she was not dreaming. She really became the Princess of Wu and the owner of the Prince of Wu's palace. All this happened too fast and too suddenly. Thinking of her worries these days and her inner preparation for suicide, her nose felt sore and tears fell from her eyes. Fortunately, the prince husband still wanted me, and my feelings were not wasted. Although her father and sister are dissatisfied and will definitely take revenge, as long as she stays in Prince Wu's mansion, she will use her life to protect her husband, the prince. Having made up her mind, she hugged her husband the prince tightly around his neck. She should cherish this hard-earned relationship. At the same time, the father and daughter of the Chui family, who left the Prince of Wu's palace, had resentful looks on their faces. "Father, are we just going to let this go?" Choi Jingjing's face was gloomy. The King of Wu really disobeyed the order and didn't give my Choi family face. He actually left Choi Yingying, that bitch. If this matter gets out, my Choi family will definitely become a laughingstock of other families, and we will never be able to hold our heads up high again. When she thought of the scene of Li Ke protecting Choi Yingying, the jealousy in her heart rushed to her head. That should have belonged to her husband and her princess, but now it was occupied by her sister. She won't let this matter go. Choi Jing snorted coldly upon hearing this, clenched his hands tightly and sneered, "Of course I know I can't just let it go like this. Humph, he disobeys my order. I will make him unable to even be the King of Wu. Let's go find Lord Wang." "Who is Lord Wang?" "Anzhou governor." As the head of the Choi family, Choi Jing knew a lot about what was happening in the court, and he also understood that Wang Haoren was arranged by Changsuan Wuji to keep an eye on Li Ke. Now that His Royal Highness the King of Wu is becoming more and more powerful, he doesn't believe that the governor will allow the King of Wu to become more powerful. Given the current situation of the Choi family, it is impossible for them to do anything to Li Ke in Anzhou. The only way is to join forces with Anzhou Governor Wang Haoren to deal with Li Ke. An hour later, in the Anzhou governor's mansion, the reception room was filled with the fragrance of tea, and the Choi family father and daughter sat at the bottom to drink tea. After a while, footsteps were heard outside the hall, and Wang Haoren appeared in front of them in official uniform. The Choi family father and daughter stood up quickly. "Greetings, Lord Wang." "Ha ha ha ha, Patriarch Choi, it's been 4 or 5 years since we last met." Wang Haoren walked into the hall with a smile, walked to the first seat in the living room and said with a smile, "Master Choi brought his daughter here today, I wonder what's the matter." Wang Haoren naturally did not dare to take people from aristocratic families lightly. Upon learning that the father and daughter of the Choi family had come to his house in person, he immediately rushed back from the yamen. The Choi family is one of the most powerful families, and some of their members serve as officials in the court. If one can make friends with the Choi family, it will be very beneficial to his future career. But he was a little confused. Why did this person from the Choi family suddenly come to him? While thinking, Choi Jing smiled bitterly, "Your Majesty, you don't know that I came here on the orders of the Emperor." Then he quickly recounted what had just happened at the gate of Prince Wu's mansion. After listening to Choi Jing's words, Wang Haoren remained calm on the surface, but he was very excited in his heart. This is evidence of a crime that fell from the sky. The King of Wu disobeyed the imperial order for a woman. If this matter were to reach the ears of His Majesty, he would surely be furious, and it is not impossible that he would revoke the title of King Wu in a fit of rage. I really didn't expect that His Royal Highness the King of Wu would actually disobey His Majesty's order. Wang Haoren pretended to be righteous and awe-inspiring. "Since this happened in Anzhou, which is under my jurisdiction, I must write a memorial with Patriarch Choi to report this matter to His Majesty." Of course Wang Haoren would not miss such a good opportunity. He had been worrying about how to deal with Li Ke, and now it was like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. If he can move to the King of Wu in one fell swoop, it will be a great achievement for him. In the future, Changsuan Wuji and Crown Prince Li Qingqian will definitely remember this great achievement. However, Choi Jing laughed sinisterly upon hearing this. "I understand what Lord Wang means, but if I report this to His Majesty, Lord Wang's interests will not be maximized." Wang Haoren raised his eyebrows and turned to look at him in confusion. What does Patriarch Choi mean by this? "Master Wang, think about it. If His Royal Highness the King of Wu falls, his assets will be taken away." Choi Jing sneered and said, "I heard that the King of Wu's property can make a fortune every day. If my Choi family can take over, we will definitely benefit from the king in the future." The meaning of this statement is very clear. Choi Jing not only wants to move to Li Ke, but also wants to take control of Li Ke's industry. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard this. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a big deal? Master Choi is indeed amazing. Since Master Choi took the initiative to propose it, I believe he must have a plan. I will definitely cooperate with him to the fullest. Wang Haoren stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. In the Anzhou governor's mansion, a plan against Li Ke was underway. When Choi Jing saw that Wang Haoren was going to deal with Li Ke together as he had expected, he did not hide anything and told him his plan directly. To overthrow King Wu, we have to do two things. Choi sneered and said, "First, Lord Wang and I will jointly report to His Majesty to let His Majesty know the King of Wu's crimes. Second, Lord Wang must find a way to get in on King Wu's business before His Majesty punishes him. Only in this way, after Your Majesty has issued a punishment for the King of Wu, will Your Majesty have the opportunity to collect these properties." As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Haoren, who was sitting in the main seat, narrowed his eyes and a hint of satisfaction flashed across his face. Choi is worthy of being the patriarch of the Choi family. This two-pronged approach will surely leave Li Ke with no time to turn things around. As long as he could capture the King of Wu, he would not only be able to complete the task assigned by Changsuan Wuji, but also obtain dividends from the King of Wu's industry. It could be said that he was killing two birds with one stone. "Okay, I'll write the memorial right away. Please wait a moment, Lord Wang. I have something to ask of you." Choi quickly stood up and bowed. "Oh. What else does Patriarch Choi need?" "It's like this. I want to send my little daughter Jingjing to the East Palace. I would like to ask for your help, Lord Wang." Choi smiled and said, "His Royal Highness' birthday is coming soon. I'm sure His Royal Highness will be satisfied with this gift. Let my daughter go to the capital with the courier who is delivering the memorial. My Choi family will have someone in the capital to arrange the rest." When Wang Haoren heard this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the charming Choi Jingjing. The Choi family is really amazing. They actually chose to give a woman as a gift to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. As for why Choi insisted on letting his daughter and his messenger come to the capital, it must be because he wanted to use this to bind the relationship between the two. If this succeeds, he will have to help with Choi Jingjing being sent to the Eastern Palace. Choi he is indeed an old fox. However, as long as he could overthrow King Wu Li Ke, this would be a piece of cake for him. Haha, it's a good idea from the Choi family, but after a certain time, King Wu's property will be divided into 40% for me. Deal. Choi agreed without thinking. Just when the two reached an agreement, Li Ke also encountered trouble in Prince Wu's mansion. In the living room, Li Ke had a sad look on his face, while Chuanhua and Chu Yue, who were standing in the hall, looked puzzled. "My lord, what's wrong with you? Are you worried that His Majesty will punish you for what happened today?" The two women were also very clear about what had just happened. They thought that their prince was worried about disobeying the order. Unexpectedly, Li Ke shook his head and said, No, I won't worry about disobeying your order. This king was just thinking, what gift should I give to that little girl? You two are both women, so you should understand what women want. Otherwise, can you give me some advice?" Since he wanted to keep Choi Yingying and was sure that she was his queen, of course he had to give Choi Yingying a gift. Today is their engagement day, so they should give each other a token of love or something, right? But after thinking about it, he still didn't know what to give, so he called Chuanhua and Chu Yue over for some ideas. So the prince called for a gift for the princess. Has the prince finally come to his senses? The two women looked at each other, a smile flashing in their eyes. Because of their prince's personality, they had always been worried about whether they could win over the princess. I didn't expect the progress to be so fast. The prince already knows to give the princess a gift. Go, if you don't have any ideas, go out and work for me. Li Ke couldn't stand their looks, so he quickly pretended to be serious and showed his demeanor as the King of Wu. Chuanhua smiled slightly, Your Majesty, you know me. I have always been careless. How could I know what gift I should give to the princess? After saying that, she turned and looked at Chu Yue. Her meaning was very simple. She thought Chu Yue might have some ideas. Unexpectedly, Chu Yue smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to guess about gifts. As long as it's from you, the princess will definitely be very happy. Really? Li Ke was skeptical. After all, he had never been in love in his previous life, so he really didn't understand such things. Trust me, I won't be wrong. Chu Yue said with a confident expression. Then go buy me a pair of gold bracelets. You have spent the most time with Yingying and you know the size of her wrist. After thinking about it, Li Ke felt that giving a gold bracelet would be a good idea. After all, girls all like to wear gold and silver. As the Princess of Wu, you should also have some jewelry. As for the bracelet, it feels like a token of love. Chu Yue was quite capable, and after dinner, she really handed over a wooden box. This is the masterpiece of Master Lu in the city. There is only one copy in Anzhou. Your Majesty, please seize the opportunity. Chu Yue handed the wooden box to Li Ke, with a strange and ambiguous tone in her eyes and words. Li Ke took the wooden box and opened it. There were 2 golden bracelets with many animals carved on them, which looked lifelike. Not bad. He nodded with a smile and walked towards his bedroom with the wooden box. But what he didn't know was that Chu Yue was smiling meaningfully behind him. In the bedroom, Choi Yingying was fidgeting, feeling both nervous and excited. I have confirmed my relationship with the prince and husband today, so he should sleep with me, right? But this happened too quickly and I was not prepared at all. While he was deep in thought, the door opened and Li Ke came in with a wooden box in his hand, smiling. My lord, you are back. Choi Yingying was about to go forward, but seemed to not know how to face Li Ke, and she stopped halfway. Li Ke couldn't help but laugh. Before they confirmed their relationship, this little girl teased him every day and even kissed him forcibly. Now that the relationship is confirmed, you become shy instead. I brought you a token of love. See if you like it. He smiled and handed over the wooden box. Send to me. Choi Yingying pointed at herself, somewhat incredulous. Open it and take a look. Li Ke nodded at her and gestured for her to open the box. Choi Yingying was delighted, as this was the first gift given to her by her husband, the prince. With excitement, she slowly opened the wooden box. The golden bracelet looks extremely dazzling under the faint candlelight. Gold bracelet. Choi Yingying took out the bracelet, her face full of excitement. This is the first time I've touched gold since I was a child. If you like it, wear it. Li Ke saw that she was happy and showed satisfaction on his face. I don't know what you like, but I bought you a pair of bracelets on my own initiative. Actually, I like anything the prince gives me. Choi Yingying hugged Li Ke excitedly. Silly girl, you must have something you want. Today is our anniversary. I will give you another gift on your birthday. Actually, I have a gift that I want. Your Majesty, please don't spend any more money. Whatever you want, I will buy it for you tomorrow. Your Majesty can give it to me now. Can I give it to you now? Li Ke was stunned, but I don't have any with me. I want a child. Your Highness, please take me now. Choi Yingying whispered in his ear. Li Ke. Don't joke around. In the bedroom, Li Ke couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard Choi Yingying's proactive words. Why? Doesn't the prince husband like me? Choi Yingying pouted, her eyes were misty, and she looked like she was trying hard to hold back tears. Come to think of it, after so many things that happened, Choi Yingying must have thought that she and Li Ke would be together forever. But now Li Ke actually refused to sleep with her. How could she not be sad? He even wondered for a moment whether Li Ke sympathized with him and deliberately put on a show in front of his father Cui Zheng. Otherwise, any normal man would not sleep with a girl like her. Li Ke looked at the aggrieved little girl in front of him, and couldn't help but stepped forward with some heartache, holding her hand and explaining. You are still too young, my king. How am I small? Choi Yingying puffed out her chest unconvincedly, trying hard to show herself. I was talking about age. So the prince was talking about age. Choi Yingying reacted and her face turned red. But then she hastily added, but most girls my age are married. And in a few months, I'll be 16. During the Tang dynasty, most women were engaged at the age of 12 or 13, and some even had children at the age of 15 or 16. At Choi Yingying's age, she can be said to be a leftover woman. Hearing this, Li Ke touched his head and felt a headache. How could he bring himself to do that to a little girl who would be 16 in a few months? Even if he was called incompetent, he didn't want to be worse than an animal. Actually, a girl of your age is still in the developmental stage. If you have sex with her at this moment, it will not only affect your development, but also your ability to have children. Li Ke felt that he needed to popularize some physiological knowledge to her. Afterwards, he briefly explained the development of a woman at each stage, hoping that Choi Ying could understand the disadvantages of early marriage. But after he talked for a long time, Choi Ying looked at him with a strange look. "Why are you looking at me like this?" "My lord, my husband, you won't sleep with me. Could it be that I hurt you last time and that's why you can't sleep with me?" As she spoke, she glanced at Li Ke from time to time. She still remembers clearly what happened between them last time. The prince has said so much, so his injury must not have healed yet, right? Li Ke noticed her gaze and the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. My goodness, he can't wash himself clean even if he jumps into the Yellow River. If he didn't sleep with Choi Ying tonight, he would have to confirm that he was injured. But if he were to spend the bridal night with Choi Ying, he was worried that the little girl's body would not be able to withstand his torture. I'd better keep it for a while longer. I can't be like a beast. You worry too much. The king is not injured. Don't make blind guesses. He pretended to be serious and changed the subject. It's late at night. If you don't sleep and can't get up tomorrow morning, I won't be able to take you out to fly kites. My lord, are you going to take me out of the city tomorrow? Choi Ying's eyes lit up when she heard that, and the girl's curiosity was immediately aroused. If you don't sleep now, this activity will have to be postponed. I'm going to sleep now. This is the first time that the prince and his husband have invited me, so of course I can't miss it. As for the matter of having sex, it won't be too late until the prince's husband recovers from his injuries. With the anticipation of flying a kite tomorrow, Choi Ying hurriedly got on the bed and lay down holding Li Ke's arm. Li Ke was about to say something when he found that the beauty holding him was breathing evenly. This little girl fell asleep in seconds. He shook his head and smiled. Forget it, since I've already confessed my feelings, it's legal for me to sleep with her. He slowly lay down and fell asleep quickly while holding Choi Ying in his arms. Nothing happened during the night. When he woke up the next morning, he found his body had sunk and Choi Ying's whole body was pressing on him. A thin crystal line slowly flowed from Choi Ying's mouth to him. This little girl drools while sleeping. He looked like he had discovered a new world. Without waking up Choi Ying, he supported himself with his hands behind his back, with an expression of appreciation on his face. He wanted to see how much saliva the little girl could produce. I also want to see what expression the little girl will have when she wakes up and sees this scene. With Choi Ying's personality, she would probably blush again. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. At this moment, Choi Ying, who had been being stared at by him, seemed to sense something. Her long eyelashes flickered a few times, and her star-like eyes finally opened. When she saw Li Ke's smiling face in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why is my husband looking at me like that? As she opened her mouth to speak, she realized that there was saliva at the corner of her mouth, and she quickly reached out to wipe it. Li Ke couldn't help but laugh when he saw her cute look. Of course I am looking at your ugly appearance, princess. Oh, my husband is so bad. He saw me drooling and didn't even tell me. As Li Ke had expected, she blushed, and her whole face looked like a red apple. Even because she was shy, she quickly got up, put on her clothes, and ran out to wash. Seeing her embarrassed look, Li Ke laughed even louder, and even Chuanhua and Chuyue who were standing outside waiting for instructions could hear it. Because of this incident, Choi Ying's face was still red when the four of them went out of the city to fly kites. It was already mid to late September. The weather was no longer as hot as before, and the autumn breeze was blowing gently, which was perfect for flying kites. Choi Ying, as the illegitimate daughter of the Choi family, had never flown such a kite before. It was the first time she saw such a thing and she was very excited. The shyness I had in the morning was long gone, and I kept running with the kite like a crazy girl. My lord, it really flew up. Wow, it has to be so high. My lord and my husband, please come and help me. I can't hold on any longer. On the slope outside the city, as the kite flew higher and higher, Choi Ying gradually ran out of strength and could only ask Li Ke for help. Li Ke smiled slightly, walked forward, held her slender hand, and pulled it slightly. The kite that had flown far away was pulled back a lot. My lord, you are so amazing. Be careful next time and don't put it so high. Li Ke scratched her nose lovingly. This scene made Chuanhua Chuyue behind them look envious. The prince and princess are finally together. Is this what they call a happy marriage? Yes, the princess finally doesn't have to go back to the Choi mansion. But I'm a little worried that His Majesty and the Choi family won't let it go. No matter what your Majesty is like, you can't really be so cruel to your own son, right? I think so too. I am actually a little worried that the Choi family might be trying to trip us up in secret. Humph, I've already told Xueming to strengthen the palace's defenses during this period of time. Just as the two women were talking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the hillside, and a man on a fast horse rushed towards them. On the hillside outside Anzhou City, Li Ke and Chui Yingying were flying kites. The constant laughter showed how much fun the two of them had today. But at this moment, a strong man rode his horse and rushed over. Li Ke had good hearing. When he heard the sound of horse hooves, he turned around to look. Although there was a distance between them, he could tell from their appearance that the person coming was Xueming. But when Xueming rode his horse closer, he keenly discovered that there was blood on Xueming's body. Xueming looks like this, something must have happened. Yingying, put away the kite, it's time for us to go back. He turned around, lowered his head and said softly. Ah, what's wrong with my husband, the prince? I was having a great time. Chui Yingying was stunned when she heard that. But then, she heard the sound of horse hooves and saw Xueming riding his horse closer. Only then did she realize that her husband, the prince, had something else to do. Eh? Isn't that Brother Xue? He must be here to look for the prince and his wife. I'll take the kite away. The prince and his wife, go talk to Brother Xue. She was not the kind of person who would make unreasonable demands, and she was even considerate enough to let Li Ke go and talk about things first. Although she is a princess, she knows her limits and never interferes in matters that are not her business. Li Ke showed an apologetic look on his face and reached out to touch her head. I will take you to play something else next time as compensation. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Xueming, who had already dismounted from his horse. Greetings, His Royal Highness the King of Wu. With blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth and the right half of his clothes soaked with blood, Xueming endured the pain and bowed. Li Ke looked him up and down and found that Xueming had multiple injuries on his body, and all of them were caused by sharp weapons. It was because Xueming had a good physique. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted with such an injury. What happened? Who hurt you like this? Li Ke asked coldly with a cold look in his eyes. Xueming can be said to be his right-hand man, and many things are handled by Xueming. Now that Xueming has been injured like this, he will not stand idly by. Even Chuanhua and Chuyue couldn't bear to watch it and asked quickly, Brother Xue, what happened? Yes, with your martial arts skills, even 10 ordinary people would not be your match. Xueming smiled bitterly upon hearing this. It would be fine if the Portuguese attacked us, but the group of people who attacked us just now are clearly not ordinary people. Then he quickly recounted what happened today. It turned out that today it was Xueming's turn to lead people to escort the raw materials for making facial masks back to the city. But 10 miles outside the city, they were attacked by a group of masked men. These men were highly skilled in martial arts and their attacks were quick and decisive. In addition, the other party ambushed and attacked, and in just a moment, the people Xueming brought were either killed or injured, with heavy casualties. Of course, the batch of facial mask raw materials they were protecting was also snatched away by the other party. After succeeding, the group of people did not continue to kill people, but quickly left with the raw materials. Xueming fought 1 against 5 in this battle and was hacked into pieces by that group of people. However, in order to let Li Ke know about this as soon as possible, he still rode up in person to report. After listening to Xueming's description, a cold light flashed in Li Ke's eyes. The other party was lying in ambush there, and obviously they had already known their transportation route into the city. Moreover, Xueming and others are all retired military personnel, so their combat effectiveness is definitely much stronger than that of ordinary people. Although the other party caught Xueming and others off guard because of the ambush, they were not able to control the overall situation so overwhelmingly. From what Xueming said, it seemed that they were suppressed by the opponent almost the entire time. If the opponent had not finally grabbed the raw materials for making facial masks and retreated, Xueming and others would probably not have survived. This was clearly a premeditated and planned attack. While thinking, Chuanhua was furious. These people are so bold that they dare to attack outside Anzhou city. Aren't they afraid of encountering Anzhou soldiers? Chu Yue, who was always eccentric, also had a gloomy face at this moment. Who are they? They ambushed there in advance, which means they have been eyeing them for a long time. Xue Ming covered his wound and smiled bitterly. Your Highness, these people are definitely not ordinary people. With my brothers and I's martial arts, we can't even last a few rounds. Although the brothers have some disabilities, their martial arts skills are still there. If you want to find the lost raw materials, the most important thing is to find out the identity of the people who stole these raw materials. Xue Ming and others are veterans of the battlefield. Even if ordinary people ambush them, they cannot be their opponents. But this time, Xue Ming and others were completely unable to fight back. When Li Ke thought of this, a hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of murderous intent appeared on his face. Humph, they are the only ones in Anzhou who can track your whereabouts and have such fighting power. As he spoke, he pointed towards Anzhou city. Xue Ming's face changed drastically when he heard this. Your Highness, do you mean the troops in Anzhou city? As soon as the words fell, Chuanhua also reacted, with a look of sudden enlightenment on her face. Yes, only they have such fighting power. That group of people train day and night, so their fighting power is naturally extraordinary. Besides, the governor of Anzhou has always been at odds with the prince, so he has this motive. Chu Yue said with a confident look. Humph, only the governor of Anzhou has the guts to attack us. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Xue Ming smiled bitterly. Even if we know that it was the Anzhou governor who sent people to do it, we can have evidence. After all, this place is his territory. He is in charge of the troops of Anzhou. If we get into a bad relationship with him, if he becomes desperate, wouldn't your Majesty be in danger? After all, Xue Ming came from the lower class, so he knew the ins and outs of this very well. If they rashly came to accuse Wang Haoren without any evidence, given his character, he would definitely not admit it. When things get out of hand, who knows if Wang Haoren will do something extreme. This. When Chuanhua and Chu Yue heard this, they also showed worry on their faces. After all, they had no evidence, and what they said just now were just guesses. Your Majesty, tell me, what should we do? Are we just going to suffer like this? Chuanhua has a straightforward personality and cannot stand being wronged, so she quickly turned to look at Li Ke. Suffer a loss. Li Ke snorted coldly. Does this prince look like someone who would suffer a loss? Since Wang Haoren doesn't know whether to live or die, I will help him. Xue Ming, go back and heal your wounds immediately. At the same time, tell your subordinates to transport another batch of raw materials into the city tonight. Chuanhua Chu Yue, you take Yingying back home first. I will go meet Wang Haoren. After saying this, he jumped on his horse and rode straight to the Anzhou governor's mansion. Wang Haoren is so bold, he can't keep him alive, he must get rid of him. There was laughter in the governor's mansion, and the sound of toasting and clinking cups could be heard from time to time. Ha 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 ha, Lord Wang's move is really brilliant. If we take away the raw materials from King Wu, he won't be able to make the facial mask. Cui Jing put down the wine glass in his hand and sneered. He still thinks he is a prince, so we dare not attack him. Humph, he doesn't even consider whether he is favored as a prince. An unfavored prince is worse than a commoner. Cui Jing was very surprised about what happened today. He didn't expect that the Anzhou governor already had a route for Li Ke to transport raw materials. The success of this operation made him realize how powerful Wang Haoren was, and he looked forward to their cooperation even more. Now that Li Ke's raw materials have been lost and he cannot make facial masks, they just have to wait for Changan City to punish Li Ke, and then they can take over Li Ke's business. After all, if Li Shimin really punished Li Ke, it would be impossible for him to confiscate an industry without raw materials, right? This is their purpose. However, Cui Jing didn't expect that Wang Haoren already knew the route, and this robbery of the mask raw materials was particularly smooth. Haha, Patriarch Cui, you are too kind. Wang Haoren showed a smug look on his face, but he smiled and said, this time we just caught them off guard. Next time when they are prepared, it may not be so easy to succeed. Cui Jing waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. Lord Wang is too modest. Is there anything in Anzhou that you cannot do? Here, let's drink this glass of wine to your majesty, and wish us success in advance. I dare not refuse the wine from Patriarch Choi. The two toasted each other to celebrate today's victory. But at this moment, the butler's voice came from the yard. Your Highness, King Wu, my master is entertaining guests, you really can't go in. The words, Your Highness the King of Wu, frightened Wang Haoren and Cui Jing so much that their hands began to tremble. The King of Wu actually came to my door in person. Cui Jing's face changed drastically. Humph, I'd like to see what he has to say. Let's go and see why he is here. Wang Haoren's eyes turned cold and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. This is the governor's residence, and Wang Haoren doesn't believe that Li Ke can do anything to him in the mansion. Even if Li Ke has some martial arts skills, would you dare to attack him without any evidence? What's more, these are all his people. As long as Li Ke dares to take action, he will let these people stop him. An unpopular prince is really not good enough in front of this frontier official. With this momentum, Wang Haoren and Cui Jing left the living room and came to the yard. As soon as they came out, they saw the steward of the governor's mansion trying to stop Li Ke with both hands, but Li Ke kept moving forward, forcing the steward to retreat again and again. Your Highness, King Wu, I wonder why you came to my governor's mansion. Wang Haoren took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Li Ke. Li Ke first glanced at the men, then glanced at Cui Jing behind him, and immediately understood everything. Presumably, Cui Jing was unwilling to not take Cui Ying away, so he teamed up with Wang Haoren to rob his raw materials. However, finding out his transportation route is not something that can be done overnight. I believe that Governor Wang has already been keeping an eye on his subordinates. It is true that a tall tree attracts the wind. His business makes a fortune every day, and it is impossible for others not to be jealous. If Li Ke was a prince with real power and an official position, it would be fine, and these people would definitely not dare to act so presumptuously. But he was a prince with no real power, no official position, only a title. It was normal for a provincial governor like Wang Haoren to offend him for his own benefit. Sir Wang, I didn't expect you and my father-in-law knew each other. Li Ke sneered and pointed at Cui Jing behind Wang Haoren. Haha, the Qinghe Cui family has friends all over the world. What's wrong with me getting to know the head of the Cui family? Wang Haoren laughed, looking like he could do nothing to me. Even Cui Jing sneered, Master Wu, do you think this is your Wu palace? Governor Wang and I know each other, so being a guest here doesn't violate the laws of the Tang dynasty, right? Besides, His Royal Highness the King of Wu does not allow me to live in the King of Wu's palace. I can only live in this governor's mansion. The last sentence has a hint of irony. The meaning is very clear. Since you can't get along with King Wu, you can only choose to be with your opponent. Li Ke looked at the 2 people who were in cahoots with each other. He understood clearly that today's incident was caused by these 2 people. A sneer appeared on his lips, a cold light flashed in his eyes, his whole body was shaken, and a powerful aura burst out. Wang Haoren and Cui Jing were the first to be hit. They were so frightened by the momentum that they took 3 steps back. Your Highness Prince Wu, do you want to take action without asking any questions? Wang Haoren's face changed and he stared at Li Ke coldly. Take action. Li Ke sneered, I don't have time to take action here. Those who robbed me of my raw materials will definitely pay the price for this. Sir Wang, as the governor of Anzhou, don't you plan to send someone to investigate such a major incident that happened in Anzhou? This time, it is impossible for him to play tricks on the other party. He wants to lure the snake out of its hole. I will naturally send someone to investigate, but this matter is a matter for the government office, so Your Highness Prince Wu does not need to worry about it. Wang Haoren curled his lips and revealed a strange smile. King Wu just needs to wait for the results of the government office's investigation. Just wait, as long as His Majesty punishes you, Li Ke, this matter will be left unresolved. You are an unpopular prince, you won't be able to jump around for long. The charge of disobeying the emperor's order is enough to make you unable to turn over a new leaf forever. Li Ke stared at Wang Haoren, who promised him everything, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Since Lord Wang is willing to send someone to investigate, shouldn't he also send someone to protect my next batch of raw materials? That group of thieves will definitely not just rob a batch of raw materials. If they come again this time, I can't afford the loss. As the governor of Anzhou, Lord Wang has an obligation to protect those who pay taxes to the court, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Haoren and Cui Zheng were moved and realized that the purpose of Li Ke's trip was actually to borrow troops. Cui Zheng sneered upon hearing this and was about to make some sarcastic remarks. Unexpectedly, Wang Haoren was one step ahead of him and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, I was wondering why your majesty came here. It turns out you are borrowing troops to protect the next shipment of raw materials. This is easy to deal with. Your Highness is a prince after all. I am willing to help with this small matter. However, your majesty must inform me of the transportation location and time, so that I can send someone to protect it." How could Wang Haoren miss such a good opportunity? When Li Ke saw that he agreed, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth that no one could notice. "Tonight at midnight, in the woods 15 miles south of the city, my people will be waiting for the officers and soldiers there." "Okay, I'll go and make the arrangements right away." Wang Haoren agreed as he almost forced himself to hold back his smile. After coming out of the governor's mansion, the murderous intent on Li Ke's face finally emerged. Before, he deliberately kept a low profile in order to hide his identity. Even when he was suppressed by the royal family and ministers, he deliberately chose to stay away from Changan City and not get involved in the royal struggle. By doing this, he only hoped that he could live peacefully in the Tang dynasty. But what happened during this period made him realize that the more he gave in, the more the other party would press forward. Not only did his concession fail to bring him a stable life, but it even made people think that he, Li Ke, was easy to bully. If that's the case, why should he tolerate it? This time the raw materials for the facial mask were stolen, and he was determined to make the other party pay with blood. Turning his head to glance at the huge plaque of the governor's mansion, a cold light flashed in his eyes and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The bait has been thrown out, and now we just have to wait for the other party to take the bait. After returning to the palace, he immediately summoned Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others. After making some arrangements, Chuanhua and Xue Ming, who had already been bandaged, immediately went down to make arrangements. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. After a busy day, he had not yet had dinner. Suddenly, a fragrance came with a clear and pleasant voice, "My lord, you must be hungry after coming back so late. This is the soup I made for you." Cui Yingying came in from the side hall carrying a bowl of soup. "Just let Chuyue do this kind of thing." Li Ke took the soup, glanced at her hands, a hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes. This little girl always thinks about herself. She insists on doing things herself even though she can let Chuyue do them. I want to cook for my husband the prince myself." Cui Yingying lowered her head a little embarrassedly. Li Ke shook his head, opened the lid, took a sip of the soup and said with a smile, "It tastes good. As long as my husband likes it." Cui Yingying showed a hint of surprise on her face when she was praised, and she smiled innocently like a child who had received a reward. "By the way, I won't be back tonight, so you should go to bed early and don't have to wait for me." "Ah. Is your majesty going out tonight?" "Well, the king has something to do tonight. Chuyue will protect you outside the room." Li Ke said this as he finished the bowl of soup. "I am about to leave, you should have some too, this soup is good." As he spoke, he walked to the door of the hall and was only one step away from leaving. But at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. He had his back to Cui Yingying. After a moment's hesitation, he finally asked the question, "Yingying, if only one of you, your father or I, can survive, who will you?" "Of course I choose the prince husband." Cui Yingying made a choice immediately and interrupted him before he finished speaking. A smile appeared on his face. Although he already knew the answer in his heart, he was still very happy to hear Cui Yingying say it herself. "This girl, it's worth it that I love her so much. Just wait for the king to come back." Leaving behind a few words, he left the living room, left the palace, mounted his warhorse and headed straight out of the city. Time passed quickly and Anzhou city fell into darkness at night. In the pitch-dark woods outside the city, there was a group of people standing with torches, seemingly waiting for someone. Among the group of people, there were several carts with some things loaded in sacks. As time approached midnight, the straightforward Xue Ming was the first to lose patience. He looked towards the direction of Anzhou city and complained. "The agreed time is almost up, why haven't the soldiers come yet? Chuanhua on the side said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, they will come tonight." But Xue Ming wanted to say something else. But just then, a scream came from the road out of the woods. "Ha ha ha ha, we caught a fat sheep tonight, brothers, robbed their cart." As the screams rang out, countless masked men in black appeared on the road. Each of them held a torch in their left hand and a steel knife in their right hand. They moved quickly and rushed towards Xue Ming and others as soon as they appeared. Xue Ming's face changed. "Oh no. We ran into this group of people again. There are about 50 of them. We only have about 20 people. We are no match for them. Quick, set up a defensive formation." After all, he had suffered a loss once and was a veteran on the battlefield, so Xue Ming responded immediately. The group of people behind him immediately formed a group, pointed all the wooden sticks in their hands at the rushing men in black, and surrounded the cart in the middle. In this era, not everyone had weapons, and the imperial court had very strict control over weapons. Xue Ming and his brothers all held wooden sticks to defend against the enemy. On the contrary, the group of men in black, each holding a steel knife, looked imposing and their movements were agile. It was obvious at first glance that they were not ordinary people. However, just as the two sides were about to come into contact, Chuanhua showed a sneer on her face. "You are indeed as greedy as the prince said. Tonight, none of you can escape." When these words came out, the masked man in black who was leading the group was startled. Just as he was about to ask, he heard Li Ke's voice coming from the woods. "Humph, since you're here, don't leave. Those who dare to hurt this king will pay the price." As Li Ke appeared, shouts of killing were heard in the surrounding woods, and countless figures appeared in front of the men in black. They were surrounded. How could this be possible? The leader of the men in black was horrified. Although the group of people surrounding them were all holding sticks, they outnumbered them by twice, and it seemed that some of them were pointing homemade bows and arrows at them. Although this type of bow and arrow has little lethality, as long as they are injured in this situation, they will definitely not be able to escape the encirclement. While the leader of the men in black was in deep thought, Li Ke had already strode up to him. "Now, I give you two choices." Li Ke stared coldly at the group of men in black and said, "First, put down your weapons and surrender. I will spare your lives because I think you are following orders. One is to resist to the end, and I will lead them to take you down. You have to think clearly. You attacked them before, and now they are eager to fight you. Are you sure you can leave safely surrounded by so many people? Besides, I am here, so don't even think about escaping." After he finished speaking, Li Ke narrowed his eyes, raised his hand and slapped a tree as big as a bowl beside him. Bang! Crack! The tree was broken directly by this palm. The group of men in black on the opposite side were shocked by his powerful strength. Such a thick tree can be broken by a single blow. If it hits them, it would probably directly shatter their internal organs. "Your Majesty, we surrender. Can you really spare our lives?" The leader of the men in black struggled for a moment, but finally felt that he could not stop Li Ke and the people around him, so he chose to surrender. Li Ke snorted coldly, "This king always keeps his word. Someone, take them down." The leader of the men in black smiled bitterly and said, "Brothers, put down your weapons. I believe that King Wu will not make things difficult for us, the vanguards." Upon hearing this, the other men in black looked at each other and then put down their weapons. Xue Ming was shocked and immediately took his men forward and tied up all the people. "Tell me, who ordered you to do this?" Li Ke looked at the tied leader of the men in black and questioned. On a dim night, in the pitch-black woods, countless torches illuminate the place as bright as night. Li Ke stared coldly at the masked man in black and asked him who was the mastermind behind the scenes. Although he had already determined in his heart that he would be selected, he still wanted to hear the other party say that person's name in person. However, the leader of the men in black rolled his eyes and looked hesitant when he heard this. Xue Ming on the side hated these people who killed and injured his brothers. When he saw that they didn't say anything, his face turned cold and he swung the wooden stick in his hand and hit them hard. Bang! Well! The leader of the men in black groaned and was knocked to the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Xue Ming also tore off the black scarf on his face. It was the face of a middle-aged man. Perhaps due to years of martial arts training, the man looked thin. Although he was injured, there was still a gleam in his eyes. "It's you." Xue Ming recognized this person at a glance, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. "Brother Xue, do you know this person?" Chuanhua asked hurriedly. "This man is Han Hao, the commander of Anzhou. In the entire Anzhou, apart from the governor of Anzhou, he is the only one who can command the troops." Xue Ming said solemnly, "Given his position, the only person who can mobilize him in Anzhou is the governor of Anzhou. Tell me, was it Wang Haoren who sent you here?" When the people around heard the identity of this person, and then heard that he was sent by the governor of Anzhou, they couldn't help but change color. Although they are under the command of King Wu, how can King Wu's strength be compared with that of Wang Haoren? If it was really Wang Haoren who ordered it, how could they defeat the Anzhou governor? Humph. Han Hao sneered, "Since you already know, I have nothing to say. If you know what's good for you, then let us go. Otherwise, my master will not let you go. Now that I've been caught and my identity has been recognized, there's no point in trying to argue now. It would be better to use Wang Haoren's name to suppress His Royal Highness the King of Wu, who has no real power. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." But as soon as the men finished speaking, Li Ke smiled calmly. "Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Tonight, I will let you watch how Wang Haoren was captured. Come here, tie them all to the trees and send someone to guard them. The others will follow me to the governor's mansion. The other party has bullied him to this extent, so of course he will not choose to endure it anymore. What's more, he had disobeyed the emperor's order before, which was considered a crime in the eyes of Li Shimin. Even if he fell out with Wang Haoren this time, it would only be one more crime. He will not tolerate it any longer. His previous tolerance was only because he wanted to be a free and easy prince. But even if the tree wants to be quiet, the wind will not stop. Since those people don't want him to be a free and easy prince, he might as well turn the situation in the court upside down. Wang Haoren, you are the one who came to me on your own initiative, so I'll take you down first." At the command, everyone took action immediately. Some people stayed behind to guard the group of tied men in black, while the others all returned to the city. But how could they hide such a big commotion from Wang Haoren, the governor of Anzhou? As soon as they entered the city, the soldiers guarding the city immediately went to the governor's office to report. In the brightly lit governor's mansion, Wang Haoren and Chui Jing sat at the table drinking, waiting for Han Hao to bring back good news. "Sir Wang, if we can succeed again tonight, then King Wu will be helpless, right?" "Ha ha ha ha, that's right. Without the raw materials, he won't be able to make the facial mask. When His Majesty punishes King Wu, Patriarch Chui can take the opportunity to take over these industries. When the time comes, I hope Lord Wang will take good care of me." "Master Chui, you are being too polite. I also own a share of these properties. How can I not take care of them?" The two of them toasted each other and were excited about their future business plans. When they thought about taking over the business that made a fortune, both of them showed malicious looks on their faces. But at this moment, there was a clanging sound of armor colliding outside the hall, and a guard hurriedly ran in from outside the mansion. "Your Excellency the Governor, the King of Wu has suddenly returned to the city with a group of people and is heading towards the governor's mansion." "What? King Wu is bringing his men to attack me?" Wang Haoren's face changed drastically when he heard that, and he threw the wine glass in his hand away. Bang! The wine glass broke into pieces and the dregs were scattered all over the floor. Wang Haoren rushed to the soldier, grabbed his collar with both hands, and asked viciously, "Did you see clearly?" "My lord, I did see clearly that it was His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu who led his men to rush towards the governor's mansion." The soldier was so frightened that his face was covered in sweat and he answered quickly. What should I do?" Wang Haoren's face turned pale. He pushed the soldier away, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. Chui Jing also realized that the situation was not good at this moment. He hurriedly stepped forward to offer advice. "Sir, why not gather a large number of troops and deploy them outside the governor's mansion? If the King of Wu really comes, you can order someone to. It's too late to mobilize troops now." Wang Haoren was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. "The troops are all outside the city. It's too late to send people to mobilize troops now." Chui Jing was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the military camp was outside the city. Although there were soldiers and horses in the city, Wang Haoren sent them to Han Hao's command to go outside the city to rob raw materials. Their situation is now very embarrassing. They have soldiers, but the distance is a bit far and they are too late to rescue. Han Hao led most of the soldiers in the city out, and the remaining ones were no match for Li Ke's group. This. Alas. Chui Zheng's eyes turned cold. I really didn't expect Han Hao to fail. Since the king of Wu came to the governor's mansion, it means he already knows that this matter was ordered by you, my lord. If we meet the king of Wu now, and he kills you in a rage, we'll all be finished. When Wang Haoren heard that Li Ke would kill him, his eyes suddenly widened as big as copper bells. This is impossible. I am an official appointed by the imperial court, a third-rank official, and a high-ranking official. How dare he kill me? Although he said this, the panicked expression on his face and the beads of sweat betrayed his inner thoughts. He was the one who attacked Li Ke first. As the king of Wu, even if he really killed him, he had a reason. And he didn't dare to gamble with his own life. Chui Jing saw that Wang Haoren was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and quickly suggested, the only way at this moment is to control the Wu Wang mansion. King Wu took so many people out, so the palace must be empty. With King Wu's love for Chui Yingying, as long as we control Chui Yingying, King Wu will not dare to do anything to us. Although he had only met Li Ke once, Chui Jing could still see Li Ke's fondness for Chui Yingying. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up when he heard this. Ha 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 ha, what a great idea, what a great idea. Come here, give orders to all the palace servants who can take action to follow me to the Prince of Wu's palace. Faster, faster, faster. Under the pitch-black night, chaotic footsteps were heard in Anzhou City, which should have been completely silent. A team of about 50 people, armed with swords, guns, sticks, and other weapons, rushed towards the Prince of Wu's palace. The two people in the lead were riding war horses. Who else could it be but Wang Haoren and Chui Zheng? At this point, in order to resist Li Ke's revenge, they can only think of a way to control Chui Yingying in Prince Wu's mansion. As long as time goes on, the people they send out of the city to deliver the message will call in troops outside the city. By then, even if Li Ke wanted to do anything to them, he would be unable to do anything. Time was running out, so Wang Haoren and Chui Zheng hurriedly urged the people below to run forward. At this moment, in the brightly lit living room of Prince Wu's mansion, a look of worry appeared on Chui Yingying's delicate face. Chu Yue, who was standing by, said helplessly, "Princess, the prince has told you to rest first. It's already the middle of the night. If you don't rest, the prince will be unhappy when he comes back. I don't know why my heart is beating so fast tonight. I want to wait here for my husband, the prince, to come back." As Chui Yingying spoke, she looked outside the hall from time to time. She remembered that she had the same feeling of rapid heartbeat when her mother died. This feeling appeared again tonight. Could something big happen again? How could she rest in peace if she didn't see her husband the prince return with her own eyes? Chu Yue couldn't help but sigh when she saw that her persuasion was futile. Unexpectedly, at this moment, footsteps, screams and roars were heard outside the mansion. "Who are you?" "Oh no, they are coming aggressively, close the door quickly." "Chu Yue, protect the princess." Naturally, there were people in the palace who were left behind by Li Ke to protect Chui Yingying. These people were all veterans of the battlefield and they saw the aggressive Wang Haoren and others at a glance. Realizing that something was wrong, they closed the gate of the palace immediately without having time to report to Chui Yingying and Chu Yue. Chu Yue's face changed when she heard the noise. Oh no, something really happened. "Princess, please follow me to the backyard to hide for a while. These people probably have bad intentions." Rushing into Prince Wu's mansion in the middle of the night, the other party must have bad intentions, and Chu Yue didn't dare to let Chui Yingying stay in the front hall and take the risk. Although Chui Yingying was frightened and her hands even trembled with fear when she heard this, she thought that as the princess of Wu, how could she hide at this moment? If the prince and his wife were here, he would surely encourage everyone and resist the group of people coming from outside, right? If I hide myself, wouldn't that be bringing shame to my husband, the prince? Thinking of this, a look of determination appeared on her originally frightened face, and her trembling body slowly stabilized. She took a deep breath and said, "Sister Chu Yue, I will go with you. No matter what, as the princess of Wu, I should stand up at this moment." Chu Yue was stunned. I didn't expect that the princess, who usually looks weak, would stand up bravely at this critical moment. Now that the king of Wu is not here, the entire palace is leaderless. If the princess can step forward, it will definitely boost morale. Thinking of this, Chu Yue's face flashed with determination. Since the princess is willing to stand up, then I will go with you. Even if the prince blames me afterwards, Chu Yue is willing to bear the responsibility together with the princess. After saying that, she took Choi Yingying's hand and walked out of the living room and came to the yard. The group of palace attendants who were resisting the soldiers from knocking on the door saw the princess coming out, and their faces changed drastically. Princess, why did you come out? Yes, Chu Yue, take the princess to the backyard quickly. It's too dangerous here, princess, please leave quickly. Everyone thanked the princess for teaching their families how to be chivalrous servants, making their lives better and better. Now that they saw that the princess was in trouble, they naturally did not want the princess to accompany them at the forefront and take risks together. Choi Yingying looked at the group of people in front of her whose names she couldn't even call out, and a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. Everyone, since you call me princess, I can't just abandon you. No matter what the outcome tonight is, I am willing to defend the palace with you. Her determination and love for Li Ke made it impossible for her to give up the palace. Her brief but touching words touched the hearts of everyone present. They all came here because of the King of Wu, and their lives have improved. If the King of Wu's palace is captured and the King of Wu's wife falls into the hands of that group of people, they will never be able to go back to their previous lives. What's more, the Princess of Wu is guarding here with them, so what reason do they have not to fight to the death? Since the princess thinks highly of me, it is worth it even if I die here tonight. Don't worry, princess. We will protect your safety tonight. Now that we have closed the gates of the palace, it will not be easy for them to rush in. Brothers, you see, the princess is here. If anyone dares to talk about retreating, I will be the first one to not forgive him. Everyone was moved and their emotions were high. When Chu Yue saw this scene, she finally felt relieved. After all, King Wu, Xueming and others are not here now, and she is really worried that this group of people will have no one to command them and will retreat immediately after the fight starts. Now the princess had won the loyalty of this group of people with just a few words, and she no longer had the worries she had before. But at this moment, Wang Haoren, who was outside the palace, saw that the soldiers had not yet broken open the palace gate, and he could not help but curse in anger. What are you all doing? I've been very kind to you all, so why can't you even break open a door at the critical moment? Change, and continue to hit me. The sooner he could break into Prince Wu's palace and capture Choi Yingying, the sooner his life would be safe. However, they arrived in a hurry and had no large-scale ramming equipment in such a short time, so they could only use manpower to ram the palace gate. An impact of this magnitude takes time. Upon seeing this, Cui Zheng lost his usual composure and immediately shouted towards the palace. I am the patriarch of the Cui family and the father of your Princess Wu. Even if the King of Wu comes, he has to call me father-in-law. I came here, and you dared to close the gate of the palace. Aren't you afraid that I will tell the King of Wu about this? Since the hard way didn't work, Cui Zheng wanted to try his own identity as the father of Princess Wu. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of people behind the door were stunned. After all, the princess was right behind them, and they didn't know whether the princess would let them open the door. And because of the time they were stunned, the soldiers outside the mansion just happened to launch an attack. This collision occurred after a change of personnel, and the force was much greater than before. Bang! One was stunned, the other changed people, and as one gained strength while the other lost strength, the gate of the palace was actually knocked open. Wang Haoren's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he laughed. The door has been knocked open, rush in and capture Cui Yingying. The accident happened too quickly, no one expected that the gate of the palace would be knocked open under such circumstances. The group of Anzhou soldiers and servants of the governor's mansion rushed into the Prince of Wu's palace like a tide. Just when Cui Yingying and others' faces changed drastically, the sound of horse hooves and footsteps were heard again outside Prince Wu's mansion. Surround them, round them all up, don't let any of them escape. Wang Haoren led his men into the palace, a smug look on his face, and immediately ordered Cui Yingying and others to be surrounded. Cui Yingying's face changed. Although she was afraid in her heart, she thought that as the Princess of Wu, if she didn't stand up at this moment, wouldn't it be a disgrace to her husband, the prince? She suppressed her fear and suddenly stood up and shouted, "This is the Prince of Wu's mansion, don't act so recklessly here." As the Princess of Wu, she has her own responsibility to stand up. Although she knew that she could not help much at this time, she did not want others to look down on herself and her husband, the prince. More importantly, she didn't want to embarrass her husband, the prince. But as soon as she finished speaking, Choi Jing sneered, "Ying, you can't hide your relationship with the King of Wu from your father. Although you are married to the King of Wu, a father can tell at a glance that you are still a virgin. Don't worry. We are only bringing you back this time to use you to save our lives. We won't do anything to you. But after the matter is accomplished, your father will take you away from here and head to Changan City. It would be a shame if we couldn't maximize the benefits of such a beautiful daughter. If her daughter follows the King of Wu, she will only be brought into disgrace. It would be better to give her to another prince." "Father, how dare you say such words?" Choi Ying looked at her father in disbelief, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She never dreamed that her father would do this to her. "Okay, Patriarch Choi, there's no need to say anything more to her. Just capture her first." Wang Haoren couldn't wait any longer and showed impatience on his face. He waved his right hand and immediately soldiers rushed forward to grab Choi Ying. Chu Yue's face changed and she hurriedly shouted, "Protect the princess." The surrounding followers surrounded Choi Ying, forming a protective circle. "Humph, you dare to stop my orders? Kill them for me." Wang Haoren's eyes turned cold, murderous intent surged on his face, and he waved his hand fiercely and issued a kill order. In an instant, the group of people rushed forward with weapons in hand. Choi Ying had never seen such a scene before and quickly closed her eyes. "There was only one thought in my mind, I will never see my husband the prince again." At this last moment, she was still thinking about her prince husband. "Don't be afraid, Ying. The king is here." Suddenly, Lika's voice appeared in her ears. But she did not open her eyes. Is it because I missed my husband the prince too much that the prince's voice appeared? The prince and his husband should still be outside the city now. I wonder if he will be sad when he sees his body. I hope that the prince and husband won't be too sad. If I really die here, it will not disgrace the prince and husband's reputation. Just as Choi Ying was daydreaming, she heard other people's voices. "King Wu. How come you are here?" Wang Haoren's face changed drastically. "Impossible, how could you return to the palace?" Choi Zheng's eyes showed disbelief. "Your Highness Prince Wu, you are finally back." Chu Yue was surprised. The expressions of the people on both sides were different at this moment. The people on Wang Haoren's side were as if facing a powerful enemy and held the weapons in their hands tightly. The followers who were protecting Choi Ying were all excited, and each of them had an expression as if they had survived a disaster. At the same time, people kept rushing in from outside the palace and surrounded Wang Haoren and others inside the palace. The people who came were none other than Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others. Li Ke looked at Choi Ying who still had her eyes closed, and couldn't help but smile slightly, and said loudly, "Ying, the king is here, don't you welcome him? Has my husband the prince really returned?" Choi Ying still didn't dare to open her eyes. She was afraid that all this was just an illusion. "Sister Chu Yue, is the prince and his husband back?" Chu Yue, who was standing by, smiled and covered her mouth. "Of course the prince is back. Not only the prince is back, but Chuanhua and brother Xue Ming are back too." After hearing this, Choi Ying slowly opened her bright big eyes. What caught his eye was Li Ke's indifferent smile, as well as the counterattack by Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others around him. "My lord and husband." Choi Ying's eyes lit up and she was ready to rush over to be with Li Ke. Who knew that at this moment, something strange happened? When Choi Ying passed by Wang Haoren, his eyes turned cold and he raised his hand to grab Choi Ying. Now the situation is controlled by Li Ke. It is impossible for him to leave here. The only way is to use Choi Ying as a hostage. Just now he was still thinking about how to control Choi Ying, but he didn't expect Choi Ying to rush over to him. Of course he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Snort. But just as Wang Haoren raised his hand, Li Ke arrived first and kicked the steel knife out of the hand of a soldier next to him. Whoosh! The steel knife was like a sharp arrow, whistling towards Wang Haoren. Swish! The steel knife pierced Wang Haoren's official uniform, and the powerful impact force carried him to the pillar of the corridor. Bang! The steel knife nailed into the corridor pillar, and also nailed Wang Haoren to it. By the time Wang Haoren reacted, Li Ke had already come to Chui Yingying and was whispering to comfort the beautiful princess. "Are you okay? With my husband the prince here, nothing will happen to me." Chui Yingying smiled with dependence on Li Ke. This is a blind trust. But for some reason, Li Ke just fell for it. He knew clearly that blind trust was wrong, but at this moment he could not find the words to refute Chui Yingying's blindness. "Don't be so reckless next time." He gently scratched her nose and said with a smile, "I still have some things to deal with. Remember to close your eyes for a while." After saying that, he turned to look at Wang Haoren, and the murderous intent in his body seemed to become material. The powerful momentum frightened Wang Haoren, who was nailed to the pillar, so much that his face changed drastically. Seeing Li Ke approaching, Wang Haoren shouted, "Lord Wu Wang, I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I will never dare to take those raw materials again." Wang Haoren thought that if he begged for mercy and gave Li Ke enough face, Li Ke would not dare to kill him, a senior official of the imperial court, in public. But Li Ke did not stop after hearing this. Instead, the murderous intent on his face became more and more intense. As he approached, he said coldly, "At this moment, you still don't know why you lost your life. She is the woman of my life, and you dare to attack her. Remember what cost you your life, and don't make the same mistake again in your next life." After saying this, he pulled out the steel knife nailed to the pillar. "No." As Wang Haoren screamed, the steel knife stabbed into his heart. Bright red blood gushed out immediately, and the governor of Anzhou, a high-ranking official of the imperial court, died. However, Li Ke still did not stop there. Instead, he turned to look at the other person and said expressionlessly, "Master Chui, it's your turn next." Under the dim light, Li Ke held a steel knife in his hand, and bright red blood dripped down the knife onto the ground. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. With the sound of blood and footsteps approaching, Li Ke came to Chui Yingying step by step. At this moment, Li Ke looked like a murderous god in the dark night, with murderous aura all over his body, and there was even blood on his body from killing Wang Haoren just now. This terrifying scene made Chui Yingying tremble all over, his feet became weak, and his whole body trembled. Cold sweat flowed down my back to my feet. "Wu, His Royal Highness King Wu, don't kill me." Chui Yingying's face was pale and full of fear. "I am Yingying's father. If you kill me, there will be a rift between you and Yingying. No matter how wrong I am still Yingying's biological father." Chui Yingying is indeed an old fox. At this critical moment, he still found a hope for his own survival. As Chui Yingying's father, if he died at the hands of Li Ke, then Li Ke and Chui Yingying would be the murderers of their father. No matter how much Li Ke dotes on Chui Yingying, the hatred of his father's murder stands between them, and their relationship will definitely be affected. After saying this, Li Ke narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Chui Yingying not far away. At this moment, Chui Yingying did not look in this direction, but turned her head to the side, as if she was afraid to look. But it was this look that made Li Ke frown, and he understood Chui Yingying's intention. This gives him the choice. It is impossible to say that Chui Yingying does not want to plead for Chui Yingying. After all, they are biological father and daughter. Even if Chui Yingying is no longer a good person, he is still Chui Yingying's father. With Chui Yingying's personality, it is impossible for her to watch this man die in front of her. The reason why she didn't beg for mercy was because Chui Yingying believed that he would make the right choice. One is a husband and the other is a father. From Chui Yingying's perspective, it is indeed very difficult. After all, she is just a little girl. At this moment, Chui Yingying cannot be allowed to bear the responsibility. Thinking of this, the steel knife in his hand couldn't help but loosen a little. However, it was impossible for him to let Chui Yingying go just like that. Chui Yingying must pay the price for what he did today. "Ha, now you know that you are Yingying's father." Li Ke snorted coldly and stared at Chui Yingying coldly. "Why didn't you think about Yingying when you sent her here? When you and Wang Haoren brought people here to besiege us tonight, Did you ever think about the fact that swords have no eyes? What if Ying gets hurt? When Ying is useful, you can use her. When she is not useful, you can send her away like a commodity. How can I forgive someone like you? As he spoke, he slowly approached with a steel knife in his hand, looking ready to attack. Chui Zheng's face changed drastically when he heard this, as if he didn't expect that the King of Wu would not be moved by his words. It seems that His Royal Highness the King of Wu is more difficult to deal with than he imagined. If he doesn't show sincerity, he will definitely die tonight. It is human nature to be afraid of death, especially for people like him who are used to a life of luxury. Don't kill me, Your Highness King Wu. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I can write down Wang Haoren's plan against His Royal Highness Prince Wu as a confession, so that His Royal Highness Prince Wu can be acquitted in front of His Majesty. Chui Zheng's eyes rolled, and he quickly showed his goodwill. As long as I have your confession, Your Highness King Wu's actions tonight will be to protect himself. I believe that His Majesty will not embarrass Your Highness the King of Wu after seeing my confession. Now that Wang Haoren is dead, he was an important official of the court after all. Your Majesty will definitely give everyone an explanation. Plus, Wang Haoren recently sent someone to deliver a memorial to Your Highness the Prince of Wu. If these things happen together, given Your Majesty's temper, he will definitely summon the prince back to Changan City. In this matter, my confession can help His Royal Highness King Wu. At this moment, Chui Zheng seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and dumped out all the thoughts in his mind. There was no other way. In order to save his life, Chui Zheng had no choice but to betray Wang Haoren. Wang Haoren is already dead, so Chui Zheng doesn't need to abide by the agreement between them. Now Chui Zheng's only thought is to find a way to survive. But what Chui Zheng didn't notice was that when Li Ke spoke of this plan, a sneer appeared on his face. Chui Zheng's reaction was within his expectations. What happened today and the fact that he killed Wang Haoren will surely reach Li Shimon's ears soon. Given Li Shimon's temper and the exaggerations of other ministers in the court, Li Ke would not be able to stay in Anzhou for long. The best way to deal with this matter is naturally to put all the responsibility on Wang Haoren. As Chui Zheng acted with Wang Haoren, this person's confession is extremely important. If Chui Zheng's confession was available, and everything was attributed to Wang Haoren's proactive attack, and Li Ke fought back to protect himself, then even Li Shimon would not be able to deal with him. Haha, that's a good idea. Li Ke glanced at Chui Zheng calmly and said, but I am still unwilling to let you go just like this. Your injustices to Ying have made me feel that you are not worthy of being called her father. After saying that, he slowly raised the steel knife in his hand, looking ready to take action. Chui Zheng's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he immediately shouted, Your Highness King Wu is absolutely right, I am not worthy of being Ying's father. How about this? As long as His Royal Highness the King of Wu lets me go, I will have nothing to do with Ying from now on. How do you think that is? Chui Zheng was a smart man and understood the meaning behind Li Ke's words. This is forcing him to sever his father-daughter relationship with Chui Ying. Although I am reluctant to leave such a beautiful daughter, I have to do this in order to survive. Seeing that he understood, Li Ke put down the steel knife in his hand and sneered, You said that. I didn't force you, did I? No, Your Highness the King of Wu definitely did not force me. I voluntarily severed the father-daughter relationship with Ying. Chui Zheng's face changed and he waved his hands repeatedly to deny it. Are you kidding? Does he dare to say at this time that he was forced by Li Ke? Didn't you see that the steel knife was raised just now? As long as he admitted that he was forced, the steel knife would probably fall down directly. Very good, since you can do this, I cannot but give Ying this face. Li Ke threw away the steel knife in his hand and said, Write 2 documents immediately. One is about Wang Haoren and you conspiring against me. As for the other one, it's naturally the document that severs the father-daughter relationship between you and Ying. Xue Ming, go get some pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Yes. Soon, Xue Ming came to Chui Zheng with pen, ink, paper and inkstone. In order to save his life, Chui Zheng didn't think twice, picked up the pen and quickly wrote 2 documents. Li Ke took a closer look and found no problems, so he put the document away. Very good, from today on, you and Ying have nothing to do with each other. If you ever offend me again, I will kill you without mercy. Now, you can go away. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Frightened, Choi thanked him quickly and then turned around and left. Choi gained nothing from this trip to Anzhou. He even offended Li Ku and severed his father-daughter relationship with Choi Yingying. It was originally a marriage, but it turned out to be like this, and he almost lost his life because of it. At this moment, Choi no longer wanted to stay in Anzhou and just wanted to return to Qinghe as soon as possible. In this life, Choi never wants to set foot in Anzhou again. But what Choi didn't know was that Choi Yingying was standing in the yard, her eyes never leaving his figure. It was not until Choi figure disappeared from her sight that Choi Yingying's tears, which she had been holding back, fell silently. Li Ku, who was standing by, knew that although the little girl didn't say it, she must be very sad in her heart. Chuan Hua Chu Yue, you go down first. He softly told everyone to go down. What Choi Yingying needed at this moment was quietness. There were so many people at the scene and he didn't want anyone to see his princess crying. At the command, everyone at the scene quickly retreated, leaving only Li Ku and Choi Yingying in the entire yard. At this time, the tears in Choi Yingying's eyes could no longer be held back and continued to flow out. The tears were like rain, soaking the clothes in just a moment. A hint of sadness now appeared on that originally delicate face. Li Ku couldn't help but shook his head when he saw this, and stepped forward to gently hold her in his arms and said softly, "This king is doing this for your own good. Given your father's character, if I don't have something on him, he will definitely use you frequently. Now I have forced him to write a document severing ties with you. He will no longer have any reason or position to come to you in the future." The people of the Choi family all have business personalities and always like to measure things with a businessman's mindset. If Choi Yingying doesn't break off relations with this kind of person, she will be in trouble in the future. Choi Yingying understood this in her heart, but how could she not feel heartbroken when this happened to her? After all, he is her biological father. No matter how badly he treated her, he still raised her to adulthood. If Choi hadn't raised her, she wouldn't have been able to be with her husband, the prince. She was still grateful to Choi in her heart. However, the prince husband did this for himself, and he himself could not become a burden to the prince husband. She hugged Li Ku's waist tightly with both hands, feeling the breath coming from Li Ku, and she felt a lot more secure. "Don't worry, my dear husband. I am not the kind of person who makes trouble without reason. I just hope that father will learn his lesson after this incident and will no longer be an enemy of the prince." The feeling coming from her body diluted many of her inner thoughts. At this moment, she just wanted to hug her prince husband tightly. Because she had already lost her father and didn't want to lose the person she loved most. In this life, she can only follow the prince husband is her only support. Li Ku could feel Choi Yingying's dependence on him at this moment, and he couldn't help but put a little more force into holding her hands. The two bodies were pressed tightly together at this moment. A lonely soul from another world. A lonely girl abandoned by her family and left to fend for herself. At this moment, the two felt that each other was like family to them. "From now on, with this king here, I will not let you suffer any injustice, nor will I let others bully you. Well, I believe in my husband, the prince." Choi Yingying was touched by the subtle atmosphere between them and she hugged his waist and was unwilling to let go. Seeing her like this, Li Ku couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's so late now, if you keep hugging me like this, I'm afraid it will be too sweet. My dear husband, I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Why don't you stay here with me to watch the stars?" Choi Yingying couldn't sleep at all. Only Li Ku stayed by her side and talked to her, which helped to ease her emotions. Upon hearing this, Li Ku looked up at the stars in the sky and realized that it was less than an hour until dawn. There was no point in sleeping at this time. "I will accompany you, but the stars are too low to see from here." After Li Ku finished speaking, he reached out and pulled Choi Yingying, then suddenly jumped up. Choi Yingying only felt her body lighten and she seemed to be floating up. She was so scared that she couldn't help but scream. When she came to her senses, she and Li Ku had already arrived at the roof of the palace. Standing on a high place, looking down, they can have a clear view of the situation around the palace. Without the obstruction of the eaves, the two of them could see the stars in the sky clearly. How about it? Isn't it better to look at the stars here? Li Ke held her little hand and smiled softly. Choi Ying snorted softly and punched him lightly in the chest with her little fist. Humph, my husband is so bad. You really scared me to death just now. For her who doesn't know martial arts, jumping onto the roof is indeed a bit scary. However, after seeing the twinkling stars in the sky, the innocence and romance of a little girl appeared in her eyes again. Li Ke, who was standing by, saw her expression and couldn't help but smile. He knew that what he liked most was Choi Ying's innocent expression. Choi Ying had gotten close to him several times before, and he was even accidentally touched by Choi Ying, all because he was never on guard against Choi Ying. For him, in this world, perhaps Choi Ying is the only person who can make him defenseless. Thinking of this, the smile in his eyes became even more intense, and his right hand couldn't help but hold Choi Ying's slender waist. At this time, Chuanhua and Chiu Yue, who were attracted by Choi Ying's scream just now, were hiding under the eaves and watching. Wow, the prince dotes on his princess too much. He even takes her to the roof to watch the stars. Chiu Yue looked envious. Chuanhua at the side couldn't help but roll her eyes at her when she heard this. I can't stand your nympho look, wipe your saliva quickly. I don't have any saliva. Chiu Yue snorted coldly, but still reached out her right hand to wipe her mouth. At this moment, Chuanhua's face changed, and she pointed at the two people on the eaves and said, Wait, Chiu Yue, look at whether the prince and the princess are getting closer and closer. Hey, it's really getting closer. I seem to see that it's the prince who is leading the princess towards him. Your Majesty, don't you think? Just as the two women were guessing, Choi Ying on the roof also realized that her body was leaning against her husband, the prince. She turned around and looked in confusion. At this moment, she suddenly felt a burning breath rushing towards her. My eyes went dark and something blocked my mouth. By the time she reacted, the hot breath had already subsided. Just the remaining warmth on his lips made her understand what had just happened. I was actually kissed by my husband, the prince. Wow, the prince actually took the initiative. I never thought that the prince would take the initiative one day. Chuanhua and Chiu Yue, who were hiding under the eaves, saw their prince and princess kissing, and couldn't help but sigh that the prince seemed like a different person. But it didn't matter that their sigh was so loud, it was actually much louder than before, and Li Ke on the roof heard it immediately. Turning around and looking at the two maids hiding, Li Ke frowned. What are you two doing hiding there? Choi Ying, who was standing by, changed her expression when she heard this. Her delicate face turned red and she was so embarrassed that she dared not look at anyone. She had to cover her face with her hands to prevent Chuanhua Chiu Yue from seeing her appearance at this moment. I was so embarrassed. My sisters Chuanhua and Chiu Yue saw me. How could I face them in the future? The more Choi Ying thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. If she wasn't on the roof, she would have probably run back to the bedroom. While he was deep in thought, Chiu Yue below laughed and said, Your Majesty, Chiu Yue and I are not sneaking around, we are watching openly. Even Chuanhua, who is usually straightforward, rarely joked, Your Majesty, your performance just now was good. I think the princess should also hope that you will take the initiative. It would have been fine if they didn't talk, but once they started talking, Choi Ying became so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. This kind of intimate thing was witnessed by others in person, and Choi Ying didn't know how she would face Chuanhua and Chiu Yue in the future. Li Ke, on the other hand, didn't care at all and said calmly, It looks like you guys are very free. It will be dawn soon. Chuanhua, notify Xue Ming and ask him to bring Han Hao and others back and ask them to write a confession. As for Chiu Yue, I'm hungry, go buy the food I need for today. When these words came out, Chiu Yue's eyes widened, pretending to be wronged. My lord, you are seeking revenge for your personal gain. It's still dark, where can I buy food? Go wait in the booth. Li Ke left a word and, without caring about Chiu Yue's bitter face, he hugged Choi Ying by the waist and jumped down from the eaves. At this moment, Choi Ying dared not say anything. She could only bury her head in Li Ke's chest, looking as if she was afraid to see anyone. Li Ke settled Choi Ying in the bedroom and told her to have a good rest before returning to the living room to deal with business. After all, he killed a high-ranking official of the imperial court. If this matter was not handled properly, he would be severely punished even if he was a prince. He first wrote a memorial, describing the whole incident in detail, and then waited for Chuanhua to come back with Han Hao's confession, and then he put it together with Chui Zheng's documents in a sealed bag. Send it to Changan City at an expedited speed of 800 miles. Yes. After all, he had to give Li Shimin an explanation for this matter. However, he also knew that this matter was too big, and these confessions and documents alone were not enough. Li Shimin would definitely ask him to go back and interrogate him personally. So for the next period of time, he sent people to prepare for the harvest of crops, and at the same time began to buy carriages and horses in preparation for the upcoming trip to the capital. And because the Anzhou city lost its Anzhou governor, many people also knew that the governor was killed by Li Ke, which made his subsequent tasks go smoothly. Whether it was buying a carriage or a horse, no one interfered, and things were developing according to his predetermined discovery. During this period, he took Chui Yingying out of town to play whenever he had time, and their relationship became increasingly deep. 10 days passed in a flash, and Li Shimin in Changan City finally received the memorial that Wang Haoran had sent earlier. At the same time, the news of Wang Haoran's death was also passed to Li Shimin through the special channels of the Baichi division. On this day, there were sounds of angry shouting and banging of objects coming from the Tai Chi hall. Bang! Li Shimin was so angry that he kicked his desk over, his face full of anger. There was a gleam in his eyes, and murderous intent emerged. The civil and military ministers standing below all lowered their heads, their eyes on their noses and their noses on their hearts, looking as if they dared not speak. Just kidding, no one except a fool would rush to get into trouble for such a thing. Even if Li Ke was not favored, he was still the emperor's son. How could they dare to suggest any punishment for him? If the punishment is too light and fails to satisfy the people of the world, your majesty will hold the blame on them. If the punishment is too severe, his majesty will be unhappy. After all, even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Sitting at the main seat, Li Shimin looked at the silent crowd, his face darkened, and he snorted coldly. Why are you all silent? Don't you all have your own opinions? Everyone still didn't dare to speak. Usually it is usual, now is now, they are different. This concerns the king of Wu, who is the eldest son of a concubine. Even if he is not favored, they dare not suggest punishing him. For a moment, the entire Taiji hall was extremely quiet, and these important ministers who were usually deeply trusted by Li Shimin were speechless. Seeing the look on everyone's face, Li Shimin, who was already in an unhappy mood, looked cold and looked directly at a fat and burly man. Yao Jin, you usually talk the most, why are you silent today? Since you won't tell me, I will name them myself. Qing Yao Jin, who was named, twitched his lips, stood up unwillingly, and said with his signature silly smile. Your Majesty, this matter concerns His Royal Highness the King of Wu, how can I interfere? Humph, you're usually the one who talks the most, but you're being coy today. Li Shimin glared at Qing Yaojin unhappily, then shifted his gaze from him to the tall man with a dark face standing beside him. Jingda, this matter. Your Majesty, I am just a warrior. Please don't make things difficult for me. Yuji Jingda even refused directly. Li Shimin was rejected twice in a row. He frowned and gave up the idea of asking these people for advice. Wuji, you should say it. He finally turned his gaze to his right-hand man, Duke of Zhao, Jiangsuan Wuji. Upon hearing this, Jiangsuan Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and saluted, Your Majesty, since ancient times, the emperor has committed the same crime as the common people. Your Highness the King of Wu personally killed the governor of Anzhou. This matter is of great importance. If you don't give an explanation to the people of the world, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resolve it peacefully. The governor of Anzhou was a high-ranking official. His Majesty the King of Wu killed him in public. His behavior is too bad. If he is not severely punished, other royal relatives will follow suit, and the royal prestige will be destroyed. Zhang Sun Wuji's words became more and more serious, escalating the situation to an ideological level. Li Shimin frowned when he heard this, pondered for a moment, and his eyes flashed several times before he made a decision. In that case, then call that rebellious son back to Changan City. This matter is of great importance and will be handed over to the Zongjing Temple, Dali Temple, and the Ministry of Justice for a joint trial. When the emperor gets angry, something big is bound to happen. Li Ke's act of killing Wang Haoren was eventually elevated to an ideological level due to Changsuan Wuji's exaggeration. Li Shimin also wanted to see how capable this son, whom he had placed in Anzhou, was. He even dared to kill the governor. Li Ke was summoned back to Chang'an City for a joint trial by the three courts. This was decided with Li Shimin and Jiangsuan Wuji each having their own thoughts. Even though concubine Yang, Li Ke's biological mother and the daughter of Emperor Yang of Sui, who got the news and went to the Taiji Hall in person to plead for mercy, she was blocked outside the hall by people sent by Li Shimin. In this way, the imperial edict went to Anzhou at the fastest speed. At the same time, Li Ke also spent a wonderful time in Anzhou. His relationship with Chui Yingying has greatly improved during this period, and the crops planted a few months ago have also been harvested. The food from 100 acres of fertile land is enough to supply those who support him. However, when Li Ke woke up early in the morning, he found that Chui Yingying was not in the bedroom. It's already autumn, and this girl is still up so early. Li Ke smiled slightly, stood up, undressed, and opened the door. The autumn wind blew, and the yellow leaves in the yard fell. It was almost November, and the weather in Anzhou was gradually getting colder. He walked towards the backyard wearing the cloak that Chui Yingying made for him. The place where Chui Yingying spends most of her time is the dyeing room in the backyard. This girl is very strict in supervising her servants. We have made so many sets of Xia customer service, and not a single one has had any quality issues. Passing through the circular gate in the courtyard wall, he saw Chui Yingying busying herself there. However, Chui Yingying was different today than in the past. She did not check the production of the Xia Kofu. Instead, she was making one by herself. "Greetings, Your Majesty." When everyone noticed him coming in, they all stood up and saluted. Li Ke smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and pressed down. "Didn't the king say that there is no need to be polite, just do your own thing?" As he spoke, he had already walked in front of Chui Yingying. "My lord, you are here. Please sit here for a while. I will cut this big piece of material right away." Chui Yingying, who was usually clingy to him, changed her behavior today. Instead of taking the initiative to come forward, she made him wait on the side. Li Ke was stunned. Then he turned his eyes to the sky-blue magic weapon in Chui Yingying's hand. The fabric of this dress is obviously much better than other fabrics. Could it be that this little girl wants to make herself a winter coat? As soon as this thought came up, Chui Yingying smiled and said, "My dear husband, I heard a few days ago that you were going to Beijing and would take me with you. I want to give Your Majesty a gift." Li Ke widened his eyes. Wow, it turns out this suit was given to his cheap father. How can you make clothes for your father if you don't know his measurements? Li Ke didn't know why, but he always felt that there was a hint of jealousy in his words. Chui Yingying smiled when she heard this. When Brother Xueming was in the army, he saw His Majesty from afar once on the stage for selecting generals. Based on Brother Xueming's description, I know Your Majesty's approximate size, but I wonder if Your Majesty will like this set of chivalrous clothing. At the end, Chui Yingying's tone was a little hesitant. After all, he is the emperor. What kind of clothes has he not seen? If she didn't like her clothes, she wouldn't be able to plead for her husband, the prince. The prince's husband has often said recently that he will return to Chang'an City soon. I believe that His Majesty must have recalled the prince's husband because he killed Wang Haoren. If this gift from me can make His Majesty the Emperor happy, I can also help my husband the prince say a few good words in front of His Majesty. Chui Yingying, who is simple-minded, naively wants to do something for Li Ke with her own ideas. Of course Li Ke had no idea that his little wife in front of him had such naive ideas. Hearing her worry about whether His Majesty the Emperor would like this dress, he couldn't help but smile. "Don't worry, this is a chivalrous costume made by my wife, and my father will definitely like it." "Really?" Chui Yingying's eyes lit up when she heard this. "If His Majesty likes this dress, can he pardon you, my husband, when he's happy?" She had a pure mind, without any other distracting thoughts, and she accidentally spoke out her true thoughts. When Li Ke heard this, he realized that Chui Yingying actually had such an idea. No wonder this girl got up so early in the morning. She was sneaking around to buy something without telling me a few days ago. Now it seems that she was buying this expensive cloth and getting up early just to make the dress as soon as possible. And the purpose of doing all this was just to please the emperor and exonerate Li Ke. At this moment, Li Ke was a little dazed. He couldn't imagine how much Choi Ying loved him to do all this silently behind his back. Perhaps in the eyes of others, it was ridiculous for an illegitimate daughter to make a set of clothes to please the emperor. But he understood that this was the only thing Choi Ying could think of doing for herself. Although it seemed a little ridiculous and even a little presumptuous, Li Ke couldn't deny that he was moved by her. He is not an emotional person, on the contrary, he is a very rational person, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to choose to endure and leave Changan City. But even a rational man like him couldn't help but have his eyes reddened by Choi Ying's actions. You sent clothes to His Majesty in the hope that His Majesty would pardon me. Li Ke pointed at the unfinished clothes, his throat moving as he asked in a dry tone. Choi Ying had already realized by now that she had let the cat out of the bag. She put down the scissors in her hand somewhat embarrassedly, lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, and whispered. My lord, I know this is a bit far-fetched. But I don't have any special skills. This is the only solution I can think of. After saying this, she lowered her head and dared not look at Li Ke, for fear that Li Ke would laugh at her. But instead of laughing at her, Li Ke took a deep breath and took the initiative to go forward and hug her. Your wild imagination is because your true heart is with this king. Li Ke gently stroked her smooth black hair, a touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? At this moment, he was determined that there could only be one woman, Choi Ying, in his life. He will never let Choi Ying down. Although this girl looks innocent, she often does unexpected things. But all these things were done for him, Li Ke. My lord, what are you doing? There are so many people watching us. Li Ke was moved, but his thoughts were interrupted by Choi Ying's shy words. Turning around, I saw that the women serving the textile heroes all had expressions of watching a good show and smiles on their faces. Ahem. The prince and the princess are still in the honeymoon period. You know what the honeymoon period is, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter, and the laughter spread throughout the palace. But what they didn't know was that Li Shimon's imperial edict had already arrived outside the palace. Inside the Prince of Wu's palace, everyone was laughing and talking in a joyful atmosphere. The prince and the princess have a good relationship, so everyone is naturally happy to see it. Although they didn't understand what the prince meant by the honeymoon period, they understood that the relationship between the prince and the princess was no longer the same as before. But just as everyone was laughing, Choi came hurriedly from the front yard. The hurried footsteps made the smile on Li Ke's face disappear in an instant. Turning around and seeing Choi's panicked face, his heart sank, realizing that what was coming had finally come. Ying, you and everyone else should make clothes here first. I have something else to do. Li Ke touched Choi Ying's head and turned to walk out without waiting for her to refuse. Choi rushed in and saw him and wanted to speak immediately. But Li Ke got there first. No need to say anything, I know they are coming, let's go to the front yard. Choi was stunned, then glanced at Choi Ying in the backyard and realized that the prince did not want the princess to know about this. Choi nodded quickly and led the way. When they were some distance away from the backyard, she said anxiously. Your Majesty, something really happened this time. The people who came were fully armed and looked like they were up to no good. Li Ke didn't say anything, but his expression became more serious. Judging from the tone, it is most likely that Li Shimon has sent troops here. They sent troops because they were worried that he would rebel. It seems that the situation in Changan City is much more serious than he imagined. Someone must be making trouble in front of Li Shimon, otherwise he would not be summoned back to Changan City in such a situation. While they were lost in thought, the two had already arrived at the front yard, where Chuanhua, Shueming, and others were already waiting. Standing at the gate of the palace was a group of soldiers wearing dark armor, with swords hanging from their waists, and carrying longbows and sharp arrows on their backs. The leader was about 30 years old, with bulging temples and a stern face. One could tell at a glance that he was a master. 100 Cavalry Division. When Li Ke saw the attire of these people, his pupils shrank rapidly and he recognized their identities instantly. The Baichi Division was established by the current Emperor Li Shimon and is used specifically to monitor all officials. All the soldiers during this period were veterans of many battles, and each of them could fight 10 enemies at the same time. They could be said to be the elite among the elite. Even if the royal guards encountered this group of people, they would have to retreat. Greetings to His Majesty the King of Wu. Led by the leading general, the members of the 100 Cavalry Division bowed to Li Ke. No need to be so polite. I never thought that my father would send you out to get me back to the capital. Li Ke stared at the leader and asked, what position does this general hold in the 100 Cavalry Division? I am Xiao Wei, the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division. Xiao Wei still had that poker face, and said coldly, I am here to convey your order. After saying this, the man took out an imperial edict from his arms. Li Ke raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised by the imperial edict. Logically speaking, if Li Shimin summoned him back to the capital, even if he wanted to interrogate him, he would only need to give oral instructions. Take out the imperial edict, this matter must be recorded. First, the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division came in person, and then he gave the imperial edict. Li Shimin's intention was very clear, he, Li Ke, must return to Beijing. While thinking, Xiao Wei handed over the imperial edict. His Majesty said that this imperial edict must be personally examined by His Royal Highness Prince Wu. Li Ke reached out to take the imperial edict and opened it. The content was very simple, which was to reprimand him for his misconduct and for killing a high-ranking official of the court. This time when he returned, he would be tried by the 3 courts of Zongjing Temple, Dali Temple, and Ministry of Justice. Putting away the imperial edict, Li Ke stared at Xiao Wei and asked, did your Majesty say when to set off? The sooner the better. Xiao Wei still had that same cold face that never changed. In that case, I will make some arrangements and then we can set off. This trip to the capital was already expected, and he had already made all the necessary preparations. All that remains is a farewell. Turning to look at Chu Yue and Xue Ming, he said seriously, I don't know when I will be back from Beijing this time, so I will leave the palace to you to guard. The princess has a simple personality. I have kept my intention to leave Anzhou a secret from her. Even if she finds out at night, it will be too late for her to chase me. Okay, Chu Yue, go get me some clean clothes. After giving a few brief instructions, he told Chu Yue to go downstairs and get some clothes. But Chu Yue stood there angrily and didn't move when she heard it. Chuanhua, Xue Ming, and others also looked reluctant at this moment. Why, you don't even listen to what I say. Li Ke simply raised his eyebrows, his whole body was shocked, and he pretended to be very angry. Your Majesty, you should let me go with you to Changan. At least there should be someone by your side to take care of you, right? Seeing that he was angry, Chu Yue had no choice but to look pleading. Chuanhua also said solemnly, this time, His Majesty has issued an imperial decree and sent the 100 Cavalry Division to come. It must be unsafe for your Majesty to go this way. Let me go with you. When Xue Ming heard that both of them wanted to go with them, he became unhappy. Your Majesty, I, Xue Ming, have been with you for a while. Without your care during this period, my family and I would not have had the good life we have today. Count me in on this trip to Changan. Since even 2 women were going, Xue Ming certainly wouldn't back down. As soon as Xue Ming opened his mouth, the retired soldiers under him also shouted, I am willing to follow the prince to Changan City. Without the prince, there would be no me today. I am willing to follow the prince till death. Although this trip to Changan City is dangerous, we are people who have survived the battlefield and have long since put life and death aside. Yes, my lord, please take us with you. Killing a governor is a heinous crime. Even if the King of Wu is your Majesty's son, this matter will not end well. They wanted to accompany the King of Wu to Changan City, and even if they died, they were willing to die with the King of Wu. It was only because the King of Wu was their adoptive parent that their lives during this period were much better under his care than before. And they were also involved in the murder of Wang Haoren. Since they are going back to the capital to be investigated, of course they have to go with them. You guys. Li Ke looked at everyone at the scene, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. These people are all strong men, he was not wrong about them. At this moment, a clear and pleasant voice appeared in Li Ke's ears. Humph, my husband the prince actually wants to get rid of me and go to Changan City alone. Chui Yingying rushed out from the backyard, panting and saying, I will stand together with my husband, the prince, and I will never live in vain. Upon hearing this, the others also shouted. Stand by His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Stand by His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Stand by His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, I will not be afraid. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Wei, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't help but narrow his eyes and was moved. Li Ke was moved by everyone's firm attitude, but he also realized that he could not get rid of this group of people. Since you all want to go, let's go to Changan City together. From now on, I will stand with you all. The autumn wind is blowing gently, without the scorching summer heat, only yellow leaves falling on the road. On the official road leading to Changan City, a team of nearly 200 people was moving slowly forward. At the front and back of the team were soldiers wearing dark armor, and they seemed to be escorting the group of people in the middle. General, why did you agree to let the King of Wu take these people to Changan City? A tall and muscular captain with well-developed limbs asked Xiao Wei, who was at the front. This matter is not only a question for this person, but also a question for the other 100 cavalry divisions. The King of Wu brought so many people to the capital. How are they going to explain to His Majesty when they return? But Xiao Wei, who was riding in front, frowned when he heard this. Did Your Majesty's decree say that the King of Wu should not lead his men to Changan City? This. The captain touched his big head and said, but His Majesty did not allow His Royal Highness the King of Wu to take his men back, right? Humph, if we don't agree, do you think the King of Wu will return to Changan City with us so easily? Xiao Wei glared at him fiercely. It is obvious that those people are martial artists. If King Wu gives an order to cause a conflict with us, who will bear the responsibility then? Anyway, His Majesty's order is just for me to escort the King of Wu back to the capital. As long as this goal is achieved, it's fine. I see. I understand. Pass the order down. No further discussion of this matter is allowed, lest the King of Wu hears it. Yes. Xiao Wei was worthy of being the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division. He knew very well that if he did not agree to Li Ke's request, he would not be able to fulfill His Majesty's will. After all, this is Anzhou, not Changan City. If the King of Wu really intends to resist, he is not sure he can take him down. This was his first impression after meeting King Wu. Although His Royal Highness the King of Wu looked quite friendly on the outside, as a warrior's third sense, he could always sense that the King of Wu posed a great threat to him. Therefore, when the King of Wu took this group of people back to Changan City, he did not say much, let alone dare to object. As long as the King of Wu doesn't cause trouble and returns to Changan City with him at ease, he will be thankful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head and look at King Wu behind him. At this moment, the King of Wu was riding a tall horse and chatting and laughing with the Princess of Wu beside the carriage. Seeing that the King of Wu didn't seem to have any intention of leaving halfway, he finally felt relieved. At this time, Li Ke looked at Choi Ying in the carriage and said with a smile, I was wondering what you were worried about. It turns out you were thinking about your chivalrous customer service industry. Don't worry, once I've settled down in Changan City, I'll let Shui Ming and the others return here. On the one hand, we can transfer the industry to Changan City, and on the other hand, we can bring their families to Changan City. By then, your chivalrous customer service business will be able to start again. Choi Ying, who was mending a set of knight-errant clothes in the carriage, heard this and her eyes lit up. This is what you said, my husband, you are not allowed to regret it. This king always keeps his word. Li Ke smiled slightly, then looked at the set of Xiaofu clothes in her hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Isn't this the set you were going to give to father? Did you also bring the sewing tools with you? Choi Ying smiled sweetly, holding up the cloth in her hand and said, I have already cut the cloth before leaving. Now I just need to sew it. Anyway, there is still some time before Anzhou goes to Changan City, which is enough time for me to make this suit. After she said this, Li Ke remembered that before setting off, Choi Ying had already cut the fabric needed for this set of clothes. Well, I hope that father will like your gift then. Hee, please rest assured, my prince and husband, I used something special in this set of knight's clothing, your majesty will definitely like it. While the two were talking, the carriage continued to gallop towards Changan City. When you have someone to accompany you on a journey, you won't feel lonely no matter how long it is, and it will pass quickly. 10 days passed quickly and they were close to Changan City. On this day, the autumn wind was colder than usual, and Changan City, which was about to enter winter, was colder than Anzhou. The east gate of Changan City, which should be bustling with people, was under martial law today. A pair of soldiers, led by 3 officials, were waiting for someone outside the city gate. One of the 3 officials was an old man with a long beard, dressed in black. He had a calm face and looked very experienced. This person was none other than a relative of the Tang dynasty royal family, the head of the Zongjing Temple, King Jiangxia Li Daozan. The other 2 were high-ranking officials wearing third-rank official uniforms. One of them was fat, the other was thin, one was tall, the other was short. They stood on the left and right of Li Daozan respectively. The short and fat man is the Chief Justice of Dali Temple, and the tall and thin man is the Minister of Justice Wei Ting. A prince and 2 third-rank officials were waiting here, and the soldiers behind them were guessing who was coming to Beijing this time. Just as everyone was guessing, a black line suddenly appeared in the distance and dust filled the sky. As the black line got closer, Wei Ting, the Minister of Justice, narrowed his eyes and said, "They are coming." Upon hearing this, Li Daozan and Sun Fujia immediately looked into the distance. A moment later, a group of people under the banner of the 100 Cavalry Division appeared in front of Li Daozan and others. Xiao Wei, who was at the front, dismounted and saluted immediately when he saw Li Daozong. "Greetings to King Jiangxia and the other 2 adults." Li Daozong nodded slightly as a greeting, but his eyes looked behind him. "I wonder if His Royal Highness the King of Wu is in the team. Also, why did you bring so many people with you back to Chang'an this time? Even if we send troops to capture the King of Wu, we don't need so many people, right? What's more, these people are wearing ordinary people's clothes." This. Xiao Wei's face changed and he didn't know how to answer. At this moment, a calm voice came from behind. "These people are my followers. They voluntarily followed me here." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Ku rode out on his horse. Looking at Li Daozong in front of him, he smiled calmly and bowed. "Uncle Wang, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect that Uncle Wang would come to pick me up in person today." Li Daozan looked at Li Ku, who had a calm expression, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The King of Wu will be investigated when he comes to Beijing this time, so why doesn't he look panicked at all? While he was deep in thought, Wei Ting, the Minister of Justice beside him, sneered, "Your Highness, Prince Wu, you are so majestic. His Majesty summoned you to the capital this time, and you even brought your entourage with you. You are so disrespectful of the imperial order. His Majesty would be unhappy if he knew about it." After saying that, he turned to look at Li Daozong and said, "King Jiangxia, I suggest that you expel these followers immediately, so that they won't hinder your investigation." As soon as this person opened his mouth, everything he said was directed at Li Ku. Li Ku's eyes turned cold, knowing that this person was trying to intimidate him. There is a weird atmosphere at the gate of Chang'an City today. Faced with the fact that Li Ku returned to Chang'an City with a large group of followers, Wei Ting, the Minister of Justice, took the lead in taking action. Although this man does not look good, the brilliance that flashes in his eyes from time to time cannot be underestimated. Facing His Royal Highness Li Ku, the Prince of Wu, this man was not afraid at all and started to blame as soon as he opened his mouth. He even wanted Li Ku to immediately order this group of people to return to Anzhou. As soon as these words were spoken, Xue Ming and others behind Li Ku became furious. "Who are you to speak to His Majesty the King of Wu like that? We are all followers of His Majesty the King of Wu. We will go to the capital together with His Majesty the King of Wu." "Humph, you speak like this in front of the King of Wu. Do you really think you can make us leave with just one word? Now that we have arrived in Chang'an City, there is no reason to go back." Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and some even rushed behind Li Ku and released all their might. Wei Ting was not panicked at all, instead a sneer appeared on his face. "Okay, I knew you guys were here with bad intentions. Come here, beat them with clubs and drive them out of Chang'an City 10 miles away. If there are any who resist, they will be killed without mercy." At a command, the group of soldiers behind this man rushed up waving their weapons. Clang, clang, clang. Weapons were unsheathed, their cold blades shone on everyone's faces, and a murderous atmosphere filled the entire place. Xue Ming and his companions were military men, so they were naturally aware of the situation and they took out sticks and stepped forward to stop the attack. For a moment, the two sides were on the verge of a fight. At this time, the captain of the 100 Cavalry Division frowned and was about to step forward to ask Xiao Wei whether he wanted to take action. But Xiao Wei waved his hand, signaling him not to take any action. He wanted to see how His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu would handle the current situation. Anyway, the people from the 100 Cavalry Division are at the scene, so if a fight really breaks out, he can stop it at any time. Why not first see what the King of Wu does? While he was deep in thought, King Jiangxia Li Daozong's roar came. What do you want to do? This is Chang'an City. Your every move will be known to the people and His Majesty. Do you want to embarrass His Majesty by taking action here? If a conflict really breaks out between the two sides, King Jiangxia will also be held responsible. As the chief of Zongjing Temple, Li Daozong certainly didn't want any accidents to happen at this critical juncture. But Wei Ting glanced at Li Daozong coldly when he heard this. Your Highness, you have seen the situation. I am just thinking about the upcoming three-court trial. This group of unruly people are so barbaric. Does the prince want to keep them in Chang'an City? If the three-courts trial is delayed, I don't think you can afford it, Your Majesty. This man was quite eloquent, and he immediately escalated the matter to the level of a joint trial by three courts. The meaning is very simple. If Li Daozong does not agree with this matter, he will be fully responsible for any accidents in the future. Li Daozong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately could not utter a word of rebuttal. This scene made Choi Yingying in the carriage behind very angry. She pouted and looked unhappy, and said to Chuanhua Chuyue, who opened the curtains on both sides. This person is so unreasonable. How can he be sure that Brother Shui's entry into the city will affect the three-court trial? This guy is so abominable, the prince and his husband should teach him a lesson. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Ku in front seemed to sense something and turned his head to look towards the carriage. He couldn't help but shake his head when he noticed the three women had lifted the curtain and were looking. As expected, women are gossipy and even want to watch this kind of thing live. However, the behavior of the official in front of him who was trying to intimidate him was too abnormal. Either this person is stubborn, or someone is behind this to instigate him to show his power. If Li Ku cannot pass this hurdle, he will probably be at the mercy of others after entering the city. Thinking of this, Li Ku took a step forward and stood in front of Xue Ming and others. His eyes turned cold, his aura exploded, and a powerful aura swept across the entire place. Wei Ting, who was the first to be hit, looked unhappy and took 2 steps back unconsciously. You are so bold that you can't even show courtesy when you see me. Why, do you think my title is fake? Or do you think that the title bestowed upon me by my father is not worthy of mention? Since you want to raise it to the level of ideology, then fine, Li Ku has 100 ways to deal with you. Just a show of force, right? Let's see today who is going to intimidate whom. Wei Ting's face changed drastically when he heard this. He never expected that Li Ku would be so difficult to deal with. He took advantage of Li Ku's mistake and launched a counterattack. But on this matter, he really couldn't refute it. Since ancient times, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame have been placed first. Failure to observe propriety and committing crimes against superiors are serious crimes. Wei Ting's face turned pale and then blue. He hesitated for a moment, but finally bowed his head and saluted. Minister of Justice Wei Ting greets His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu. Although he made these actions and said these words with gritted teeth, there was a flash of hatred in his eyes as he lowered his head. Li Ku's behavior in front of so many people was undoubtedly an attempt to humiliate himself. I've made note of this account. Li Ku looked coldly at Wei Ting, who was bending over in front of him. He did not ask him to stand up immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to another third-rank official. Sun Fujia, the minister of the Dali Temple, changed his expression when he saw this, and immediately imitated Wei Ting and bowed. Your humble servant, Sun Fujia, the minister of the Dali Temple, greets His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Compared with Wei Ting's tone and actions, Sun Fujia seemed particularly sincere. He looked harmless and did not want to be an enemy of Li Ku. Forcing the 2 third-rank officials to bow and salute, Li Ku then flicked his sleeves and said calmly, "No need to be so polite." Humph. Wei Ting immediately straightened his back, pointed at Xue Ming and others and asked, Your Highness, King Wu, these people cannot enter the city. This person still won't give up. Coupled with the punishment he had just received from Li Ku, this man's desire for revenge became even stronger. Li Ke knew that this person would not give up. He glanced at him coldly and said, "Sir Wei, they're the people of our Tang dynasty." "Of course, but since they are the people of the Tang dynasty, why can't they enter Chang'an City?" Without waiting for Wei Ting to speak, he asked back directly. "They are all unruly people. Entering Chang'an will affect public security. As the Minister of Justice, how can I let them in?" Wei Ting sneered, "If something goes wrong, Your Highness the King of Wu, you can't bear the consequences. What if His Majesty blames you?" "No, I can bear it." Li Ke waved his hand and interrupted Wei Ting, "Your Majesty will not blame a group of Tang people who entered Chang'an City. Today, anyone who prevents them from entering the city will be an enemy of this king. Xue Ming, go into the city." After saying this, he didn't even look at Wei Ting's reaction, and walked into the city with Xue Ming and others. Wei Ting was so angry when he saw Li Ke, Xue Ming, and others passing by him that his nose was crooked. At this moment, Wei Ting really wanted to order an attack. But when he thought of what Li Ke had just said, Wei Ting became worried that if Li Ke used this matter to accuse him, it would be more trouble than gain. "Humph, I'll remember this account, we'll see what happens." Wei Ting swore secretly in his heart. This time, the three courts will hold a joint trial to teach Li Ke a lesson. The huge city of Chang'an welcomed a long team today. The elite 100 cavalrymen led the way in front of the team, and ordinary people on the street were so frightened by their attire that they made way for them. But even so, curious people still gathered in the surrounding streets and inns to watch. "Look, isn't that King Jiangxia? Hee, not only is King Jiangxia here, but even the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Dali Temple are here. The only person who could have caused these three to come out to greet him at the same time is probably His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu, who recently sent back the news. Welcome. You think too naively. In my opinion, they will most likely take him back and put him under house arrest immediately." Everyone was talking, and even Choi Yingying, who was sitting in a carriage in the middle of the team, could hear it. Faced with everyone's speculation, a hint of worry appeared on Choi Yingying's delicate face. "Although I don't know how high the official positions of the three people who came to greet us were, but since the prince's husband called one of them Uncle Prince, he was most likely a royal relative. Even such a person went out of the city, it was definitely not to welcome the prince and his husband. Could it be that these people really came here to capture the prince's husband?" Choi Yingying's face changed as she felt something was wrong the more she thought about it, and she quickly lifted the curtain on the side of the carriage. Outside the carriage, Li Ke, who had been driving alongside the carriage, saw her sticking her head out and couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong?" "My lord, they..." Choi Yingying hesitated for a moment, but still pointed at Li Daozong and others, "Are they here to arrest you?" The worried look and weak tone repeatedly showed how worried Choi Yingying was at the moment. Li Ke smiled slightly and glanced at Li Daozong and the others. "Don't worry, they can't do anything to me with just a few of them. I want to accompany my husband, the prince, to the three-court trial. Is that okay?" Choi Yingying flashed her big eyes and a pleading look appeared on her face. She didn't want to wait outside for the result by herself, she wanted to face this matter together with her husband, the prince. Li Ke frowned and shook his head to refuse. "No, the circumstances of my visit to Beijing are unclear, so I cannot let you go with me." You should know that he had already written the whole story in a memorial and sent it to Chang'an City, but Li Shimin still wanted to put him on trial by the three courts. This explains many problems. First, did his memorial reach Li Shimin? Second, if his memorial fell into the hands of Li Shimin, why did Li Shimin still require a joint trial by the three courts? Furthermore, Wei stepped forward as the Minister of Justice and was so provocative as soon as he arrived. Was this really the other party's intention? The situation in Chang'an City is really weird and unpredictable. "But my lord, if I don't go with you to the tribunal, where else can I go?" Seeing that she couldn't persuade Li Ke, Choi Yingying couldn't help but get anxious. In desperation, she actually thought of a solution. When she arrived in Chang'an City, her husband the prince was about to go to the three-court trial. She had no place to stay, so of course she had to go with him. Li Ke raised his eyebrows when he heard this and opened his mouth, wanting to speak in rebuttal. But when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to refute. Yes, he went to the three-court trial, where would Choi Yingying live?
His fiefdom was Anzhou, and the royal palace was also in Anzhou. He had no property in the capital, and not even a place to stay. It seems that I have to take this opportunity to buy a mansion to accommodate everyone. This matter. Li Ke's eyes turned, and he immediately had an idea. I will give you an explanation. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Choi Ying to speak, he immediately rode his horse towards Li Daozan and others in front of him. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, Li Daozan and others looked back. Uncle Wang. Is there anything wrong, Your Highness Prince Wu? Li Daozan asked with a puzzled look. Wei Ting on the side had a gloomy face, as if he felt that Li Ke wanted to go back on his word and not go to the Zongjing temple for trial. While thinking, Li Ke smiled calmly. Uncle Wang, you are not planning to let me take these people to Zongjing temple, right? This. Li Daozan was stunned. He glanced at Xue Ming and others, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Although Xue Ming and others all have disabilities, one can tell at a glance that they are not people to be trifled with by the bloodthirsty aura they exude. If we take these people to the Zongjing temple, and if something unexpected happens to them during the interrogation, we will be in big trouble. What does His Royal Highness the King of Wu want? It's very simple. I need to buy a big house to accommodate them. Li Ke stated his purpose. Wei Ting's eyes turned cold when he heard this. Your Highness, King Wu, His Majesty's order is for you to be tried by the 3 judges as soon as possible. You should not cause any trouble at this moment. Who knows if this is a delaying tactic of yours, Li Ke? How could you possibly agree to such a thing? Seeing Wei Ting's refusal, Li Daozong could not help but look at Sun Fujia, the minister of the Dali Temple. What do you think of this matter, Lord Sun? Sun Fujia's face changed, and he waved his hand quickly. The 3 of us are taking King Jiangxia as our leader, so this matter should naturally be decided by you. Are you kidding? Only a fool would share the responsibility for something like this. If it is handled well, then the matter will be fine. But if it is not handled well and His Majesty blames us, then it will be a big trouble. Upon hearing this, Li Daozan could not help but glare at Sun Fujia fiercely and cursed him inwardly as an old fox. But no matter how much people curse, this matter still needs to be resolved. Your Highness Prince Wu, how about we settle them in the end first? Li Daozan proposed a compromise. Li Ke laughed. Uncle Wang, don't use such excuses to perfunctorily deal with me. I just want to buy a house. It won't take much time. This. Li Daozan broke out in a cold sweat. Who would dare to agree to such a thing? It's getting dark soon. If something happens and you, King Wu, run away, he can't bear the responsibility. While hesitating, Li Ke sneered and said suddenly, Uncle Wang, don't worry. I have a compromise. Oh. What's the compromise King Wu has? The Ministry of Justice handles cases throughout the Tang dynasty, and is also responsible for cases in Changan City. I'm sure they must have seized mansions in their possession, right? Li Ke looked at Wei Ting. Anyway, these mansions have to be sold or wait for the Emperor's instructions. Instead of doing this, why not sell the largest and best house that is currently under seizure to this king? It doesn't matter who I sell it to, and I brought silver with me. This way, I don't have to run around and waste time, and you don't have to worry about me getting into trouble. Master Wei Ting, what do you think? Good man, after going through so much trouble, he actually set his sights on Wei Ting. Everyone knows that if the Ministry of Justice really seals up a good house, it will definitely be kept for the Minister of Justice for his own use, or given to someone higher up as a favor. Now Li Ke asked for the biggest and best house right away, which was undoubtedly snatching food from a tiger's mouth. What's even worse is that Wei Ting has no reason or excuse to refuse. This move is really murderous and heartbreaking. Master Wei Ting. What do you think? Li Ke looked at Wei Ting with amusement and said, if you don't agree, then I will have to buy the house myself. I'm afraid I'll have to wait for the 3 courts to hear the case. When Wei Ting heard this, he was almost angry to death. Things have come to this point, how can he not agree? Your Highness the Prince of Wu, you are so awesome. I will sell that house for 50,000 taels. Wei Ting said this almost with gritted teeth. Li Ke laughed loudly. In that case, please ask Lord Wei Ting to write a personal letter now so that I can send someone to the Ministry of Justice to handle the documents and land deeds. Xueming, bring up the silver. This is my personal letter. Take it and some silver to the Ministry of Justice, and someone will get you the paperwork and land deed. Although Wei Ting, who was tricked by Li Ke, was unwilling in his heart, he still agreed to it for the smooth progress of the three-court trial. It's just a house. Compared with overthrowing the King of Wu, he naturally chose the latter. As long as King Wu falls, the house will still have a chance to return to his hands. Humph, why not let the King of Wu's people stay for a few days? If the King of Wu is overthrown, you guys will also be in trouble. Thinking of this, Wei Ting turned to look at Li Ke on his horse and said, Your Highness, Prince Wu, can we go to Zongjing Temple now? Of course. Li Ke showed a satisfied look. Lord Wei Ting is so generous. I am very grateful to him. Ha 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 ha. Amidst loud laughter, Li Ke signaled Xueming to wait and take the carriage carrying Cui Yingying away first, while he and Li Daozan and others went to Zongjing Temple. In order to avoid seeing Cui Yingying's worried face, he didn't even go to say goodbye to Cui Yingying. The two of them separated for the first time. However, although Cui Yingying was naive, she was not stupid. When she noticed that the carriage was going in the wrong direction, she immediately stuck her head out to look outside. Ah, why did your husband go there with them? Chuanhua and Chu Yue looked at each other in silence, not knowing how to explain. They all knew that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu did not want the princess to get involved in the royal struggle, so he deliberately sent the princess away. Sister Chuanhua, Sister Chu Yue, please tell me, does the prince and his husband no longer want me? Cui Yingying's eyes turned red and mist suddenly rose up. The simple girl always believed that husband and wife should handle problems together, and she was even prepared to live and die with Li Ke. Now that Li Ke had sent her away, she felt confused and extremely uncomfortable. Chu Yue couldn't help but shake her head and sighed. The prince wants to protect the princess, so he doesn't want you to go with him. But I can serve as a witness. Princess, do you think that given your status, the people at the three courts will believe you? This. Chu Yue's words left Cui Yingying speechless. Only someone with a simple mind like Cui Yingying could come up with the idea of asking the Princess of Wu to testify for the King of Wu. But, I really don't want to let my husband face this alone. Cui Yingying bit her lip, struggling for a moment, and finally set her eyes on a package in the carriage. I have another plan. I want to go to the palace. In order to prevent her husband, the prince, from being wrongly accused, she decided to go to the palace to find His Majesty. As soon as these words came out, Chuanhua and Chu Yue's faces changed drastically. Princess, you absolutely cannot do this. Yes, His Majesty is very angry right now. If you go there now, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see His Majesty. What kind of person is Li Shimin? Chuanhua Chu Yue stayed with Li Ke and learned a little about him from Li Ke. Going to Li Shimin at this time would not only be fruitless, but Li Shimin would think that you were pleading for Li Ke. Such behavior not only does not help Li Ke, but instead adds fuel to the fire. But Cui Yingying didn't care about that. She looked at the tall palace towering between heaven and earth in the distance with a determined look on her face, and said word by word. Whether His Majesty sees me or not is his business, but whether I go or not is my business. She couldn't bear to watch her prince husband face all these things alone. Going to see the emperor and explaining things clearly was the only thing she could do now. Seeing how persistent she was, Chuanhua and Chu Yue realized that it was useless for them to say anything, so they could only nod and agree. Soon, the carriage, driven by Chuanhua, rushed to the palace, while Xueming took a group of people to the Ministry of Justice to hand over the mansion. As for Li Ke, he rode his warhorse and followed Li Daozan and others to Zongjing Temple. Zongjing Temple is located in the west of Changan City, and its location echoes the imperial palace in the north of the city, symbolizing that the status of the royal family is lower than that of the emperor and others. Outside the Zongjing Temple, a group of soldiers lined up in 2 rows to greet them. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wei, the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division, immediately pulled the reins to stop his horse, turned around and bowed to Li Daozong. Your Majesty, I have completed the order of His Majesty and will return to report now. Thanks to General Xiao Wei for this matter. Li Daozan nodded with a smile. Afterwards, Xiao Wei looked at Li Ke deeply, and then rode away with the people from the 100 Cavalry Division. As soon as the people from the 100 Cavalry Division left,
Wei Ting couldn't wait to say to Li Ke, "Your Highness, Prince Wu, please." Li Ke chuckled, dismounted, put his hands behind his back, and walked carelessly through the ranks of the soldiers from the Zongjing temple. He doesn't look like he's here for interrogation, but rather like he's here for an inspection. Wei Ting followed behind him with a sneer on his face. "You are so arrogant. Keep on being so arrogant. When I interrogate you later, I will see how arrogant you are." After he enters the Zongjing temple and passes the joint trial of the three officials, if your title of King Wu is not stripped, he will be unworthy of being the Minister of Justice. While they were deep in thought, the group arrived at the main hall inside the Zongjing temple. The hall is supported by several dark pillars, making it look a bit dark. In addition, it was already evening and the sky had darkened, and the whole hall looked eerie. Li Ke stood in the middle of the hall. Li Daozan was sitting at the main desk. There were 2 chairs on the left and right, which were the seats for Sun Fujia and Wei Ting. "Your Highness, King Wu, do you admit that you killed Anzhou Governor Wang Haoren?" As a member of the royal family and a royal uncle who was 1 generation older than Li Ke, Li Daozan was the first to question. Li Ke did not deny this and nodded, "Yes, Wang Haoren was indeed killed by me personally." As soon as these words came out, Wei Ting sneered without waiting for Li Daozong to speak, "The emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people." "Your Highness, Prince Wu, since you have pleaded guilty, please sign your name so that we can report to His Majesty." This person's meaning was very clear. As long as it was confirmed that Li Ke killed Wang Haoren, he would not ask anything else. This attitude clearly shows that they want to convict Li Ke directly without giving him a chance to defend himself. And this was also his revenge for Li Ke coming into the city to show off his power and for stealing his big house. "Weren't you, King Wu, very arrogant just now? Let's see how arrogant you can be now." At this moment, Wei Ting was very excited and felt that he had finally taken revenge on a prince. However, facing this person's questioning, Li Ke just laughed, "You don't even ask about the process, and just let me sign and seal the crime. I am innocent. Just sign and seal it." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of everyone at the scene changed drastically. No one expected that Li Ke would admit to murder but not the crime. This makes things difficult. Wei Ting's face changed drastically. "Your Highness, King Wu, please don't embarrass me. Since you killed someone, why are you not guilty? Does Your Highness the Prince of Wu think that since he is a prince, His Majesty will protect you even if he kills a governor? Your Highness, don't forget that this time it was His Majesty who ordered me and the other 3 judges to conduct a joint trial." From his words, Wei Ting had already regarded Li Ke as a murderer, and his words and deeds showed that he wanted to convict him as soon as possible. Li Ke looked at the man who was so anxious and couldn't help but narrow his eyes, with a hint of sarcasm flashing across his face. This person showed strong hostility from the very beginning. It seems that someone is behind this person. After all, he had no grudges or enmity with this person in the past or present, and it was impossible for the other party to cause trouble for him just for personal grudges. Most likely, some prince was supporting this person behind the scenes to attack him. These brothers and sisters are really worried about him. We had just entered Changan City, and the other party was so impatient to send people to take action. I just don't know which brother in the king ordered this person to do this. It seems that the future Changan City is more dangerous than I expected. In the Zongjing temple, facing Wei Ting's aggressiveness, Li Ke remained calm. He glanced at Li Daozan who was sitting in the main seat and found that this man seemed to be letting Wei Ting do whatever he wanted. As for the Dali temple minister Sun Fuga on the other side, he pretended that he saw nothing. It was obvious that both of them knew where Wei Ting came from. Faced with Wei Ting's attack, they neither stopped him nor opposed him. This is a way to avoid offending both parties. What a pair of old foxes. Realizing that these 3 people might have their own plans, a smile appeared on his face. Since these 3 people are of different minds, things will be much easier. It seems that Lord Wei still doesn't understand the emperor's will. He turned to look at Wei Ting, who had a righteous look on his face. "Father said that the 3 courts will hold a joint trial to find out the truth of the matter and give an explanation to the people of the world. And you, Lord Wei, are just trying to use this incident to overthrow this king. Since Li Daozan and Sun Fujia both seem unwilling to take care of it, then let's start with Wei Ting." "King Wu." Wei Ting's expression changed, and he stood up suddenly. My loyalty to the Tang dynasty is evident to all. Your Highness the King of Wu is going too far. Too much. From the moment we entered the city, you, Lord Wei, have been targeting me. Isn't your purpose to anger me? Li Ke looked at the men calmly. I don't care what your purpose is, but regarding this case, shouldn't you first ask me about my motive for murder and the process of the crime? As the Minister of Justice, you didn't even follow this most basic process. If this isn't a deliberate targeting, what is it? Wei Ting's face turned pale and blue after hearing these well-reasoned remarks. I want to refute, but I don't know what to say. Li Daozan, who was sitting in the main seat, saw this scene and knew that if they continued talking, the two would probably start quarreling. Li Ke was a prince after all, and as the emperor, Li Shimin would naturally not allow him to be overthrown because of this incident. Most likely he wanted to teach King Wu a lesson. Thinking of this, Li Daozong quickly stood between the two of them and persuaded them. Your Highness Prince Wu has a point, but Lord Wei is also eager to investigate the case. Master Wei, the question cannot be changed. Let's follow the rules. Sun Fujia from the Dali Temple, who had been silent and had almost no presence, stood up to smooth things over. Yes, what King Jiangxia said makes sense. Let's just follow the rules. When these two people spoke, although they did not obviously stand on Li Ke's side, their words and deeds showed that they agreed with what Li Ke said. Wei Ting's face changed when he heard this. These two people agreed with Li Ke's words, which meant that he was now 1 against 3. This was something he hadn't thought of beforehand. He really wanted to break the rules and make Li Ke confess his guilt directly so that he could go back and report back. But now the situation has changed. Li Daozan and Sun Fujia are actually speaking for Li Ke. Humph, no matter who instructed these two people, this matter has exceeded expectations. Since both of you say so, then please tell us your motive for the murder and how you committed it, Your Highness King Wu. After careful consideration, Wei Ting finally chose to give in. He is not a fool. From the attitudes of Li Daozan and Sun Fujia, he can tell that this matter is not as simple as he imagined. Maybe these two people were sent by His Majesty to absolve Li Ke of his guilt. If that were the case, his insistence on not following the procedure would be going against His Majesty's wishes. Although he was not sure whether Li Ke had the ability to make His Majesty do such a thing, it is better to be safe than sorry. Just as Wei Ting was deep in thought, Li Ke smiled calmly. Please listen carefully to the whole story of this matter. Sun Fujia, who was standing by, immediately signaled to the clerk to prepare to write down Li Ke's words. At this moment, Cui Yingying and Chuanhua Chuyue had already arrived at the gate of the palace. The majestic imperial palace stood in the north of the city. Many soldiers in heavy armor were guarding the gate, and there were also soldiers patrolling around the city walls. Cui Yingying, who came here for the first time, opened her eyes wide. She had never seen such a magnificent building before. This palace is so huge. It's even bigger than a small city. As soon as she finished speaking, the guards at the door discovered them and immediately drew their weapons. Stop. Who are you? How dare you come to this important area of the imperial palace? The leader, who looked like a general, had a gloomy face and blocked the way of the 3 women with a spear in hand. Chuanhua noticed that this person had a different aura and couldn't help but frown and took the initiative to stand in front of Cui Yingying. This is the Princess of Wu. She is here to see His Majesty. Princess Wu. The general sneered. I, Luo Tong, think I am well informed in Changan City, but I have never heard of this Princess Wu. This. Chuanhua was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. After all, although Cui Yingying married their King Wu, in order to become the Princess of Wu, she needed to be canonized by the Emperor. Without the Emperor's canonization, Cui Yingying is not considered the Princess of Wu. General, although I am not the Princess of Wu, I am also the wife of the prince. Cui Yingying didn't know where she got the courage from. She took the package containing the Xia customer service set and took the initiative to step forward and speak. I know that Your Majesty is very busy and cannot enter without being summoned, but I do have something important to do today, so please let the general know. As a person from the lower class, Cui Yingying understood that she could not offend the person in front of her at this moment, otherwise she would not even have anyone to deliver the message, let alone meet the emperor.
Upon hearing this, Luo Tong looked Choi Ying up and down and found that she had a delicate appearance and was a potential beauty. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This girl looks so good, maybe His Majesty will really meet her, and it would be hard for me to offend her and the King of Wu. But today, His Majesty said that no one related to the King of Wu would be allowed in. If he went to report it, and His Majesty punished him, he would be in big trouble. After thinking it over, Luo Tong shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't need to be flexible, but Your Majesty has ordered that no one is allowed to report anything related to the King of Wu today. So, please go back." After saying that, Luo Tong turned around and was about to leave. When Choi Ying saw that this person was doing his job in a businesslike manner, a hint of worry flashed across her hopeful eyes. Since she couldn't enter the palace to see His Majesty, she had no way to plead for her husband, the prince. "No, we can't just give up on this matter. General, since I cannot go in and His Majesty has ordered me not to report it, I wonder if you can bring this thing to His Majesty." Choi Ying held out the package and said, "This is just a set of clothes I made for Your Majesty. It's a gift from your daughter-in-law to your father-in-law." She had little education and didn't know what words to use, so she could only express her meaning in the most understandable terms. Unexpectedly, Luo Tong, who was about to leave, stopped and looked thoughtful after hearing this. If it were other matters, Luo Tong wouldn't have to care. But Choi Ying said that this was a gift from the daughter-in-law to her father-in-law, and if he didn't take it in, it would be his responsibility. Moreover, the woman in front of him was the wife of the King of Wu after all. If he refused even this matter, he would undoubtedly offend the King of Wu. "Okay, I will bring this thing in, but whether His Majesty will accept it or not is up to fate." After saying that, Luo Tong took the package and went towards the Taiji Hall. "Princess, are you so confident in handing over the gift for His Majesty to this person?" Outside the palace, Chuyue looked at Choi Ying with confusion. That was a dress that the princess spent a long time making. She even pricked her fingers due to the bumpy ride as it was made on the road. If Luo Tong pretended to obey but secretly found a place to throw the things away, the princess's kindness would be wasted. Even Chuanhua was looking at Choi Ying with confusion, waiting for her explanation. Choi Ying stared at Luo Tong's departing back and murmured to herself, "I heard about this man's name from my husband, the prince. Although he is a bit unruly, he still knows the difference between right and wrong. Give this to him, and there will be no mistakes." After hearing this, Chuanhua and Chuyue realized that their princess did not believe in Luo Tong but in the prince. Since the prince thinks he is a good person, then there is naturally no problem. "I see, so what should we do next?" "Go and meet up with Brother Shui. Once he's settled, I'll go to Zongjing Temple to check on the prince's husband." Li Ku had not allowed her to go to the Zongjing Temple before, and since she had agreed, she would not go there so quickly. What's more, Shui Ming and a large group of people are still waiting to be settled. Since Li Ku is not here, she is the only one who can make the decision. After deciding on the follow-up actions, the three women turned around and left. At this moment, Luo Tong had already arrived outside the Taiji Hall with the package. Today, no one knew whether Li Shimin was tired of reading memorials. He actually changed his usual habit of reviewing memorials in the hall, and instead practiced sword in the open space outside the Taiji Hall. The cold light flashed, the sword flowers were waving, and amidst the whistling sounds, the sword light formed into cold rays, which looked incredibly powerful. As the second emperor of the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin conquered this country on horseback. Over the years, he still maintained his habit of practicing martial arts. Seeing this, Luo Tong naturally didn't dare to step forward to disturb them and could only stand aside and wait. However, the sharp-eyed Luo Tong discovered that the commander of the 100 Cavalry Division, Xiao Wei, was also waiting with him. "Hey, Xiao Daisy, why did His Majesty suddenly change his temper today and actually practice martial arts here?" This is Luo Tong's personality. He likes to give him nicknames. When Xiao Wei heard this, his lips twitched, he clenched his hands, a gleam in his eyes, and he looked like he was trying hard to suppress his anger. Hey, no, it's just a nickname. It's just a name, it's just a thing outside of your body, why do you care so much?" Luo Tong knew that Xiao Wei would not attack him, so he could not help but chuckle and continue to provoke him. Xiao Wei was so angry about this that his face turned black. "You just give people nicknames casually and tell them not to care?" If you, Luo Tong, had not inherited the title of Luo Cheng, Duke of Qinghe County, I would have killed him with my sword long ago. Just as Xiao Wei was trying to suppress his anger, Li Shimin in the field suddenly stopped. The eunuch chief Li De immediately presented a silk scarf. Li Shimin took the silk scarf, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and scolded Luo Tong with a smile. Every time you come to me, it's always bad news. Why are you unhappy after only 3 days of demoting you to the position of captain of the imperial guards? Li Shimin was full of love for this descendant of great Tang dynasty meritorious officials, even more than his love for some of the princes. After all, the death of Luo Cheng, Luo Tong's father, is an eternal pain in Li Shimin's heart. Hee, your majesty, you guessed wrong this time. I am not here for myself, but for... Luo Tong chuckled, picked up the package in his hand and said, "This is what His Royal Highness King Wu's wife said she wanted to give to your majesty." Li Shimin frowned and said, "Didn't I say that no one is allowed to report anything related to the King of Wu today? I didn't inform you, but brought this gift here. It's up to you whether you want to see it or not." Luo Tong's eyes rolled around. His Royal Highness the King of Wu's wife said that this is a gift from the daughter-in-law to the father-in-law. Since they have said so, I can't not bring it here for your majesty to see, right? In fact, if I were to say, the wife of His Royal Highness the King of Wu is quite good. She. Having said this, Xiao Wei on the side suddenly reached out and nudged Luo Tong. "Why are you pushing me? I haven't finished speaking yet." Luo Tong looked as if he was interrupting me. Xiao Wei still had a blank expression on his face, and he wasn't even interested in answering. Instead, Li Shimin glared at Luo Tong fiercely and said, "Why, Luo Tong, do you want to get involved in my family affairs and let me make her the princess of Wu?" This. Luo Tong's face changed. "That's not what I meant. Your Majesty, please forgive me." "All right, bring it here for me to see." Li Shimin snorted coldly, "I want to see what an illegitimate daughter can give me." The eunuch chief Li De hurriedly took the package from Luo Tong's hand, and respectfully came to Li Shimin to open it. A set of night costumes embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in front of everyone. The 5-clawed golden dragon seemed to be reborn. When everyone looked at it, it seemed as if they saw a golden dragon overlooking everyone. With the waist-hugging design of this set of knight-errant clothing, the overall look is majestic and domineering. Even Xiao Wei and Luo Tong, who were highly skilled in martial arts, could not help but be shocked by the aura of this golden dragon. "Great, great!" Luo Tong exclaimed in amazement, "This golden dragon looks so real, even the embroiderers in the palace can't be 1/10,000th as real as it." Although Xiao Wei didn't say anything, it was not difficult to see his shock from his rapidly shrinking pupils. Even though she had seen countless beautiful clothes and embroidery techniques in history, she was still surprised at this moment. Reaching out to take the suit, Li Shimin placed his hand on the dragon's head and felt the peculiarity of the suit. Yes, both the design and the embroidery are top-notch. I'm itching to do something today. Come on, undress. As a person who conquered the country on horseback, Li Shimin also has a chivalrous heart. When he saw this suit, the excitement that had been suppressed for many years surged up again. After putting on this set of xiaofu clothes, Li Shimin felt that his body was much lighter. He swung the sword in his hand. With a swish sound, the air seemed to be torn apart. My speed is actually much faster than before. This suit is so light and soft that it reduces the resistance to my body and also makes my attack speed faster. Li Shimin was also a master when he was young, and he immediately realized the effect of this set of clothes. Although the increased speed is not much, it is enough to be fatal to an expert. I am very satisfied with this dress. Li Shimin put down the sword in his hand, turned to Xiao Wei and said, "Since you have already investigated the matter of King Wu killing Wang Haoren, let's end it here. Take my sword and go to Zongjing Temple to tell me that the King of Wu is innocent and should be released immediately." "Yes." Xiao Wei responded and took the sword and went to Zongjing Temple.